बॉय है ये। गेम भी गया तेल लेने। आई एम अ फैन गर्ल, आई एम गोइंग टू सपोर्ट द टीम।
And then in this series,
सही ना?
EG versus OG.
अच्छा।
If you had to choose who's going to lose to Liquid, I guess.
OG.
OG, all right. And then how long did this TA outfit take you this morning?
This didn't take very long. I will be in outfit after the series, like complete, not only the head thing. So.
All right, that is correct. We are going to have the cosplay showcase later today, so be sure to stick around. And one last thing, can we see the eyes? Can we check out the commitment to character? Wait, tilt your head back a little bit. Let's get it in the light. There we go. Round of applause to all the commitment that our cosplayers go through. We will be showcasing all of them a little bit later today. But for right now, if you want some Dota, I know Perry and Flex will guide you through it. Back to the panel.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, we do have some Dota coming up today. Let's have a look at the schedule, chats, because we've still got 3 series today. Let's see what we've got. We've got EG against OG. That's going to start the day, of course, and we're going to have a totally non-biased panel when it comes to analyzing OG.
Let's go, Age.
Totally non-biased.
Then we got Gaimin
sarcastically
Gladiators
बोला गया
against
था।
9Pandas and Team Liquid against one of who will that be? The result? I can't remember.
EG OG versus
okay.
Liquid later.
There we go. Old man brain there. So that's the series we've got today. I hope you guys are excited. EG OG will start the day, and we'll be getting into the draft and analysis and all stuff like that just after this short break. Don't go away.
Takes more than money to foster change. Takes more than time to heal the pain.
गेम है क्या ना?
क्या बोला?
ये क्या स्टेडियम है क्या? स्टेडियम या
स्टेडियम में लग रहा है
जिधर हो रहा है। सही है ना? देखना इन लोग का पॉपुलेशन कम है तो कितने कम गाड़ी है। इधर तो क्या बोलते हैं?
वाट लग जाएगी।
इधर इतना ओजी इतना लंबा है, एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था। इजी भी एक्चुअली, ये वाला नया वाला इजी है, और ये इजी ने पुराने इजी वाले को बाहर कर दिया ये टूर्नामेंट से।
पुराने इजी भी था क्या? पुराने इजी में कौन कौन
हाँ,
था?
पुराने ये ओरिजिनल प्लेयर्स है सब। अपना आरटीजी, फ्लाई,
आरटीजी तो वो क्या बोलते हैं, कोई नई टीम के नाम से आया था ना, तो
हाँ वो अभी उन लोगों ने शॉपिफाई रिबेलियन नाम रखा है नई टीम का।
ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? विन ऑसम प्राइजेस।
हाँ वो गिव अवे रहता है।
अच्छा।
हाँ
ये ट्विच वाले करते हैं क्या? मतलब ट्विच पे?
नहीं,
ये
ESL वाले करते हैं।
ESL वाले ट्विच पे करते हैं क्या, या इन जनरल?
नहीं, तेरे को ESL पे जाना पड़ता है और करना पड़ता है।
अच्छा।
मैंने तेरे को एक लिंक दिया ना, वो वाला हो सके तो करना। कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ 2-3 ही करना है क्लिक, जो मैंने गिव अवे का लिंक दिया है।
हाँ देखा मैं लास्ट टाइम भी दिया था ना।
जेन्युइन, हाँ वो जेन्युइन बंदा है, वो जेन्युइन मतलब ये देता है
$800 का
वर्ल्ड वाइड रहता है उसका। हाँ वो बंदा उसके पास, हाँ
बोल
उसके इधर $800 मतलब बहुत है एक्चुअली। मतलब कैसा है, बाहर के प्राइसेस क्या बोलते हैं अभी फ्लैट होने लगे, अपने इधर ही अभी तक क्या बोलते हैं हर एक प्राइस
मतलब 70-80 रुपए के हिसाब से है, 7-8 हजार रुपए ना। तो 8 64 मतलब 60-70 हजार रुपए का पीसी।
हाँ मगर वो अपने इंडिया में लेने नहीं, वही बोल रहा हूँ, अपने इंडिया में वो पीसी लेने जाएंगे तो 1,50,000 तक जाएगा।
अच्छा, टैक्सेस की वजह से?
हाँ टैक्स की वजह से, और अपने इधर प्राइस भी ज्यादा है अभी तक क्या बोल सकते हैं, अपने इधर इशू है ना। एक बार प्राइस बढ़ गया तो सेलर प्राइस कम नहीं करता है। क्यों? क्या मालूम, अपने इधर वियर्ड है सब किसी का पहले से। अब हम लोग हर एक चीज महंगा लेते हैं एक्चुअली इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में देखा जाएगा तो टैक्स तो भरते ही है मगर ओवर प्राइस भी प्रोडक्ट रहता है वो।
अच्छा
That's our first series of the day.
शायद अपने इधर की
Evil Geniuses
क्या बोलते हैं पॉपुलेशन
taking on
इतनी
OG
ज्यादा है तो इन लोग
in this lower bracket
कम ही नहीं
match.
करते
The loser
प्राइस,
eliminated.
इनका सेल
The
होता
winner
रहेगा।
continues to face Team Liquid
अभी
in the next
इकोनॉमी का
round.
उतना
A
मेरे को
daunting
आइडिया नहीं
prospect
तो
either
मैं
way.
बहुत ज्यादा
I
इंसाइट नहीं दे
have a
सकता उसके
fabulous panel,
लिए।
of course, to
मैं
discuss this
भी
game
अभी अज्यूम ही कर
before
रहा हूँ
and
ऐसे
after,
इतना
and to go through the draft and everything like that.
मेरे
Let's
को
talk
इतना
about
आइडिया नहीं
EG first of all. They
मेरा भी
2-0
थोड़ा
down
बहुत
against
12
Gaimin.
मिनट
Did you
बोल
guys
रहा है।
manage to catch much of that game?
अच्छा मेरा
यार, 12
ऑडियो
मिनट
चेक
क्या
करना,
करेंगे?
मेरा ऑडियो चेक करना, ऑडियो आ रहा है क्या मेरा सही से? मेरे लास्ट टाइम की तरह हो
हाँ,
जाएगा।
Yeah, no, EJ looked pretty strong.
एक मिनट
yesterday.
मेरे को
I think the
म्यूट
first game
करना
against
पड़ेगा
Talon
मेरा
wasn't so
ऑडियो।
obvious. It could have gone either way.
Yeah.
But then they got a really strong amount of momentum from that game. And the second game, I think it was also Talon falling back a little bit and not really getting the grasp of the match anymore.
There were a couple of little misplays, I think.
Exactly, like
Yeah.
they couldn't really recover. You could see some small pickups that ideally shouldn't happen. But yeah, EG basically jumped away from momentum. Chris Luck had an insane Stormsport game in that game. I
बोलो
think
बोलो या तो
without a
बताना
single
मेरे को
death
कुछ।
in the end and 14-0-18 or something.
That was in
Yeah.
the second game when they had the anti-mage. They had a Storm, they had a Pugner, and we were talking in the post-game, oh, sometimes you think, oh, this will be an easy AM game, I'll just blow people up, but it wasn't. He never came online. I think it was a pretty brutal game too. But talking about that game one, we haven't seen too many comebacks like that in this patch yet. It seems to be, there's a big fight and then a team takes control. Why is it so hard for teams to come back, Johan?
I think it's a lot to do with the economy of the patch and also the strength of certain items or items. It gets very hard to kill a lot of heroes depending on the lineup that you have. If you're choosing, let's say, a Lion or another support like Coddle that is more about control,
तो नाम क्या
they
रखा है
end up
इसका?
getting a quick Crimson, Pavis plus Pipe.
किसका?
You can't kill anyone and they have 6k, 7k gold lead and it just feels
अभी है
impossible
ना?
to approach the
Event
map
Dream
where
का?
the
Title
enemy
क्या
heroes
रखा है?
are.
ऐसे
You
बोल
have
रहा
to
है।
really dodge
हाँ,
them
title
and
क्या रखा
dodging
है?
them means you're taking risk and if they
copy-paste
start
करके
killing your
दिखा दे
heroes with the gold change and things like this,
टीम
I
पे
also
दे रहा हूँ,
feel that
चेक करना पड़ेगा तूने।
you can't let that happen.
Right.
So I still think it's quite a big
नहीं तो
aura
link ही दे मेरे
meta,
को।
buff meta patch. I hope that they're gonna
अच्छा,
maybe
ठीक
do
है,
something
link
about that in
देता
the future, but for now it has to be a style that you need to be able to play.
Yeah.
अकुमा पे है ना ऑनलाइन तो?
So yeah, that's what I'm seeing
Akumano
right now. And then
Gaming.
of course Medusa is also part of it, like most unkillable hero in the
क्या
patch right
Akumano
now.
plays?
Well, she seems to be the first
Akumano
banned material.
Gaming.
pretty much.
She's not getting through most times.
Do you think we'll see her again at all this tournament?
Running.
Oof, potentially 9Pandas might let it through depending on who they're playing against. I think if
साला
somebody
एनिमे का भी
टीम पे
इतना
दिया ना,
नाम
लिंक
रहता
दिया
है।
डायरेक्ट तेरे को टीम पे।
dreams or in their sleep, you could get the confidence from that and go, especially in the best of 5 in the finals.
That's true.
I can see a Medusa slip through.
9Pandas have claimed that they can beat it, so they've been letting it go through, but we shall see as the tournament progresses. Anyway, the other team in this matchup is, of course, OG. And we have a little content, someone spoke to them earlier, so check this out.
Anytime a team has stand-ins, you obviously lower your expectations.
तूने वो बर्लिन का
Except
दिया
for
एक्चुअली
OG.
टीम पे।
Song of the Siren used the stun there onto 2. Hector throws
क्या
it on
चाहिए
out the
तेरे
depth shroud to keep his buddies alive, but it does not keep them alive because they
तेरा
are
इसका
down
अकुमा का बोल
42,000
रहा हूँ मैं।
network.
अकुमा का ही तो दिया
And
टीम
Slark
पे।
is dead. Sacred
नहीं रे।
gonna be the last one left alive. GG is called.
It's always a treat to watch these like younger guys come together and then they just some reason click. I think they're just building their synergy very quickly amongst the players.
They are just able to flourish whenever
sorry.
they have stand-ins at their events. I don't know how it works, but
एक काम करना तेरे
नहीं,
चैनल का नाम
MC
बता।
looks very
नहीं नहीं ठीक है,
comfortable
मैं
with it.
गलती से सचिन को किया, तेरे को नहीं किया।
Post-match massages,
सचिन
you
को
know.
कैसे हो गया
MC
पता नहीं।
kind of looks like a shadow of his former self.
तेरे चैनल का नाम बताना
For a
क्या
lot
है?
of players,
लिंक
not
भेजा
only
भेजा
offline,
लिंक। मैं
but
सचिन को
just
कर दिया था
overall in
गलती
Dota,
से
the way
तेरे
that
को
he's
नहीं।
नहीं
playing
मैं
has
भी
always
देख
been a
रहा था ना
primary
वो
thing.
ये हो रहा है स्विच हो रहा है एक्चुअली ब्राउजर पे OBS पे इसीलिए बोला।
अकुमानो गेमिंग यही तो नाम है। तेरे को नाम नहीं भेजा था Dota 2 बर्लिन मेजर नकमानो गेमिंग ऐसे सर्च कर मिल जाएगा
Good arrow to be able to help out in his dying breath, trying to help JT here, but oh, the swashbuckle on a big swing from MC, 300 damage.
Kittrack, standing in as a 5 position, I think that's really interesting.
I think Kittrack's fit in really well. Of course, he also played with some of those old G boys before, so maybe he's familiar with
खाना नहीं खा रहे
game, which I think helps.
मेरे को
It seems
खाना
like he
खाना
fits in
था
perfectly
मैं
with
खाना खा
BZM
के
and
आया
Ragi and stuff like that. This
नहीं
team just
मैं
has so much synergy. They're super
सुबह का हो
aggressive.
गया रात का अभी मैं खाना के नहीं जल्दी खाता हूँ 5 साढ़े 5 बजे
बहुत शायद लेट हो सकता है
अंधेरा होने के बाद
Scepter
खाना
does
नहीं
not
खाता
have nearly enough damage to deal with here, but wait a minute, no, maybe they do. With the showing up Dark Mago, they might be able to make something happen here. Kittrack throws out that stun, and well, Jakiro just doing so much for them in this.
It's very impressive that this team can continue to slot in so many stand-ins and still perform really well at tournaments. I think it speaks to that core of the team, Taiga, BZM, Yuragi, that have been there in all those events. Like
BZM
how
must
damn
kill
good those guys are. They're really, really high-skilled
BZM?
players. I think BZM is a top 3.
मैं नहीं देखा ये
They
अभी
have their
का
own style
लेटेस्ट
of how they
पिछले
want to
टाइम
draft, how they want to
भी
play.
मतलब
BZM
अच्छा
just
खेला था
sometimes is like,
मेरे
screw it,
निशा और
pick
ये
me
इसके
Invoker,
सामने
screw
कम
it,
पड़
pick me
जाता है
Tinker, and it's working.
Spirit Vessel spams coming out as well.
निशा
Jumping
तो अच्छा
forward
खेलता है
onto the Lex Rack.
एक्चुअली
It's just
निशा
painful at this
फिर
point.
सुमेल
Seems like
और
it's
और
gonna
एक
get
शायद
the kill at the very least. It's gonna
निशा
be
क्या
BZM with an
अपोजिट
ultra
कौन
kill,
था
gonna get the rampage. He's
Yes.
trying to go for it. Dives into the fountain.
Yeah,
Needs to roll off it, and there we have it. Rampage for
CCNC
BZM.
भी खतरनाक खेलता है
I think it's very exciting
उसका नहीं देखा
to be
मैंने।
able to watch this OG team, have them do so well, especially with stand-ins.
गेमिंग
I think part of
ग्लैडिएटर
having
लास्ट टाइम वो
stand-ins
ये
when you're
जीता
doing well is like pretty strong because
Major.
again there's no expectations on
Last
you
का
and you
major.
feel all the internal mental
अरे
stress
इसका
away.
इतना ये
कौन
Now
जीता था
they're kind of popping off, and I think it probably
Tundra.
will transition into playoffs. They're not
ये
setting up the
opponents
meta,
out
but
हो गया वो लोग
they're playing really well around
इसने
these
फेल
type of
दिया
meta
क्या
games.
बोलता है टिंकर था
It's cool to watch.
टिंकर ने पूरा
We're
गेम
infantry.
घुमा दिया
उन्होंने टीआई में मस्त परफॉर्म किया था
हाँ उनका
Gonna be
देखना
intriguing
उनका लक
indeed.
था
We're looking
और
forward to
ओजी
seeing
का
the first,
मतलब
series
वो
of the day here.
अनफॉर्चुनेट थे अगर
Yeah,
ओजी वजह से
obviously
टुंड्रा
the big
रहता
talking point with OG
तो शायद
is
ओजी
Kittrack and
हरा
MC
देता इन लोग
standing
को
in. Have you spoken to them both? How are they fitting in? How have you sort of been involved, if you have been, in sort of helping them to settle, or is it just the team handling it by
क्या
themselves?
ये
No, I mean, this is a project that's on their own.
छोड़
feet.
मैं
I'm not
डायरेक्ट
there
ये
managing anything. I went by to say
करता
hi, of course.
क्या ओपन नहीं कर पाया तू
एक
Yeah, I'm
मिनट
also curious myself, like
course.
how's the vibe,
तेरे को
how's
मिला
everyone
नहीं क्या?
doing, and how people feeling. I had my ideas that it's to do with the new patch, and I also think SVG pointed out the two things that were most important. There's already a system in place that I think makes things easier to fit into, and then there's also the mental stress of, well, two stand-ins, things are not ideal, so any win is
मोबाइल से देख रहा था
and
मैं
any loss is to
मिल
be
रहा
expected,
मिल
so
रहा
there's
नहीं
no
है
pressure on you.
अरे लाइव में ढूंढना है
And
ऐसे
plus
ढूंढने
it's
का
a new
थोड़ा
patch, so I
मिलेगा
think
तुम
they're
बड़ा
all
चैनल
just enjoying Dota, living life.
फिल्टर में
And
जाके
that's the
लाइव
vibe
करो
I also walked into the room. They're happy.
कुमानो गेमिंग
Again,
भी डालेगा
it's
तो
their own
आया,
decision.
आया,
तेरे
I've been very
अपने
involved.
से भी
I'm
मिल
here
जाएगा
paneling.
तेरे
Of course.
Doing-
आया
Of
आया
course,
मिल
you're
गया
paneling.
एक मिनट हाँ
And we will be back on the panel having a look at the draft after this break. Don't go away.
और करना
क्या बोला
गड़बड़ करना बोल रहा हूँ
गड़बड़ करो क्या गड़बड़ करो कौन से प्लेयर है मुझे तो प्लेयर्स के नाम भी नहीं पता अभी ओजी के तेरे को नाम पता होंगे मुझे तो याद भी नहीं कौन ओजी में कौन खेल रहा है कौन नहीं है अब उन तो सिर्फ देख रहे क्या
सब बराबर है सब बराबर है मेरे को तो ठीक लगा आवाज जितना भी तो भी बात कर रहा था
ठीक लगा ना
और हाँ स्ट्रीम का भी आवाज अच्छा ही है इश्यू नहीं कोई
ठीक है तेरे को माइक में लीक हो रहा है कुछ
नहीं ऐसा तो नहीं लगा
ठीक है फिर
माइक में लीक हो रहा था एको वगैरह तो नहीं है जो लास्ट टाइम का इश्यू था वो
अच्छा है फिर तो वन इज सप्लाई ऑफ मॉन्स्टर है तेरी मॉन्स्टर ड्रिंक मतलब बीमार हो जाएगा लगता है मुझे तो मॉन्स्टर ड्रिंक से क्या है कैसे वो एनर्जी ड्रिंक है ना
हाँ
1 साल पिएगा आदमी
एक साल नहीं उन लोग 12 देते सिर्फ एक साल के लिए सिर्फ 12।
अच्छा 12 एक साल क्या एक एक बूंद पीने का है क्या? 12 दे रहे तो एक साल में। उनके वो क्या बोलते हैं ऐड वाले थंबनेल वाली इमेज है जो छोटी सी है उसमें भी 12 से ज्यादा है।
वो मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी है ना इसीलिए।
awesome price है इंटेल के प्रोसेसर 24 कोर 32 थ्रेड का।
ये कुछ 50-60,000 का प्रोसेसर है ये।
इसमें अपन पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं क्या?
हाँ
किया है क्या तुम?
नहीं
करना चाहिए।
हाँ करते हैं मगर क्या बोलते हैं अभी तो मैंने मतलब जब से ESL चालू है तब से ट्राई किया अभी तक एक भी बार नहीं जीता है। तो क्या बोलता है इतना मुझे ये नहीं लगता है मतलब ट्राई करने का मन नहीं करता है ऐसे इसमें
उतने लग अच्छे नहीं
में। हाँ शायद पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी ज्यादा हो सकते हैं और दूसरी चीज मालूम नहीं ना कि अपने इधर आएगा तो अपने को टैक्स भरना है या यही भरेंगे। मैं जो तेरे को लिंक देता हूँ ना वो सब मतलब वही करेंगे टैक्स भी भर के सिर्फ तेरे घर पे आएगा डायरेक्ट।
क्या
बाकी कुछ नहीं करना।
अरे देख लोकल मुंबई के
ये मुंबई में आए थे ना
इतना खाली खाली है रे ये बर्लिन में क्या खाली है। वाह 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 वाह
जाना चाहिए रे एक बार यूरोप घूम के आना चाहिए मस्त।
अरे जाना तो हर जगह चाहिए पैसा कौन देगा? पैसा भी तो चाहिए अपने पास। अरे क्या
अभी अपने चैनल है ना कोई स्पॉन्सर मिलेगा अपने को टेंशन मत ले।
ये व्लॉगर्स रहते हैं ना ट्रैवलिंग वाले उनका मस्त रहता है यार। सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी लाइफ
मैंने यूट्यूब पे देखा वो कैसे बोले क्रिंज फनी वीडियोस बनाते हैं ना वो भी अभी बाहर जाके ये कर रहे हैं मतलब उन लोग को शायद चांस वगैरह मिलता रहेगा।
वही मैं बोला सबसे अच्छा लाइफ ये लोगों का ये एंटरटेनमेंट में एक फिटनेस वाले रहते हैं इन्फ्लुएंसर और ये ट्रैवलिंग वाले उनको तो बहुत सही।
गेमर्स का भी है ना अच्छा खासा। गेमर्स का भी है एक्चुअली गेमर्स का भी है।
हाँ गेमर्स का भी है बट गेमर्स का कैसे मैं ओवरऑल बोल रहा हूँ। मैं सिर्फ पैसे कमाने का नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। जैसे फिटनेस इन्फ्लुएंसर है अपनी सेहत बनाने के उसको पैसे मिल जाते हैं। घूमने वाला है वो भी अच्छा माइंड फ्रेश रहता है। इधर उधर घूमना है तो फिजिकली भी थोड़ा काफी कुछ फिट ही रहना रहता है तो उसके लिए भी वो भी अच्छे हैं। एक फिटनेस इन्फ्लुएंसर ट्रैवलिंग व्लॉग भी बना सकते हैं। उस हिसाब से बोल रहा हूँ अपने पैसे कमाने के हिसाब से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। वैसे तो ये क्या बोलते हैं छोटे छोटे वीडियोस बनाते हैं एंटरटेनमेंट वाले वो भी कमाते हैं।
It will mean a lot to me the whole team because it will be the fourth placement every time SA comes to a major. The maximum is like top 4. We cannot go through
क्या बोलते हैं कोविड में तो बहुत सारे कंटेंट क्रिएटर आ गए।
We want to get further in the
बहुत सारे कंटेंट बनाते हैं। लोगों को चस्का भी लग गया अभी क्या बोलते हैं बोर होते थे घर में तो वीडियो देखने का चस्का लग गया यूट्यूब पे।
और ट्रोल अपलोड दे क्या डैमेज ही नहीं गिर रहा है वो सेंटर वॉर्चर्स को।
वही तो कुछ कर ही नहीं पाया वो लोग।
I know that OG always defeated EG in every single LAN event, so
ये one of the best ये है ना offlaner mind control।
OG is a scary team for us. They have been
मगर उन लोगों ने TI जीता उसके बाद इन लोग कुछ जीत ही नहीं पाए अच्छा खासा।
All the tournaments. So it's our time to get revenge. I'm not confident about beating them, but I think we have a bigger chance than before.
I just feel very special. Like when I walk on the stage, I hear the crowd. Even if they're not cheering for me exactly, I just feel that I'm one of the 10 players in that game. I feel important in that moment.
We don't really do preparation for teams. We just keep improving.
इधर काउंटडाउन चालू नहीं हुआ मतलब काफी टाइम चालू है।
Because we had a lot of mistakes in group stage.
प्रिपेयर वगैरह नहीं किया रहे।
गेम में काउंटडाउन चालू नहीं हुआ ना।
मैं तो क्या बोल रहा हूँ तो खाना भी खा ले। स्ट्रीम तो चल रहा है
खेलूंगा मैं खाते खाते खेलूंगा।
खाते खाते stream करेगा ना?
bracket Reapers have
चलेगा.
been
हाँ,
sharpening
खाते
their
खाते stream करूँगा,
sides.
sorry.
And now they're ready to show up on day number 2 here in the Velodrome Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Evil Geniuses!
थर्ड टाइम पे शुरू होगा.
टीम तो आ गई. मेरे को प्लेयर्स का ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं है, नाम वगैरह शक्ल वगैरह कुछ भी. अब इनका कैप्टन कौन है?
ये क्या बोलते हैं, नया टीम है.
हाँ, ये तो नया टीम है.
मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, पूरा अभी इन लोग को ये
But I think they've got 99% of
ये
the crowd
previous
behind
टीम में इन लोग ने
them.
अच्छा
Making
परफॉर्म
their
किया था, इसलिए
debut
इनको
here in the
इन्हें ये
Velodrome Arena.
लिया है.
It's OG!
ओजी में
ये अपना नया वाला ओजी है, नोटेल वाला नहीं है.
हाँ, नोटेल को तो टाइम हो गया अभी. फिर भी ये यूरोगी और ये बीजीएम वगैरह काफ़ी दिनों से खेल रहे हैं. टाइगर
ये बीजीएम मुझे मस्त लगता है. ये बीजीएम यूरोगी अच्छे प्लेयर.
बच्चे ही है शायद, वो ज़्यादा उम्र नहीं है उसकी.
एक नया प्लेयर है शायद.
टकले को देख के मेरे को टकला करने की. 2 प्लेयर मेरे को नए लग रहे हैं.
Now, if I could please welcome to the center of the stage from Evil
एक तो
Geniuses,
स्टैंड इन है उनका
Panda.
ऑफ
Would you
लेन.
mind joining me and mind control?
ये वाला स्टैंड इन प्लेयर है. ये अपना कुरोकी का टीम का प्लेयर है.
Why do they keep sending me the nice
Nigma
players?
Galaxy कुछ
I need the aggression. Okay, Panda, I'll stay in your lane. Say
Tsunami.
one nice thing that you've thought about OG's
और
performance.
इको आ रहा है मेरे इसमें. अब चलेगा शायद, बहुत कम ही आ रहा है. नहीं चलेगा. कम है मतलब नेग्लिजिबल है, मैं सुनाई दे रहा है.
एक मिनट में
Mind control. How do you
खाने का देखता हूँ, कुछ
respond?
कर सकते
Hey,
हैं.
beautiful
हाँ,
people.
ठीक है.
Nice to meet you.
एक मिनट आता हूँ.
Thank you for coming. I respect EG. They have good aggression, but I'm gonna suppress it.
You're gonna get suppressed, Panda. Okay, can I get? I want a mean expression from you, Mind Control. You're a very nice man, but give me the brow furrowing. I want you to stare at this man, Panda. Return it. No, stop laughing.
He's a legend, though. I admire him.
He's a legend.
Yeah, he's really good. I admire him. I cannot.
Well, there you go. That's all I needed to hear. But this man wants to be a legend killer. Gentlemen, let's get ready to play some Dota. EG versus OG. Take your positions.
Again, Dota players failing to really grasp the idea that they are meant to trash talk each other. They find it easy in game, of course, tipping and voice lining, but in person they're as sweet as puppies, Jenkins.
Yeah, that is right. I mean, they call these guys the lower bracket Reapers. It comes out in the game. That's what really matters. And you know, Panda was right. In the past, previously, OG went 4-1 against the old Beast Coast and 6-1 against the old Thunder. So they are used to getting slapped by these guys on LAN. However, this year since TI11, EG is 2-1 versus OG. The only time they've played is in the group stage of a Dream League, the second group stage. So who knows how this one is going to go? This is a new EG. This is the Dream squad. This is also of SA. This is also a totally different OG. Obviously, they played it with different stand-ins last year for that record. So it's a big question mark, No-Tail.
Indeed it is. Wouldn't you say?
What's the question mark?
I think it just stuns him right now.
You're just talking about the fact that this is a different OG and a different EG. So the past record, one could potentially.
How do they keep doing this? How do they keep having stand-ins? What is it about the core of OG that lets them have stand-ins over other teams?
Maybe we just know how to pick the stand-ins. Maybe that's the secret, you know?
Is that
Maybe that's what we rely on.
Okay.
No, of course not. Of course there's a system in place, and of course the stand-ins are good. You need both, otherwise it won't work. But I mean, for the match and for the history, I think it should favor OG, right? Like, you can hear the fear, you can hear they're intimidated, and they don't want to lose. And OG feels like, all right, we're here, we've done it before, let's do it again. Yeah, I don't know. It's but definitely OG's success is attributed to a lot of people, and it's also the two guys who helped build this, who are not here, Misha and Chu. You know, they have a lot to to do with all of OG's success. They managed to do what the old OG couldn't, which was like win online games. And I don't think we would have ever made it to TI without like TI10 without Misha. I'm sure of it. So thanks to those guys as well, the hidden warriors of the squad.
What I found so interesting is like Misha's not here as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's not only 2 standards, but you could arguably say 3 maybe. I mean, the coach is in the back, of course, is not one of the players, but there's 2 players being standing in, and the coach is also not there.
That's a very good point,
One
yeah.
more, how to say, part of the system, right?
Yeah.
So it's basically 3 out of 6 persons missing, and they're still having this really good run.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, can I point out how much I love those interviews? Like, I mean, MC's energy is really infectious. Like, he's just having smiles across his face. Like, I think, like, no matter what is happening in these games, like, he's gonna stay positive in the game, on the stage. He's gonna enjoy himself. Same with EG, of course. I think Panda, he seemed a little bit intimidated maybe, but also gotta admire the honesty, right? Like, it takes a lot to admit that they're like, the enemy team has an edge on you, but you're trying to give your best.
So what are we expecting to be the key heroes here, do you think, Stormstormer, for each team?
I mean, I think Medusa will always be part of this. I don't know, I think the early phase will almost always stay seriously similar. You see a lot of Underlords, you see a lot of Medusas, you see a lot of Cartels, a lot of Beastmasters, so I would be surprised if that changes too much.
So we've had the 3 major, contested band picks: Coddle, Medusa, Alchemist, I think as well, Beast.
Oh yeah, Alchemist is a good one, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of the times Alka's been banned, and Beast and Doom, I think people are thinking about. They want to pick Beast versus the Doom or something like this. I'm not really sure if that's the thought process for every team, but it used to be the classic. Like, they pick Doom, well, Beast can be a good answer. Yeah, but obviously interesting to see. Everybody would like to wait with the Medusa till second, if you're the second pick, because you want to have them think what if. Maybe they're not even ready for it and stuff.
है ना मैं है क्या हुआ?
I would also personally be really interested, because right now it looks like the team that has first pick, the teams never wanted to get either Alchemist or Medusa. So, and they usually get the Coddle, or one of the 3. What I would like to see also would be interesting to keep like 2 of those heroes in the pool, maybe even all 3, because that means that you get a trade-off. But at the current state, people probably just think the Medusa is just unbeatable. We will see what he leaves it in here. That would be, of course, a change of plans.
There's some key heroes that I think are worth mentioning. DM is one of the big Venomancer players.
मेरा अभी currently
he's not here.
100% में से 20% पे
EG
है.
also likes the occasional Venomancer
उससे भी कम करूँ क्या?
as well.
They even flex it to mid.
Yeah, they. I think a lot more
ठीक है
people are
इतना.
flexing it. There we go. Let's go. I love it.
Hello.
Man up.
The Stormstormer ban is pretty interesting. It might just be a filler, just because simply they want to leave more heroes in the pool as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're leaving the Dusa, and the Coddle is also in. Doom, Beastmaster. Let's see.
Chris Luck did absolutely pop off on the Storm yesterday, I believe, so maybe they saw that game.
It is interesting though, because OG is also very confident Storm team, I think.
Oh, what is this?
This is like a game of chicken. Who's getting people back?
Not accepted. Okay.
I love it.
Okay.
I love it. This is some chess, some Queen's Gambit or whatever.
Yes,
this is accepted or not. Like, this is...
The Medusa Gambit.
Yeah.
Accepted or rejected? Declined. Let's see.
I mean, you get the double pick. Surely.
Captures and this game.
Game में time लगेगा रे.
So if you leave the Dusa in as OG, that's why
पर
you're
गेम
not
में से स्ट्रीम कर देना क्वालिटी अच्छा आता है.
They just have to grasp.
वह Medusa पे.
हाँ मगर.
So
EG
नहीं कर पाएगा शायद. बहुत time लगेगा. 10-15 मिनट का delay रहेगा.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what people think
इतना
about
रहेगा
it
क्या?
anymore. I've seen the
चेक कर रहा
active
हूँ.
mage. I've seen it lose.
मैं क्या है ना अंदर गया वो connect नहीं होगा.
Nyx assassin.
हाँ वो थोड़ा time लगेगा.
Nyx is win but also lose.
Do you guys think that Nyx needs the Darkseer to make the Nyx combo work?
I think it's a lot better.
मम्मीला कालावून मागितला. कालावून दे म्हटलं.
Prophet, like Nature's Prophet.
कालावून देतो
But
मग
now
हात बसतो
it seems like a dead hero. So
it's pretty dead.
I think it's very hard to make the Nyx work with a lot of different cores.
कोणाशी बोलतोय बहिणीशी?
तुझ्यासोबत रे.
ओके नाही मध्येच मराठी बोलायला लागला म्हणून.
आता हिंदी मध्ये कालवून कसं सांगू नाही समजलं ना मला.
Is there a possibility that
तुला येते का काय कसं बोलायचं कालवून मागितलं माझ्या आईने कालवून दिलं असं बोलायचं कसं बोलायचं हिंदी मध्ये.
It does lose. It's just when you have only one.
मेरे मम्मी ने कालव के दिया.
I wouldn't be surprised.
नाही
if
नाही
EG go
मला
for
तो
one of
शब्द
these
माहिती
difficult
आहे
tournaments
पण
and
आता
say
भरपूर
that
वेळा
they
बोललो
really
नाही
need
तर
it
ते
now, right? Because if not, you're facing 3 bans.
काय
Yeah,
बोलतात
I think it's too risky.
मला
to
माहित
not.
नाही.
So basically, you need a
कुस्करून
management
असतं ना
here, right?
कुस्करून
That's
सारखं
the thing.
तो
तू
word
मराठीतच
आहे.
सांगत आहे ना तेच तर म्हटलं तू
So
हिंदीमध्ये
Ramses
सांग
was
ना
talking
मला
because they kept giving
हिंदीमध्ये
teams the
सांगशील
अरे
तेव्हा
हिंदीमध्ये
कळेल.
तो शब्द लक्षात येत नाही
That's true.
तेच तेच बोललो मी म्हणून मी मराठीत त्याच्यासाठी सांगतोय ते हिंदीमध्ये मला लक्षात नाही आलं की त्याला काय बोलतात म्हणून लोकं.
मी जस्ट काय बोलतो
Easier said than done quite often, but it's definitely a way to play.
आश्चर्यचकित किंवा मला वाटलं की तू दुसऱ्या बरोबर बोलत असेल घरी
Superb at dealing
कोण
with
आलं असेल तुझ्या रूम
नाही मी सांगितलं ना स्ट्रीम सुरू आहे तर जास्त आरडाओरडा करू नका इकडे माझ्या
So I was thinking
नावाने
about anti-mage, PL, Nix would have been one of those heroes. We yesterday saw
मेरे
anti-mage,
इथं
of
माझ्या
course,
इथे
it
तर
was
आजी आतमध्ये
from
गाणी
Talon,
ऐकते
and EG kind of smashed it and ran away with the
पण
game.
येत नसेल आवाज
They're feeling confident though.
हा तुझं चांगला आहे ना
It's a bold
ते
choice,
माईक
though.
वगैरे चांगल्या
choice,
क्वालिटीचा आहे
especially this early.
मला माईक
Yeah, the
घ्यायचा आहे
thing
रे
is, EG
सेपरेट
is once again the first big team, right? So they now in the second stage, third games.
बघ अरे माईक सेपरेट
less
घ्यायचा
favorites,
इश्यू काय माहितीये
drafting
तुला
models
फिल्टर घ्यायला
because
लागेल
OG can counterpick into
मग
both
तो
the
हात
others.
घ्यायला
Like
लागेल
heroes.
माईकच्या बरोबर
On top of
कारण
that,
की
they have
आपलं
to
डेस्क
slow down.
व्हायब्रेट
So
होतं
they
तर
just showed
त्याला
the
इश्यू
AM,
येतो
so most likely
नाही,
they're
एवढं
gonna
vibrate
feel
नाही
like
होत ना
these 3 bands
माझं.
have to protect against
फॅनचे व्हायब्रेशन
anti-mage's
पकडतो तो
timings, which could also be
पीसीचा
the
फॅनचा
link.
व्हायब्रेशन
He has
किंवा
a
आपला
couple really
फॅनचा
bad
व्हायब्रेशन
matchups.
बघू जसं
What's
लागेल
still in?
मग
I mean,
तसे ते
because there's a
वस्तू
lot
घेऊ
still
आपण
left.
त्यात काय
Beastmaster is still in. You see they're banning the LC.
Yeah.
which
आणि
normally
अजून
heroes
माईकला
don't
वेळ
have.
आहे ना माईकच नाही आपल्यापेक्षा
करण्यापेक्षा मी तर हेडसेटच बघितला आता हळूहळू सोनी येते आपल्या इथे सोनीने लॉन्च केले गेमिंग हेडसेट आपल्या इंडियामध्ये म्हणजे वर्ल्ड वाईड पण आणि इंडियामध्ये सेम टाइमलाच लॉन्च केले हेडसेट तर चांगले आहेत फक्त माईक चांगला नाही कदाचित सेकंड जे लॉन्च करतील त्याच्यामध्ये माईक इम्प्रूव्हमेंट करतील कारण की सोनी जी कंपनी आहे ते ऑडिओ डिव्हाइस एकदम मस्त बनवतात आणि नेहमी इम्प्रूव्हमेंट करत असतात
पण कसं आहे
जे पण क्रिटिक्स
जर की नाही तू हेडसेट घेतला ना सगळं गेमिंग वगैरे तर ते एक्सपेन्सिव्ह घेतला तरच चांगलं असतं जास्त
I don't know what the current anti-mage
चीप मध्ये
build is
भेटत
on.
नाही
Use
सगळ्या
Vanguard, this is Semble to get the battlefield from it.
गेमिंगचे हेडसेट जर घेतला ना हेडसेट वगैरे गेमिंगचा तर तुला एक्सपेन्सिव्ह घ्यावं लागते स्वस्तामध्ये भेटत नाही चांगल्या वाल्या क्वालिटीचा असं सांगतो
He was complaining about the fact that his AM was building a radio.
पण काय बोलतो बघू आता सोनी काय करता ह्या वेळेस तर सेल मध्ये 6,000-7,000 हजाराला होता त्यांचा वायर्ड वाला आणि ब्लूटूथ वाला महाग असतो ब्लूटूथ वाला 18 पर्यंत असतो
माझ्यासाठी मला असं वाटते 5-6 हजार रुपये हेडफोन साठी मला जास्त वाटत त्याच्यापेक्षा माईक घेतलेलं बरं असं वाटतं तेवढ्या किमतीत
नाही अरे हे 5-6 नाही 8,000चे हेडफोन असते त्याची क्वालिटी वेगळीच असते रे तू कधी ट्राय करून बघ
क्वालिटी मी कुठं बोलत आहे क्वालिटी मी असते म्हटलं मी सांगत आहो ना ते मला तेवढं एक्सपेन्स तेवढं मला बरं नाही वाटत त्या गोष्टीसाठी
आता बरं वाटत
आपल्याकडे एक्स्ट्रा पैसा असेल तर वेगळी गोष्ट खूप पैसा असेल तेव्हा वेगळी गोष्ट जेव्हा पैसे
मी तर बोलतो की तू आता बघ हे जे तुझं आहे ना ते पण चांगलंच आहे इतकं काय हे नाहीये जेव्हा म्हणजे आपलं जॉब वगैरे लागेल आणि किंवा कोणती पण अर्निंग सुरू झाली तर तेव्हा घे कोणता पण काय पण घेशील तर तेव्हा घे आता काही गरज नाही मला वाटत आता तर मला तुझं तर चांगलंच वाटतंय पण
हे चांगलं आहे रे मला याची काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही फक्त तो साऊंड लीक होते ना तेच इश्यू आहे बाकी काही इश्यू नाही
मला इतका इश्यू नाही मी आता स्ट्रीम करतो मला काही एवढा इश्यू नाही
अरे मला लक्षात नाही राहिलं माझ्याकडे कॉलर माईक पण आहे ना ते यूज करू शकतो
But the sets are balanced out. I'm expecting OG that the next pick is going to be just a simple Kitchak hero, +5.
मागच्या वेळेस आपण तसंच केलं होतं ना टीआयच्या वेळेस आठवतं
एकदा
कॉलर माईक यूज केलं होतं
तुला जर का तिथे आला असतं बरंच आहे पण काय काय गोष्टी तू बोलशील ना कुरिअर करायला जेव्हा पण तुला लागेल म्हणजे काय काय वस्तू पाहिजे तुला कुरिअर करायला तर माझ्याकडे एक माईक आहे मी एक माईक घेऊन ठेवलेला पण तो मी कधी युजच नाही केला कारण की माझा डेस्कवर व्हायब्रेशन भरपूर आहे पीसी माझ्या पीसी वरती असतो ना तो व्हायब्रेशन पण करतो पण माईक कसं काय बोलतो असं हातात उचलून हे केला तर व्यवस्थित आहे काही म्हणजे पकडत नाही तो थोडंफार काय बोलतो नॉइज फिल्टर वगैरे लावून आणि कदाचित तुला तर एक हजाराचा माय काम
deal with the slaughter,
घेऊन
but with the lich
करू
ban and the
शकतो.
inch ban, what do you pick as a
तर मी
support?
तुला माईक
Paul
देतो
definitely
त्यावेळेस
doesn't want to
कारण
go
मी
there,
युजच नाही
honestly.
केला
Middle
तो
blinding light
कधी
has a bit of value.
असाच
The
पडलेला आहे.
village ban looks so good right now, right?
Yes,
What if it's
so
so
good.
good against Slaughter and with the AM. And obviously EG right now wants to
चल
pick
नहीं
us
हुआ
support
मैच
what
रे
they
अभी
want to
तक
pick against the Slaughter because they
अंदर में
see probably the offlane with Slaughter bounty.
You really want
भरपूर
stuns.
time
You
लागणार.
need some stuns. If you don't have stuns or some way to stop combos, it becomes really straightforward for OG to play certain fights. Like one stun leads to death, but also the laning phase. If you don't have a way to
शायद
stop the
मेरा
growth, there you have something that's going to help definitely.
खाना रेडी हो गया होगा
लोग ने एक्स को बैन नहीं किया
I
है.
think it will just
एक्स पिक करना चाहिए मेडिसा के अगेंस्ट. मजा आएगा.
लास्ट टाइम में एक क्या बोलते हैं प्रोफेशनल सर्किट में
वो
है
प्लेयर
ना
उसका नाम डिरेंचो. वही मैं बोल रहा था गेमिंग ग्लैडिएटर है ना उसका उसको समझ में ही नहीं आया ये कर सकता है करके आके मार गया वो है फेस फॉर्म कर रहा है.
नहीं उसको रियलाइज नहीं हुआ शायद कि लेवल 6 हो गया बोल के उसने ध्यान नहीं दिया. वो होगा ना अभी नए पैच में ध्यान नहीं रहता लोगों का वो सब पुराने पैच की आदत रहती है ना तो ये सब चीजें होती है. अभी हाल ही में इसने बोला था ना ने भी बोला था साला अभी हो सकता है पब में एकदम लोअर रैंक वाला भी हमसे अच्छा खेले नए वाले इससे ऐसा हो भी सकता है.
If EG has to think about that as well, that BZM can play the bounty mid, then this pick is really, really hard.
रुक मैं आता
मेरे को
हूँ
मैप ही पढ़ा किया ना.
एक मिनट रुक मैं खाने का देख के आता हूँ.
Jenkins, what was that game we saw where it was a bounty versus
what?
Ember?
What is this?
Wow. Okay, so Whisper offlane.
Yes.
Coddle, I guess. And
Or anti-mage.
Offlane anti-match?
I want
They're dodging the AM Slaughter lane, putting Naga carry.
Oh.
So you want the AM to find the Medusa on lane. That's the idea.
Okay, so they will go Vanguard into probably Diffusal then.
Well, so this AM is purely an offlane answer.
You know, the funny thing is Mind Control was the one that came up with this offlane anti-mage build in the first place.
This is so interesting.
It was Mind Control and Seb, I think, that were playing it a lot.
But it's also very strange to have AM Naga on the same team. I mean, there's a big,
It is very
That is so weird to see.
team fight is underwhelming to say the least.
They now force OG into picking an illusion response though. They have Slaughter, Bounty, Medusa. Those heroes are incredibly bad against illusions for the most part of the game. And the Darkseer, Pangolier.
Lesh is not the best hero versus AM, but it's of course an illusion counter. But there's a lot. I mean, there's also Ember Spirit that they could choose themselves.
Also not the best against AM, but of course playable. Yeah. So I mean,
but with Slaughter it changes a lot. I think Ember with certain builds with Slaughter on your team versus AM, it's a different game. AM actually loses those normal manta timings that he has on Ember. Okay. What's happening?
My God!
Oh, these comps are gonna be so bad after this. Oh my
This is
God!
my knee chest right here.
Wow. Okay.
Who's playing one?
Okay.
What is the
+5
plan
Dusa.
with this Ursa?
It's a +5 Dusa.
Oh, so it's a bait Dusa.
Calling in?
I think it's a +5
So,
Dusa.
is there room for an offlane Medusa where she just tanks up and the whole thing is her ult?
But where's the Slardar go then?
He goes.
No,
mid.
it's Slaughter position 1, Bounty position 5, finding anti-mage on the lane. This AM is gonna just cry. He's like, why am I in this game, you know? And then you're gonna have Ursa versus another melee hero mid. I see it.
Okay, sure. It's your team, and I'll tell you another.
I look forward to seeing how this plays out.
Wow, and they're banning mids. Okay, that's actually so crazy. So you see Slaughter, Ursa, Medusa, you're still banning mids. Obviously, you're thinking this Medusa is probably gonna be a support.
Yeah, they're calling that either one of them is support. Like, I mean, it's not Ursa support. I would bet on that, but
that's such an interesting.
I've seen Slaughter support before.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's actually not bad.
But you think it's more likely than the Medusa support then? And it's an Ursa offlane? MC does play offlane Ursa, sure. But that means it's gonna be a Slaughter Dusa lane.
But I don't know if would offlane Ursa even do well against the Naga? I feel like you want to put the Ursa against the AM, right? But then where does the Slardar go?
Man, this is so weird to
Also,
see.
does Matthew play Naga on AG?
I don't know.
I mean, that would be over crazy.
You know what? Okay, maybe it's a Medusa support or mid because then the two side laners are Ursa and Slardar, and then both of those will do well against AM. So you cannot rotate the lanes.
And Kunkka bans.
Yeah, the bans are kicking in. OG banned the Tusk, leaving the Void Spirit in.
Yeah.
That is like the last hero. I'm not sure what other mid laners are even left. The pool is getting really scarred.
I like the Tusk ban for the heroes that that OG currently have. I also think if I was drafting, I would probably ban the Void Spirit, but there might be something that I'm missing.
Hello?
Maybe OG is also thinking, I don't know if they can do it, but if they would actually run the bounty mid against Void Spirit, because that's also very right. Their favorite matchup.
मेरा गेम चालू हो गया अभी चालू हुआ
I think we could run Slaughter or Bounty mid.
3 of these heroes do well mid. Yeah, that's the issue.
Banning the still having the Dango gun.
बहुत delay रे.
I mean, it's also a good pick for them. Very good pick for them, I think.
अभी इधर में कितना मिनट हो गया दिख रहा है क्या?
Maybe the flex up on the EG or whatever. Good ban.
I think it's very good ban. Better than the Void Spirit even.
Reserve time खत्म हो गया.
Void Spirit staying in for OG, even though I do not know if they.
ये कस्टम है ना जब इन गेम जाएंगे तभी दिखेगा अपने को.
Oof, body language. Can you guys?
15 मिनट तो हुआ रहेगा. रुकना अपना स्ट्रीम पे देखते हैं ना अपना स्ट्रीम कब से चालू है.
For C Smile against the 3 melee heroes. Now the Deuce is not a core.
नहीं मोबाइल पे बोल रहा हूँ मैं मोबाइल पे देखता हूँ.
This is so weird.
But they're flexing it with the Coddle and the
Is the Coddle flexing core?
I mean, the Coddle could be a core, the Naga could be a support, they flex a core. Because of Xanos being a blind pick, right?
Yeah. Well, EG played Coddle for this tournament? Yeah?
They play Coddle offline, yeah, they have this tournament.
This tournament? Yeah.
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
But with this Venom being picked, if it is possible,
the
Coddle have to go mid.
C Smile also plays Venom mid, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like, we know for sure the Venom and AM.
There's the void.
It's not direct
okay, we're gonna have answers. We're gonna have answers soon.
Okay, here we go.
All right, I want you to choose.
मतलब रफ आंसर दिया है मैंने फटाफट ये किया. 10-15 मिनट के ऊपर हुआ वो तो पक्का है.
पक्का है रे 15 मिनट तो बिगिनिंग फेज तो लगता ही है हो गए ना.
C-Smile AM.
Okay. Whisper,
Okay, so the C-Smile AM.
भाई इन लोग देखना कोरी कोरे.
MC Slaughter.
So. Okay.
दोनों टीम में नोटेल बोलता है कि अब इसके बाद पॉप्स एकदम जन्नूम हो जाएगा.
This must be wrong. There's no way Pakas saying production. Wow, this is really.
This is the worst draft for this to screw up.
There is an option that they misclicked, but I would not want it to misclick the hero.
इन लोग ये कैमरा वगैरह यूज करते हैं. प्रोग्रेस कैमरा लगता है मुझे.
Oh my god.
Handy cam जैसा जो है.
Who was it that went through with it? And it was actually the old EG had to play
इतना बड़ा सेटअप है तो अच्छे प्रो obviously pro वाली चीजें
हैं. Yeah.
That actually happened. Oh my god. I just really hope this wasn't misclick, but
नोटेल का हेयरस्टाइल देख.
I hope it's production error, and if it's not, maybe a CM carry is a thing, bro. It's new patch. What do we know?
Yeah, what have they figured out?
सही ना ये जब भी अपने लो में था फुल डिप्रेस लगता था.
I mean,
जैसे TI जीता अभी का कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल हाई है.
That's the answer. That's the answer to POS 5 Juicer. Is that what you're saying?
इतना बड़ा घर बनाया उसने.
I don't know.
All right, look, just
मतलब उसका ये लाइफ ही पूरा चेंज हो
you
गया.
guys think has got this?
अभी तो क्या बोल सकते हैं. अभी हाई पूरा पीक पे है ना वो लाइफ.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
खुश भी लग रहा है अभी बहुत.
okay.
बेचारे का ये था.
So someone was missing from the start, but yeah. So somebody was missing from the lobby. They weren't in the lobby at the start. So we're going to remake the
TI
lobby.
जीतने का. और फ्लाई ने इसको छोड़ दिया था. अभी वो फ्लाई पूरा विलेन बन गया था वो कुछ टाइम के लिए.
But at the same time, I do think
डोटा के सीन
hopefully
में
the players aren't aware.
छोड़ दिया ना उसने
It's
टीम को.
part of the change
नोटेल के
that
टीम
you
को.
don't get to see what the enemy is picking, or everybody's picked their hero. So
Yeah, this would be a little bit sad, of course, but now we're in the situation, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess OG picked actually the heroes that they want to pick in that order, the way it looks like. Maybe EG did not, but
I really wanted to see
Naga
that
क्या है
game
रे
play out.
नागा देखना था.
I really wanted to see that.
with the Pakas main. Yeah.
I'm still
Naga
confused.
था वो.
Like, is Pakas anti-mage or is
Naga
Pakas
लगा.
Naga Siren? I'm still not sure what.
So Pakas must be the Naga.
Must be Naga, right?
I'm not gonna spill the beans here in case they can hear us, but I hope the game gets remade fast. And still, I'm not sure if anyone knows which lanes are guaranteed.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what
नहीं
both
मेरे
teams are
तो बहुत
thinking and
tanky है
talking about
but
really hard right now.
Yeah.
So
Medusa ना?
just talk me through this POS 5 Medusa. Is it good?
इसका
Is it
मतलब वही बर्न करना तकलीफ
I
है.
think, I mean, it can be quite. I've seen it.
मुझे मैजिक स्टिक एक मेरे में था.
Can also be ignored. It has a
को
strong
मारना
base
तो
and
उसको
low
इम्पॉसिबल
HP
हो रहा था सामने वाली टीम को. इसने मैजिक स्टिक यूज किया.
And they want to dodge and pick a
पांच उन लोग के सामने वाले मर गए. बोलते जीजी एंड पास.
With the Mystic Snake buff and everything, so curious to see how that plays out.
This doesn't work versus AM. That's the problem.
Yeah,
To find out
the spell shield. Yeah, of course.
Because even if you bounce, it goes back.
Yeah.
You bounce it back.
Yeah.
So I guess you have to find the lanes.
You'll find the other lane on the Dusa, I imagine, because AM can't just dodge when a support dodges you. It doesn't work like that.
And what's the
इनकी
idea with the
monitor
Venom here? You've just got, I mean, you've got a
headset का भी stand है
So I think this Venom pick was just really a flex pick.
शायद BenQ के monitor लग रहे हैं
Super value, right?
Yeah.
Venom versus what? Is it
पता नहीं,
Ursa,
ध्यान नहीं दिया।
Slaughter. Yeah, all these heroes get
अभी देखा मैं headset रखने के लिए जगह है monitor वालों ने ही
Heroes
दिया
hate getting galed up, getting slowed down by the plague wards. Maybe you catch some Slaughter blinks in fights, and they flex between mid and off lane. Curious to see if the Coddle is going mid or the Venom's gonna go to the mid lane. I really just don't think it was Ismail who's gonna go AM mid. but
Yeah, no,
I might be
that
wrong.
would have been interesting, but I guess we're going to do, I guess they do what a lobby and just quickly bosh through the draft and pick
Go all
up
pick.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I do think an AM mid would do very well against Void Spirit.
You think? Just take all his mana, what's he going to do?
I think so.
I do. At the same time, I think Venomancer crushes Void Spirit though. Like,
That
or
is
maybe not crush, but I think it's pretty favorable. I think Coddle will be
so-
for Void Spirit. But
I think you really rely on getting the runes if you're playing Voice Spirit in this matchup. If
Yeah.
you don't get some help with the region, the Venom can start taking over. And
for
yeah.
sure, you need
Venom-
some assistance.
You need assistance, but you're also very susceptible to ganks on the
मुझे
Venom.
मम्मी को शायद दवाखाना लेके जाना
Plus one
पड़ेगा
with the
शाम को।
Voice Spirit having the spells ready, you could die.
क्या हुआ है
Exactly, it's like one of those. It's similar to Shadow.
अच्छा नहीं
This
लग
hero
रहा है।
crushes you 1v1, but if he dies once, then you can
Weakness
completely
बुखार
recover
हो
your
गया।
game. So it's a lot about the crisp rotations in the early game from the supports.
डॉगी को लेके जाता है क्या
Exactly.
कभी
If the
मतलब
Venom
पेट
was
वगैरह
connected,
के
goes mid,
पास
of course. Coddle goes mid. It will
Pet
be
में
a
क्या
more
बोलते हैं?
free
Pet-
game, way more open game for the Void
नहीं
Spirit.
उससे
The Coddle
वेट
will
के
just-
पास जाके
एक बार भी लेके नहीं गया
will have-
सजेशन लेके आता हूँ वेट के पास जाके
Oh, MC is like, hey, Tiger.
वो ये
don't you
इसको
want to
लेके
play
नहीं जा
Slaughter?
सकते बहुत ही ज़्यादा हाइपर एक्टिव है आते ही नहीं
I don't know. Yeah, fun drafting though. Really enjoy it. Like leaving the Medusa through and the Coddle, just having the stance around.
Yeah, it was
good
really
gambit.
unusual.
Yeah. Really. Thank you, OG.
इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है भाई
This was the most unpredictable draft of the
क्या?
tournament, I would say.
I'm surprised, yeah.
इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है अभी तो इन लोग का हीरो पिक करके भी हो गया
If there is a time to do it, it's also.
हाँ थोड़ा
first
टाइम
game
ज़्यादा ही
in
लग रहा है
best
ऐसा लग रहा है
The funny thing is that the team that,
बहुत
like,
ज़्यादा
for
टाइम
example,
लग रहा है
EG,
actually।
having first pick here, right? You expect it to be banned, and it throws you out of the maybe
अपने अपने
the
कीबोर्ड माउस
preparations
लेके
that
आते
you
हैं
did.
लोग
You expect it to be out, and all of a sudden you can
क्या?
pick it, or and then they
कीबोर्ड माउस
decide to
अपने
leave it
अपने
in
लाते होंगे
and take the Coddle instead. It's very
हाँ
interesting.
कीबोर्ड माउस
Hopefully they ran through the scenario, but
Yeah.
Hopefully.
हेडफोन
Let's
निकाल
go
दिया
and
ईयरफोन लगा रहा
check
है
in with our casters for
ईयरफोन
this
पे
series,
हेडफोन
which
लगा
is,
रहा है वो
much
शायद
beloved
वो
Suns fan and Syndrome.
हेडफोन नॉइस
Chance, how are
कैंसलेशन
you guys
रहेगा
doing?
बाहर का आवाज नहीं आना
to
चाहिए ना
Pyrian Flax.
रोशन
Great.
मिशन करते
Thank you
रहे
so much, Pyrian. Cinderin, lower bracket, Berlin Major, OG versus EG. Both teams hit the all random button, it seems, because what in God's green earth did they just pick?
I don't know. It's really, I love to see drafts like these where, you know, the teams try to one-up each other at every turn, flexing the heroes around. It's giving me some, I don't remember which patch this was, but it's giving me some old school vibes of some years ago when you would have like 4 or 5 flex heroes at the end of the draft and it was always this like mystery what was going to come out.
Yeah.
So let's try to summarize what has ended up happening here. A first pick
नया बॉन्टी
Medusa
हंटर भी मेरे को
for
स्ट्रॉन्ग लगता
OG
है
has been relegated to
हाँ अभी तो
position
स्टन
5.
करता है वो
They're running carry Ursa, which is pretty normal.
Yeah.
Slaughter off lane, mid Void Spirit, and a 4 bounty. So the Medusa is the odd one out there. Now for EG's side, we have a mid AM, off lane Veno with a 4 Coddle, which, you know, is somewhat normal, I suppose.
That's the most normal thing, maybe. of this
And
map.
made Naga in the safe lane, depending on how they put
इन
their
लोगों ने
supports
पूरा
and whether they start tri-lanes,
मेडुसा
etc.
को
But yeah,
ढूंढने के
the
लिए
5
टीम बनाया गया
Dusa,
था
who would have thought that one of the, if not
उससे
the
अच्छा
hero that
मेडुसा
is
को बैन
regarded
करना
as the
चाहिए था
most powerful one in the patch right now would feel threatened enough to go to position 5. That is...
क्योंकि
I mean,
मेडुसा को
they
ये
did
फार्म हो
this
गया
ahead of time.
मेडुसा
Like
फार्म
this
हो
is-
गया
I mean, obviously it's a
तो
flex
मेरे को नहीं
hero
लगता
between
कुछ
1
कर
and 3 that
पाएंगे
we've seen, but they have to know it's going to get hard
ना,
countered,
anti-mage
or
है
at
ना?
least attempted to be hard countered. So
माना बर्न करके
क्या?
maybe.
माना बर्न करके मार सकते हैं
Stormstormer was saying he's seen position
Uh-huh.
5 Medusa in his clubs. Have you?
अगर क्या बोलता है शायद आने नहीं देंगे
Does not sound
Please
super
second
good,
us
but
again.
नागा भी है
if it's actually successful, then surely we'll see a nerf
Yeah.
who can play any position. Matthew takes the blood
मरेगा
grenade,
क्या?
getting run down right now.
शायद बच
Whisper
जाएगा
gets off the gale to help save his
मरेगा
life, and
मरेगा
will do so successfully. And
अरे
actually,
मेडुसा
TP's going to
मरी
try to take out
मेडुसा
Kidrak,
मरी
but the Mystic Snake is there.
अरे
Position
मारा
5 Medusa
सही
online, pops the
अभी मरेगी
mango.
मेडुसा
Thus has a lot more HP, blood grenade on top of him. Finally,
मरिए
the
भी
Medusa
मरेगा
will
वेनो
fall, and Taiga looks to be next on the list.
नहीं
so
ये मरेगा
OG end up getting 2 kills, but first blood goes the way of of OG.
Ah, yes, the way we all expected this game to start with these heroes. Obviously, Venomancer doesn't get to look at the lane until minute 1. And by the way, we have some funny lane swapping shenanigans. We're looking at top because that's where the kill action is, but C-Smile started in the safe lane on Anti-Mage, and OG started mid with Slardar. So it was Slardar against Naga mid. OG wanted to avoid that matchup, so they lane swapped Panda instead of dying to 3 heroes, of course. So now the state of the game is Naga is now in the safe lane against Slardar, and we have a mid AM against Void Spirit matchup. I don't think I have ever seen this matchup, but I will say it sounds pretty good on paper for the Anti-Mage. And maybe OG want to swap again. Yep, BZM is going for a little bit of a stroll to the bottom lane.
Yep, and that's one of the advantages of being able to use the as well to go back and forth. Still 3 members of OG in this top lane. We've seen the prowess of the Bounty Hunter time and time again this patch with the stun coming up. They definitely have to keep track of it. And I assume the Lotus Flowers will be very important.
Nagin wala taunt hai wo.
As Kitrak could certainly use it.
Nagin.
This tri-lane from EG is nasty, by the way. The Bounty Hunter is actually very important in this, but it looks like Tiger will perhaps make a little bit of a rotation. He was covering the Water Rune and takes that away, but yeah. It's a triple ranged lane top with infinite mana, because they have the Maiden Aura eventually. They're going to have Chakra from the Coddle, so they can spam Gale, they can spam Blinding Light, they can spam Maiden's 2 spells, and all of that going into the Ursa will make him have a miserable time. We're seeing that exactly now.
Blinding Light back. Yuragi's in so much trouble. This is going to be a very easy cleanup for EG. That's a big kill.
And even though it seems like a small thing, to go 1-1-0. I think this is the first time this tournament we've seen that on Coddle. So now they want the Chakra. I actually think the Illuminate was not necessary. I think the Chakra would have been enough.
Girlfriend boyfriend hai kya? Koi ex hai kya in log ka?
As a result, now the Coddle's He could use this Healing Lotus if he wants to get some mana. How ironic would it be if Coddle used a Healing Lotus for mana? Well, I guess in this game, everything goes, right? Like, so far, nothing has made sense. So we got lane swapping happening again. C-Smile and MC have swapped lanes. I want to say 4 times now. And the interesting thing about this is that Anti-Mage is Blink. So he should be the faster hero to swap with.
They want to go for this. Blinding Light. Illuminate's coming as well. Yuragi's just going to die again. That is rough stuff.
Kitrak's out of mana.
Kitrak, like you said, low on mana, but the Mystic Snake getting him to a respectable amount. Whisper.
Maybe promo grenade khara hu abhi.
This is such a good Venom game. We didn't really get to talk about how good the heroes are because we spend all the time talking about how weird their lineups are. But I really love this last pick Venom from EG. I think it was the perfect pick. It's great against the Slardar, it's great against the Ursa, and it's great against the Bounty. And you're going to get one of those matchups in the side lane, so you can kind of enforce Whisper to have a good start. And as long as the other lanes go fine, then that should be okay. However, the big winner in all of this seems to be BZM. I'm not sure how he's beaten them out by
Pumpkin bolte na uske English
with AM having 15 and Naga on the 13. BZM somehow has 23.
Yellow color wala nahi.
BZM has been swapping lanes as well, but just, I guess the benefit of having an actual lane clear ability and the Resonant Pulse, he's just been able to shove out the wave and then reset position. Whereas
it is an anti-mage mid. So.
Yeah, EG's heroes, both Naga and AM, need more time to clear the wave than he does. So that's probably the reason. He's been shoving the wave out and then lane swapping.
He's about to run out of mana.
Random chalu hai
very low HP. Get up.
Ye dekh Medusa support.
Lol. Nagoba
done करती है, Nagoba डालती है.
नए वाले पे
he had to walk all the way back and he's still
क्या बोलते हैं shard काफी important है नए Medusa पे.
You're already going to be suffering from XP when you're working with the tri-lane in general.
ये laning phase खत्म होने के बाद Medusa क्या करेगी?
Support है क्या? मैं देखा नहीं item क्या है उसके तो.
हाँ support है वो.
Very good game to
Arsa कह रही है.
To your cores instead of the supports potentially. Another Illuminate.
पता नहीं. अभी तक पता नहीं देखते हैं.
And EG just continuing the pressure in this top lane.
They can just spam all day.
Another blinding light. Yuragi. He's going to try to go on top of Matthew, but another Illuminate's coming. That finishes him off. Matthew somehow lives through this engagement. Now Taiga's going to take the Gale. The right clicks with the frostbite. He will be denied by Kitrak.
Excellent deny.
A little silver lining there for OG, but for their position 1 Ursa, that is death number 3.
They can't win this lane. Like,
जंगल
this
मध्ये
is just
जायला
so
पाहिजे रे
unfair. The
बाबा
lane for me
अच्छा
inherently is
बता
extremely
Well, they
unfair.
could switch to kit rack.
मार्स को मैडनेस कर पाइए नहीं मार्स को
Morbid
मॉर्बिड
With the
मार्स को
23
पाइए
CS. Good job, buddy. It's time to be smart. Yeah, they've sent Yuragi mid. He's level 3. Into the level 5 AM. I mean, the interesting thing about this is Ursa can probably just, you know, float this lane even with a level disadvantage. It's a good matchup against AM. You don't care about getting mana burn.
Yeah.
You can just keep hitting back into him. And BZM is level 6, so he can make moves. I really like OG's approach to solving this problem because if you keep these static lanes, Ursa's just going to keep getting killed. Like that lane. Main Coddle Veno.
मिड में हो रहा है गैंग
Absolutely disgusting lane.
Taiga and BZM both smoked up. Whisper looks to be the gank recipient.
मारेगा ये वेनो को
That's going to be an easy blow up for OG. So first rotation from BZM, and obviously providing a lot of space for Yuragi to finally get some farm.
Oh,
this Ursa Panda take an astral step, but more to come from BZM. And the Wisdom Rune's about to spawn. There's the stun from Taiga, so that's a freebie for him. And the other one is still left to its own devices. Nobody's even on
अरे
the
मेरे
way.
को
There we go.
कलर कोड दिख नहीं रहा है रे बॉटम
Bounty,
कौन है
BZM. He's going to take a gale, though.
He's in big trouble.
Astral step in 3 seconds. Does he have enough HP? Attempting to just TP out.
Nice call.
And he'll
मारा
be
गया
fine.
ये भी
नहीं टीवी मार के भाग गया
टीवी मारा भाग
Despite
गया
all of this weird stuff that's
Smart है
going
बंदा
on, OG have a 1K lead right now.
Yeah, they've just found more CS, and again, it's
इतने बार
primarily
मतलब
the Void
3 बार
Spirits.
क्या बोलते
Resonant pulls
3
into lane
किल
swapping,
ज्यादा है
and
रेडिएंट के बट 1K से पीछे चल रहा
despite
है
having these deaths in lane, Yuragi still has been able to, you know, float a pretty good CS. Like, he has 39.
Mind
Veno
control
was
का
on
अच्छा है ना
24
CS
from that tri lane. Veno
अभी
obviously
Arsa
not
भी
one of the
almost
best
normal
मारा
players
इतने बार फिर भी
exactly,
देखना
but I did
ऑलमोस्ट
think this was
उनके
going to look
उनके
better with
बराबर
the
ही है ना
amount of
वो
kills they had.
देख सबसे
top
टॉप
lane,
में
but
43 है
Yeah, I think
44
I don't
अरे
want to say
बाप रे
everything is
बोलते
going
बोलते
according to plan
46
because
हो
I don't know
गया
what the plan is. but
40 से 46 सीधा
It's good enough.
No one does.
नहीं नागा का फार्म रोकना
Probably not
बहुत
even a player
मुश्किल है
at this
भाई
point, considering how often they change lanes
नागा
already.
का
Gets like
लेवल
it's
क्या है
very
अभी?
low top. He will get some mana here.
यहाँ पे लेवल
But
नहीं दिखती ना
Walk it off.
He's actually pretty close to dying because this poison sting is level 3.
115
कैसे
HP,
देखूंगा
yeah.
नागा
He is gonna run
No
fully
one
out of
guards.
mana.
Mana
Six
Void
level
first in
gear
the
है
game
ना
for
वहाँ
C-Smile.
नागा
Help get the kill onto Taiga. And yeah, no mana on Kit Rack now. And, I mean, that's...
ये माना उड़ गया
There's no
पूरा
axe in
अरे
the game,
मैच
at least. That's one silver lining for them. Big Astro summon the 2 heroes, but more to come as Matthew comes
nice.
surrounding BZM. Another Astro step is enough to take out
Mara
Panda at the very
protein bar.
least. BZM drained of all his mana. There's no mana void to come. Those Yuragi now coming to help
protein
save
bar
the
pidne
day. Let's see Urshakov and C-Smile. No blink
Mara
available.
ye.
Double kill for BZM. Very aggressive, and it works
yeah.
out despite being 1v3 initially.
Yeah, he had a lot of one charges there, so he was able to one dissimulate and reset that no problem and then chase them
आ
down.
रहा है वो इस
The classic Ursa coming out of the jungle to help kill AM
Slaughter
in the
आएगा
river.
तो तबाही हो
Minute
जाएगी
9.
After
See
being
it
mid
all
for
the
part of
time.
the game. Yeah, very normal. And I mean, his build looks like it will be normal. A battle fury will eventually kill. It would be very fitting if it was just something really weird.
वार्ड मास्टर है वो
Stick
बर्फ
to a
वाली
more traditional route this time around. And
बर्फ वाली क्या
AM's perspective
Ward,
is to
ward.
see Smile. I mean,
Sentry.
in terms of net worth, he's behind.
एफएक्स डाला है उसने बग किया है
What do you buy on AM in this game is my big question. Like, you've got Vanguard. Are you going Diffusal? You're not going Battle
Rare
Fury
है
with a
बहुत
Naga. There's not going to be enough
बहुत
creeps on
टाइम
the map
पहले
for
वो आया
both of
था
you.
Right.
So, like, this is my probably biggest question mark about how this game plays out from here on out, because Pakaz will be very fine on the Naga, and he has some great core matchups. Naga is very good against Ursa, I would say, against the Slardar, so the win condition is pretty clear for EG. If Pakaz gets big and they start taking fights when the Naga has 2 or 3 core items, they can definitely win these fights, but how does AM bridge the gap? Like, what do you offer? Uh-oh, he blinked in, good line
Yeah,
though.
he blinked in for the rune, but it was spawned bottom. It is an invis. Yeah, that's a good question. We'll see what the itemization is after this this Vanguard for C-Smile. I mean, it feels like, oh, all right, C-Smile does get the invis, but they have the vision right now. Eighth Remnant is there, locks him down, and another death for the mid.
Nice bait. Tiger was just sitting in Shadow Walk on the rune, expecting AM to blink and take it, and they just pile on him. He doesn't have blink cooldown.
कितना टाइम
obviously,
वेस्ट
and they
हुआ
had a sentry
पर अगर उन लेते
overlooking
लेते
that
टाइम
rune
वेस्ट हो
spot
गया
as
फिर
well.
बॉटम का रूम लेने गया
So
मर गया
despite him getting the rune, he was still
बहुत
retreating
अजीब
to the
गेम
left.
चल रहा है ना ये
And they could
वेट
see
चल
him.
रहा है वो तो घूमने फिरने में
But
इधर
back to
उधर
the
घूमने फिरने
itemization
में
on
उन्होंने
AM.
टाइम
Like, if you go for
निकाला
the, like you said, Battle Fury, you
नागा
just don't
लेवल
have
8 हो
enough
गई
farm
वही
for
बट
2 heroes. But if you go Diffusal, you're basically countering a position 5 Medusa. Is that worth it?
That's the problem.
And
Like
Radiance was the last patch. I don't know if you can. I mean, it doesn't look that good this game, even if you were able to get a decent timing.
I mean, is there some sort of route you can go here where you play like sort of utility and you get like Halberd? Because clearly the OG cores, right? As you mentioned, you don't want to counter the Medusa. That's not going to be enough. The Diffusal is kind of interesting if you're ahead in the fight. You can just quickly mono burn Ursa or the Slaughter. But from OG's perspective, I think they're very happy playing into this AM right now. Their core matchups are good against him. So if I'm OG, I just need to strategize right now about how to solve Naga. I think the AM is going to solve itself almost already. That's how this game has gone. So if Ursa keeps building, he's closing in on a Battle Fury.
मेडिसा पे तो कोई ध्यान ही नहीं दे रहा है उसको
farm
करके अच्छी खासी बन जाएगी
play into Taiga here but no vision.
मेरा तो गेम क्रैश हो गया
He really wants that courier.
Dusted because they know he wants the courier. Was it worth it? Maybe. I don't know. He is only level 5 right now.
No from me, dog. That's not worth it.
But it's satisfying.
He wasted a branch.
And he creates space to get this mid tower.
मेरे ख्याल से courier worth it है बाकी टीम को मिलता है ना पैसा पूरा.
They might have got the tower without.
So what kind of itemization do you need to go as an OG?
पर शायद वो किल XP मिड को मिलता है ना.
Because normally we would see like in the past maybe
वो XP और gold भी दो जन को मिला ना.
MC is going to get rid of the time being, but we'll just
वो फायदे मेरा.
I think so. Ursa's going to go Fury, and he probably has to buy BKB this game because of the sheer amount of stupid slows and roots and everything the Radiant side has. So I think he probably goes Fury, BKB,
उन लोग का ऐसा लॉजिक रहेगा courier में सिर्फ gold मिलता है.
And maybe the Slara could go for after the dagger. I think that's an interesting idea.
EXP भी मिलता है.
It's a little bit concerning if they both go BKBs too early because then I think they don't have enough to just fight the Naga head on minute 25 when she has her stuff. So maybe one of them has to not go BKB. But let's not forget the X factor of the Stone Gaze. It's 5 Medusa, but this spell is actually really good this game against the Naga.
रोशन हो रहा है.
OG का ही गेम है मेरे को तो लगता है.
He's approaching from PG that pops, so they have an idea now. Oh, they run into Taiga, so he's actually tanking the gank. So nicely done from him. Might even be saved here.
Bot tanky है रे. Bounty under bot tanky है.
Bounty under.
MC getting slowed down. Uragi showing himself, wants to go on top of C Smile with that newly picked up Aegis. C Smile. Obviously a lot of members of EG here ready to fight, but the Stone Gaze from the support Medusa is enough to keep them at bay for the time being.
Gonna
get rooted now, but BZM coming from the back line, looking for the nice astral step onto several heroes with the dissimulate to follow. Panda's done for, and now it looks like EG on the back foot.
Wait हो रहे. बार.
Do they have the lockdown? MC not able to get close enough for a crush, but Whisper looks like he'll go down just from the right clicks alone. So OG, they get the Aegis, they get a couple kills. Now they have a 5k lead, and of course Track is now online for Taiga.
And a crucial mistake from EG, they tried to kill Medusa. Don't try that. Don't try it at home, guys. Just do something else with your game. Do something else with your day. Especially when it's a 5, right? So the risk reward here is just stacked against you. And I understand that you're tempted to try to dive for this, but keep in mind the enemy team has the Aegis, they have positional advantage, and the Void Spirit, when you're stacking up, is just going to get extreme value out of all of his spells. BZM in that fight, I think, got a 3-hero Astral Step, 4 or 5-man Resonant Pulse, and then at that point he can actually just tank the enemy team as well, right? He's just getting so much barrier.
Matthew tracked up under the tower, doesn't matter. Whisper's here though, gets off the mech, gonna delay it. They do find the kill nonetheless. OG ready to be ultra aggressive here as EG. I mean, EG's a very aggressive team in nature. They're gonna get another initiation this time with C-Smile, blinks into the tower, Stone Gaze, not gonna have to
लग रहा है एक रैंडम टर्बो गेम आता है ना जिसमें घुसते हैं कोई भी
fun game
ऐसे खेल रहे हैं लोग.
They're against Bounty Hunter. Oh, is there a Mana Void here? There actually is. Chris could probably just one-shot Kitrak here. Oh, definitely. But he would expose himself to being counterplayed. Can't really go for it.
Kitrak very slow by having the drums online now. It's actually pretty farmed for a position 5.
Rocking a nice tier 1 token, our favorite neutral item. He's been having this for a while.
Arcane drums.
That's good passive effects for Medusa.
Yeah.
अच्छा. Tank करवाया.
Need a neutral item essentially.
Yes.
That's right.
It's
I've been
it's
keeping an eye.
style
Okay.
points.
C-Smile is going Defusal. He was holding off for quite a while. I don't know if he could.
इसलिए उन्होंने पहले पिक किया था पता है मेडुसा स्ट्रेटजी में बैठा तो करने का कैरी नहीं तो
Not sure
सपोर्ट
what he wants to go. It feels bad to go Defusal, but what else can he possibly do? Freezing field set up by the Frostbite. Taiga looking to cancel it with a right click.
Pavis?
Pavis keeps him alive, but the Mana Void is enough. Now Yuragi turning his sights onto Panda. Popsy in rage. He has the Aegis. Drained of all his mana though. Kitrak.
Collateral damage no mare wo
From
saaf case mein.
MC. Can he actually finish anybody off though? He's taking the brunt of the damage. They do eventually find C-Smile as MC falls to Pakaz. So a little bit of trade action. Still the Aegis intact for OG. And now Yuragi
Medallion
with
भी
the
बनाया है क्या
dagger so he
इसने?
can
मेडुसा ने
follow up the initiation from MC in the future.
Great crush from MC,
Medallion
but
बनाया
they're chasing
ऐसे
the
लग रहा है
anti-mage
मेरे को।
with Void Spirit. That's the hero you want to connect
हाँ,
on that
Medallion
crush.
बनाया।
You get
लगता
all
है
the AoE damage in when
हो
you
गया
hit
पूरा
those
complete हो
three
गया?
heroes, but
हाँ complete हो
they
गया
get the
Medallion।
AM trade-off instead in the end. Might have actually been a bad crush, but it's very, very tempting to go on that. But they had different plans in the fight, and it turns out to be a pretty even trade. I think there was track on none of the kills, right? Because he died first.
You know where C-Smile is.
Yeah.
Put a ward into
But
their
is
base
he
as
worth
well.
thinking? This game is all Pakaz if you're an EG fan. Like, this is the one hero that's going to save you. It's not going to be anyone else.
Yep, and he's
The
had
other
a very
cores.
good game thus far.
Right, some mana burn onto BZM here.
BZM taking some damage from C-Smile. MC on the back line, ready to jump. Drums are activated by Kitrak. Initiation on the Whisper. He's going to pop the mech. C-Smile focusing all his efforts on the BZM. Gets the Mana Boy, but it's not enough for a kill. The Ensnare keeping me at bay. The Stone Gaze, though, nice counter action.
He's dead.
BZM, he's stuck in the trees. Dissimulate. Looks like they're going to be spotted by the Plague Wards. And C-Smile jumps in. Another beautiful Resonant Pulse. BZM will finally get drained of his mana and his life.
Song
As
of the Silent
Pakaz,
for
he was getting
disengage.
gone on, has to song TP. So good engagement from EG, a 1 for 2.
That's a big kill. They get the Void Spirit down, and the kill bounty goes to Anti-Mage. So now he's close to his Diffusal.
You don't sound too excited. Yeah, and with that,
Usually core kills core mid 18, they have a mega kill streak. Damn, this is impactful.
I mean, if they can drain the Medusa's mana, regardless of her position, being position 5, that is, we have to say for the millionth time because I literally can't believe I'm
इन्होंने
saying
पूरा
that.
टीम
I mean,
मेडुसा
Mana
के
Void
खिलाफ
would be
बनाया बट
considerable amount
मेडुसा
of
निकली
damage.
सपोर्ट
It just depends on positioning at that point.
तो ये पूरी मेहनत क्या अभी वो डिफ्यूजल बना रहा है एंटी मैच
Kitrak. Looks like he's going to be going for
देखना
the
भूल
solar
गया कि वो
crest.
एक साथ
So they'll have
40
two
के ऊपर
diffusals
बंद
now.
कर सकता है कि नहीं
Anti-Mage will
डिफ्यूजल को
complete
लेके
his, Naga has hers, and is working on
यार जरूर पेलेगा
Butterfly,
इनको
which is insane this
और
game.
सॉरी ये
The
हाँ।
Ursa as well
स्लाडर
as
का ये
Slaughter
बैठेगा
are
इजीली
fully physical
छूटेंगे,
single
कुछ
target
कर
damage
नहीं पाएंगे
reliant,
वो लोग।
and Naga gets a lot of
Armor
EXP
वगैरह
by
तो यही
buying
नहीं
this
ना।
item. Already has the Manta to dispel Corrosive Haze.
स्ट्रेंथ हीरो नहीं
And
उनकी
it makes me
तरफ
wonder which path OG
X
are going to
रहता
go with their
शायद
itemization, because this doesn't
X-ban
feel
था
like a
क्या?
game that they can just, you know, overpower the Naga right now and take full
क्या?
map control. It was
X-ban
looking
था
like
क्या?
that could be happening 5 minutes ago, but
Pick
maybe
नहीं,
kind of
pick
weathered
कर
the
रहे थे।
storm, and they've effectively bridged
X-ban
the
नहीं
gap to
ban
get
था।
Naga where she needs to be at this point in time.
उन्होंने लेना चाहिए था ना एक
Pakaz will probably go for, I would imagine, a heart after this butterfly, or maybe a Scotty, one or the other. Unless he wants to go for a very aggressive build and have a lower hit point pool, but I don't think that's worth it this game.
And
BZM has completed Deso, so they have
Echo
some
Saber, Deso, we've been seeing that time and time again on the Void Spirits at this tournament. And he's going to be spotted. Pakaz looking for an ensnare, but a quick astral step from BZM and instant Pavis on him as well. Very quick reactions from OG. But Pakaz and company getting control of their triangle again.
नागा ने डिफ्यूजल बनाया क्या क्या है
From the
नागा के पास
Venomancer's perspective,
ना
you think
डिफ्यूजल मानता
this
है
has had a big impact on the game at all?
Oh, nice rune snag. And
Snare,
snare.
freezing field, illuminate to come, and that is a kill onto BZM. Nice setup
मार
from
दिया
EG.
नहीं मारा
He might be able to get the tier 1 tower on top of that.
That's that level 4 Frostbite against Void Spirit. He doesn't have a Dispel of any kind. He's now starting to go for a Manta, but that's a big kill. They steal away the rune, they get the kill on Void, they get the mid tower. And they might even find Taiga here. Definitely pinging out his location. Blink Dust.
Yep.
He's dead.
मारा ये
He's going to go for the TP out, forcing out the Mana Void. A nice pickup from OG, or from EG that is. And it is 20 minutes, so Tormentors are technically available. See how much each team prioritizes that.
Resources waste करा है but ulti मारने को लगा है, dust
answer
मारने
me
को लगा
this.
है.
This is a really hard one. This goes really late. What lineup do you think is better?
उगड़ थोड़ी ना kill देगा वो.
Considering Medusa's going for, I mean, obviously this is support, but it's going to be a support build. It's not like you're building her into a carry eventually, right?
I mean, how late are we talking?
Let's say tier 5 neutral territory, 60 minutes. I love these theoretical questions.
Yeah,
Break your brain. Too much processing power needed. Yep, that's what I thought.
Naga का weapon release
you
नहीं
could
हुआ ना
consult the win
Immortal का?
expectancy graph, but I think it isn't working because it's never seen this game before. It doesn't know what to expect.
5K leader है.
I'm not gonna trust that percentage for anything. I feel like this game is, from my perspective, even right now.
ये
Like
5K lead, 10K lead फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला कुछ time के बाद.
The players don't really have the biggest frame of reference
कुछ time
for this
के
game
बाद नहीं
either.
पड़ा,
It
अभी तो
makes for
फर्क
really
पड़ता है
interesting
ना.
moments when you kind of you need to improvise, right? This is a, speaking of which, great play from Uragi. Going to be grabbing a shard for MC on the enemy side of the map.
Wow. That's a good shard.
So OG got both shards.
Random नहीं मिलता है ना किसको भी.
That's pretty big. That's a major gold swing in their favor.
And EG, in the meantime, trying to take Roche.
Randomly नहीं मिलता. जिसका network कम होता है वैसा रहता था ना.
Going to be tanking that with an
Slider का
AM
थोड़ी ना
Palace
network कम
with
होगा,
Vanguard.
bounty का कम होगा.
A lot slower than the Ursa.
हाँ मगर item नीचे रखेगा तो network कम दिखाई देता है.
नीचे रखा था क्या उसने जब ये लिया था?
शायद.
And if
या
OG
फिर
do
इसका
show up
चार
for
भी
this,
होगा बाकी लोगों के
song
पास.
and try to make a good moment out of it for them, but OG will be too
देखना
late. This is
पड़ेगा.
big that EG gets
Mostly
this.
नीचे रखा रहेगा.
Cheese. Guess they put the Aegis on Pakaz. Yep. Cheese on AM, a classic mid-game Cheese carrier.
Yep.
I guess it was the best hero to put it on. You could put it on Veno too, to be fair, but I think it's more likely that C-Small will be the target. And if you're Veno and you get targeted here, as long as you get your barrier off, like if you get off Crimson, if you get off your mech and a Gale, you could probably die after that. Would expect him to get a little bit of mana. Whisper rocking 540 mana. Not the most. His ult is pretty expensive. Has reduced the cost by 5% with the Fairy's Trinket, but I think he can barely get all his stuff off these full mana.
Yeah, interesting है मेरे को तो interesting
Roche is
लग रहा
definitely
है.
something EG
Funny लग रहा है funny.
The net worth has been
funny लग रहा है मत क्या बोलते
a
हैं.
bit now.
इतना भी ज़्यादा funny नहीं लग रहा है.
6K for quite a while.
मैं bore हो रहा हूँ.
A couple track kills help elevate the status of OG, and then those shards that adds net worth into the pool as well. As Uragi actually picks up a diffusal blade, he's going to be going for. Is he actually going to finish the disperser right away? Because that's what he has queued up. That's interesting.
इससे अच्छा मैं ये खेलता अपना battle cup.
Spell Gale,
आज
spell
battle cup था.
Frostbite.
Okay. Initiated on for now. Uragi's going to jump in, going on top of Pakaz again. Aegis is there. He's going to song a little bit early.
You want to fight with us?
Maybe they can take out Taiga on the back line here.
They do.
They spot him, they dust him, but there's a jump in again from Uragi. He blows up Matthew right off the bat. And Taiga still being pursued by Pakaz. They'll find that kill, so it's a 1-for-1 as MC jumps in, gets a crush, and bashing up Whisper right now. Uragi versus Pakaz. Pakaz out of mana thanks to the diffusal blade. As Whisper finally drops his MC's BKB is online. Mana Void destroys the support Medusa. 3 dead for OG. Pakaz and company focusing down MC now. That'll be a 4th kill going the way of EG. Now C-Smile pursuing Uragi again. Trying to go to top, but that's a lot of Fury Swipes. That is a done AM. Not able to live despite using the cheese before that.
He did not keep track of that count. Like Ursa has the level 10 tower.
M ये ना क्या बोलते हैं physical damage
so long.
क्या against
Even
Vicky है.
Naga couldn't pursue. She was still 12 stacked from the earlier fight.
साला गंदा damage पड़ा.
We're going to see a replay here. So how many stacks?
अरे अरसा इसको नागा को भी उड़ा सकता
It's
था.
just corrosive haze.
पर
I think
उसका
he had no
Aegis था
stacks on
इसलिए
it.
उसने
Is that
ज़्यादा commit नहीं किया.
There's no indicator, right? He's literally just.
Okay, he just.
All right, it's just the haze, and he blinks in and just gets.
No, he has 10
blasted.
stacks at the end.
Yeah, well,
उसके
you're
बाद
right,
ये था ना.
times, so.
That happened.
Slaughter का.
So I don't even know who that favors. Obviously,
Until Ian died, that was amazing for EG. That's just a bit of a blunder there from C-Smile to dive for that. They do keep their Aegis intact on Pakaz, but he couldn't trade the Ursa off in the end. He was out of mana. He was 12 stacked on the Fury Swipes. He's not going to dive the tower. So But yeah, this is.
Oh, the dust,
sure
but
chaos.
ट्रैक करके इन लोग ये करेंगे
2 हिट में प्रोटीन बार
Another dust.
बेचारा
They don't really
प्रोटीन
stack, but Taiga
2 हिट
will die.
ये
Takes 2 dust
टाइगर
to take
इतने
him
बार
out.
मारा फिर भी वो भी फटाक से
Be
नहीं
okay
मर
with
रहा है
that
पता है उसको मारने के लिए उनको थोड़ी मेहनत करनी
Cos
पड़ती
posing
है
aggressively here, just running straight in.
being
Gets the
spotted.
defusal off.
Actually, defusal activated on MC, so he's very slow. The inhibit, if you remember the name.
I do. How could I forget?
And yeah, Aegis, like you said, still there for a minute and a half. We'll see if they get full value out of this or not. And being able to kill Taiga relatively early in these fights can have huge impact because of that track roll. If he's able to get those tracks off, that's when the lead can really snowball in OG's favor.
Just noticed, I don't know if we've talked about this yet, but Matthew doesn't have boots. I feel like this is very rare on supports. Like there's a small subset of supports that can play without boots. That subset is called Io and Monkey King, usually. But on the Coddle, he gets 25 move speed from the Solar Crest, and the hero is innately pretty fast. He also ended up finding a bullwhip, but that's not what he was planning for at the time. But yeah, this is interesting to see. This hero being played without boots. It's an interesting take on the hero. Not very common, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if he does get jumped by MC or Uragi, I guess he's just dead anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's strange.
You could argue that boots could maybe get you in a better position.
Theoretically, yes, that is true. MC rocking the tier 3 token right now as well. Just chilling with that.
Yeah,
I think these teams actually talk to each other. It's not like a pub, right? They're just like, which
ये कैमरा और ये क्या हम बात कर रहे हैं एमसी के बारे में और कैमरा कोई अलग ही है
ऑटो में डाल दिया होगा
वो भी पक गए होंगे
speed and mana.
Gets a barrier if he takes over 75 magic damage, which would be the case from Illuminate, Crystal Nova, and Gale, I think, because it's level 4. So yeah, that deadline should proc pretty easily. I guess even a Riptide. I'm assuming the 75 damage is after reductions, not before. That actually matters for whether Riptide activates it or not, because it does 85 magical.
Yeah.
Well, see, Smile will be farming up some Ancients. He did go for the Halberd and is... With the Halberd as well as Elven Tunic, he actually got a lot tankier all of a sudden. Now 2 heroes on their side have good evasion. Uragi will obviously adjust to this by buying MKB on Ursa, an item this hero doesn't particularly like to purchase, but in this game it's just a flat-out necessity if you want to be able to stand your ground against these heroes. We'll see if they can find the flank here. Taiga with a good smoke break here, potentially. Will break the AM out and the Naga, and will die.
Find him, but again, worth.
Good play though.
Considering it was the entirety of GG smoking up, could have been a lot worse.
Needs to protect Uragi's farm here, so
he
has to break that smoke for them. Uragi immediately says thank you very much. TP's top, gets the bounty and starts farming up here. And obviously, EG's lineup, not the fastest movers. Veno is a very slow hero at crossing the map. Naga is decent, obviously takes the gate here, which will help, but it's not like a squad of spirit heroes or whatever that could quickly transform or transition rather to top and kill the Ursa there, so he feels very safe just grabbing a little bit of extra farm here, and now things will stall out a bit again.
I'm a little surprised that C-Smile's been able to kind of keep up with the farm, considering he's an AM with no farm mechanic, like no itemization to help him farm at all. Right?
The classic, I wonder what
killing
AMs...
these creeps one at a time is just so weird to see on an AM.
Sure, this is relatable for a lot of the viewers at home. It's like 130 CS minute, 29 anti-mage. That's like me. That's great.
Yeah.
This is what
I thought this would be a lot worse.
बोलना नुबड़े ऐसा नुबड़ा तू ही खेलता होगा
Yeah, I just have to be honest. You enter this game and I don't know what I expected, so I can't say whether this is better or worse. It's one of those games that is just a treat to watch because there's like inherent mystery in the game almost. Like it's like both teams are trying to solve a puzzle and they've never really had to solve it before. And the draft is just step number 1.
Oh,
that's very nice.
One.
Cold-blooded.
Yeah, so he'll send out a snake every 12 seconds when targeted with a, I think it's single target spell if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and the snake is single target too. It doesn't bounce.
Right, so makes him a little bit tankier, adds to his net worth. Maybe they don't want that, but that's the 3rd Tormentor killed by OG.
Yep.
EG I think theirs is still yet to spawn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Yuragi killed it around, I think, minute 21.
चैप्टर बनाना चाहिए हमने.
EG one should be coming up sometime soon.
And they only have one shard left, which would be
Illusion भेजने के लिए.
BZM. So that'd be a freebie for him. Go for
MC Smoke is broken. He needs to get the hell out of here.
Blinks out.
Pakaz is so tanky in this game. The key for OG to killing this Naga is that they need to chain stun her and they need Ursa to be uninterrupted, just hitting her, start to finish. Which EG can't really do too much about. They don't have the best protection for the Naga from the supports. They have Blinding Light, but that's not going to work if Ursa is BKB'd. They don't have, let's say, like an E-Blade or a Wind Waker. But that could be something worth considering somewhere down the line, actually.
The smoke's gonna break. MC knows that they're in the area to crush onto C-Smile, but he blinks away. And on top of the gate, several members of EG are just waiting. C-Smile focusing his efforts now. But looks like Whisper and C-Smile gonna focus on BZM, who pops his BKB. Stone Gaze being used pretty early in the fight. This fight is completely broken up. Panda is going to get taken out by BZM eventually, but Pakaz getting chased by MC and Yuragi, and they get a very valuable kill. BZM will be the trade on the other side because of the segregation of this fight. Very awkward. Yuragi still wants to fight, but the Halberd applied him. There's a buyback onto the CM. Now, trying to take out Whisper, but he can't attack yet. Finally does, and that's when it starts to hurt. Double kill for Yuragi. They're going to buy back on the Venomancer as well, and Panda... this is going to be a dieback for him. If he's coming in the outpost, he can be popped by Yuragi, so they force that out at the very least.
The Naga buyback is huge.
MC,
OG are so happy if they get out of this.
Uses a Lotus Flower. Does not have a teleportation scroll, though.
They have no idea he's here. It's a nice little...
We should mention Roche.
मिले spot मिल गया.
Definitely laughing that he does not have. Be quiet. He's not here. Oh, maybe they'll know with the laughter. We'll see. Roche will be spawning in 20 seconds, so this could be a big pivotal moment in the game.
Loving the hush there. That's good. Yeah, so I think actually it's easy to say in hindsight, but I think a pretty critical mistake from Pakaz there that when he uses Song of the Siren, I think he needs to run to his teammates.
TP नहीं है
He's out of there.
So if you think back on how that fight played out, Pakaz gets off a song and his entire team was fighting Void Spirit on the right.
अतरंगी खेल रहे थे बोला जानबूझ के रुका है बोला
मेरे को लगा कि रोशन के जाएंगे
and that's exactly what Ursa
रोशन के लिए
wants.
मुझे वैसे ही लगा
Ursa's
रोशन के
just
लिए
make quick work of him
फुटा रहे
now,
वहाँ
Taiga. I get blocked off here.
ये भाई इन लोग का प्रोटीन खा रही है
Frostbite to keep him in place. Gale as well.
ये थोड़ा बट ये थोड़ा कि नहीं तगड़ा प्रोटीन मार रहा है ये यहाँ पे फाइट नहीं करना चाहिए इनको नहीं पता क्या ये
Taiga did buy back and
बच्चा ने आया था शायद उसको बाउंटी हंटर को
this next Roche is very important, especially if it's killed on this side, because this is the Aghanim
spot है किसको भी मारने के लिए
Needs this
प्लस
Aegis
ऊपर
too, because
देख
he
के
bought back before. So this is very, very big if they can get it. OG will probably do something about this. You would imagine they're expecting this to happen, but
they do have to fight into song. This is
बताओ
pretty
मर रहा है
hard.
रोशन
yeah, Pakaz could just sing when it's low for protection. Let's see if he will. Whisper's
There's the
gonna
crush
block
from
it off.
MC. Whisper getting gone on. Pops the Ghost Scepter, but Kaz does get the Aegis, they get the Axe, they get everything. OG, do they just want to back away? MC taking the gate. Yuragi might not have a choice in the matter. Pops the Enrage. Going to work on Pakaz, doing a lot of damage, actually. Remember, the song is down. Fight has gone to the top side now as Kitrak will be taken out by C-Smiles AM. And Taiga, this might be a dieback for him. A nice Aether Remnant from BZM, keeping C-Smiles in place, but will be pursuing Taiga nonetheless. This will be a dieback for the Bounty Hunter from OG. They lose 3 overall, and EG gets so much out of this, and they're not done yet. Yes, they are. That was an illusion.
That was a 13K gold lead cut down to 2. So they get 4,200 from the, or no, they get 6K rather, right? From the Roche synth, the Ag synth that they get there, and then find some additional kills. And they choose to put the Ag synth on the Anti-Mage. So now he has Blink Fragment.
अभी जैसे इन लोग ने रेडिएंट ने सब लोग ने बायबैक किया था
or try to cancel blinks
अभी
from
तो मार
Ursa,
भी
or
नहीं पा
cancel
रहे
blinks from Slardar, and just overall be a huge nuisance with this. I wonder if there was a better Ags in this game.
अरे
Probably
जीता
not, right?
है
Like it seems like a very solid choice.
Yeah.
You could make a case for Naga to take it with the ensnare, but
गलत ड्रॉप होके भी जीत गया
Coddles isn't too bad either, as the defense is being mounted by OG. They pop the fortification to somehow defend against the Aegis and Cheese with a newly picked up Aghanim Scepter on AM. Pakaz, rush from MC. You see his shard going to work. What's that? Temporary amplify damage onto them. Because at half HP, not too worried though, as they're not going to focus down on the building. So tier 3 tower falls in favor of EG. Now they're focusing on the barracks. Be careful with these blink fragments as well from C-Smile. There's the crush initiation. But OG backing away again. The range racks fell. Able to defend the melee as EG back away.
It's very awkward for OG to engage on these cores because Anthony now has AC, so he's negating a lot of the corrosive haze, and he has the cheese, and Naga has the Aegis. And in order to kill either of these heroes, I think it's impossible for the Dial Iron to kill either of them without he's all of their damage against these guys. Void Spirit is definitely falling off. He has one burst with his Astral Step, and that's pretty much it. Slaughter is going to be missing a huge amount of his attacks because both enemy heroes have about 35% evasion, and they're both so inherently tanky, so honestly, this looks really, really hard for OG to approach this upcoming fight with the mounting advantages, and Uraki basically can't afford to make any single misstep in the fight, or he's just going to get slowed down and controlled. Good crush here from MC. We'll put some hazes on them, but
a lot of his mana, Nullifier applied as well, but Pakaz, he's taking heavy damage from the Fury swipes. They'll buy him some space. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis, but obviously does not want to waste it without at least getting a set of barracks, but he's going to get initiated on that. Is the Aegis down? Does OG have anything left in the tank? Kitrak out of mana completely. Another crush from MC, pops the BKB. The focus is all up because a big mana boy comes out to take out the Medusa, but Pakaz is dead. 100 seconds with no buyback. Aether Remnant cancels out that freezing field. Double kill for Uragi. And remember, these are track kills as well, so everything very valuable on the side of OG. Looks like the Kata will be taken out in OG's base. C-Smile on the run, being pursued by MC, but he should be able to get out.
Is he actually going to chase?
MC's
waving at him in the river.
He wants that high five. He won't stop until he gets it. 10K lead for OG. That's an 8K swing because of the track kills.
That was always going to be a hard defense, but OG just did it perfectly. They get the double crush, they follow up with the Ursa, and what OG recognizes, the way to do this is to go in 2 waves. They have to go on the Naga first, get Fury Swipe stacks up, and then re-go whenever possible and make use of those previous stacks. And they didn't really get to force as much out of Uragi as I would have expected on the Aegis. So on the second life, he can pop absolutely everything. And you have these 3 BKBs running against the Song, so they can't keep Pakaz alive. Really, really well done by OG there. In a tough situation, they make basically all the perfect calls to stabilize that fight.
I assume that's MC. Okay, no, that's from earlier. Nice try, production. MC does smile a lot during the game, though, so good to see him back. Well, I guess he never left technically, but you know what I mean. Kitrak, look at how much mana is taken from him just from one fragment. Yeah. That is so annoying to deal with. But OG able to get a tier 2 tower now. Obviously, the Roche will not be back for quite a while. So the question is, what can OG take with this last fight? I mean, they get a lot of neutrals. They expand the lead from 8 to 12K just during that time. That's one thing we never really mention is when you win these fights late game and you have to wait for these timers, you're going to be able to farm a hell of a lot more than EG.
Yep. Uragi's going to go and take, I would imagine, a 4th.
Yeah. That is a shard for BZM. So the full shard completion from OG. And that one's kind of weird, actually, the Void Spirit one. The 8th Remnant. The watch range only pulls heroes, so that's good in a crowd. Does that work on illusions, though? That's my question.
I just had the weirdest brain fart of my entire life. I just called a Tormentor an inhibitor because we talked about inhibit earlier on Diffusal.
They could have done that.
That's amazing. Well, what do you know? He didn't inhibit it, and by the way, it's not called inhibit anymore. It's called suppress now because he has the upgraded one.
Oh, yeah.
Then it gets a new name. So, what do you know?
Okay. He's suppressing the...
MC said in the interview they wanted to suppress them, so they've itemized for it.
Yeah, we might see 2 in this game for the first time ever. That is not a super popular item.
Smoke coming out from OG.
Interesting, what?
5-man looking for a big rotation here. Obviously, the next Roche is probably the game decider at this point. We're 40 minutes in, and we've seen how volatile the lineups are getting at this point. So if OG, the goal is, we've seen the recipe for success here. It is poke the Naga with the Ursa, reset, go again while Fury Swipe stacks are running. The question is if EG can itemize to try to protect the Naga a bit better.
Alright, gonna crush on Matthew to start this out. Ghost Scepter's there. It looks like MC has to pop his BKB, but the ensnare still goes through, attempting to TP out. Mana Boy does not go through that anymore. Good attempt.
Close call.
It's Uragi. able to get out as well. So no kills for EG. And I don't think Yuragi was level 25 in that last fight, if I'm not mistaken, but he now has the 3 overpower attacks, so we'll see if he even needs to reset before just
Medusa का क्या form है अभी?
Naga. If you're able to get the double overpower.
पता नहीं मेडुसा तो सपोर्ट खेल रही है, देखते हैं क्या है उसके पास.
If he gets a volley of 18
नहीं अभी तो farm
attacks through,
करना पड़ेगा
it's
जग
a
मार
very,
के
very
इसको.
good spot for sure. And again, the question is,
नहीं
what do you
ना.
itemize? I think maybe.
लोटस है उसके पास लोटस.
Yeah, what are the solutions? You can't. I mean, his oh, hang on, Taiga almost died. Is this just going to be a classic? Almost dying there to the Tormentor.
So they killed it and got gold, right? And also denies it from EG, who
have shown a lot of interest in them so far.
Yeah, they have not given a shit. That's for sure. They got one, right? Or
did they?
Or were they all stolen?
Maybe they got one. I don't know if they even got one.
That's another thing. We just need the UI. Yeah, let's just scroll through the entire game.
I don't think they got one.
Looks like all the shards were OGs.
Yeah.
And the question is, were there any shards that EG could have gotten that would be a big difference maker here? We've obviously seen the recall, but
I guess the best solution they have for their Naga is honestly 4 staffs, but they only have one on the CM. I think, yep, they're buying one on Veno, so they're making the same judgment call here that. But even then, he's just going to be. He's going to be dispersered, right? That's called suppressed,
dispersered,
as we've established.
Not going to remember that. Track coming out. They tried to get a blind dust on the Taiga, knowing that that would make a huge difference, taking him out of the fight before it starts. As Roche is available.
Can you? Is there some sort of logic here that you feel like the Ursa can't have both Nullifier and Disperser, so the 4 staff is actually going to be valuable because he can't make space for it in his build? Like, I guess the Nullifier is on the Void Spirit, but he can't always connect with the Ursa on the plane necessarily if they do a good job with AM, for example, at boxing out BZM in the start of the fight. Maybe that's the logic here, is that it's the best item we have to reposition and protect our Naga. We can't really do it with much else.
Big fight coming. Again, EG occupying the gate area for that high ground defense, potentially for this Roche. Panda initiate on, gets the Ghost Scepter off though. Immediate stun onto MC, but Panda's getting gone on by BZM, blown up right off the bat. Yuragi pops his BKB along with the Enrage and trying to reset things, and Stone Gaze keeping them in place, but there's the song. Because
अजीब मैच है साला, फिर भी लंबा चल रहा है इतना.
Attack BZM, now gonna try to turn this around. Mana Void is there, but another Enrage comes out. Yuragi staying alive, now focusing down C-Smile, he's dead. 2 for 1, BZM lost his life because he's getting quite low, gets bashed. Can they actually finish him off though? It's gonna be close, yes! He has to buy back into the game. They can TP to this outpost as well as Yuragi. Extremely low in AP. C-Smile, he just fought back. You cannot fight here. They finally take out the bear. Kitrack will fall as well as OG members starting to fall like flies. 3 dead, 2 buybacks on 2 cores for OG. We'll see if they buy back anymore. The only one that cannot buy back is Kitrack on the Medusa.
Games of
and this is another potential Roche. And
Game
again,
of
this is the Aghanim Scepter Roche. So more net worth, one of the pockets of EG, as it looks like OG will just chill.
And the huge difference maker here is just the inherent advantage that Radiant has in this spot by being able to buy back TP, right? It makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
OG were crushing this fight, but they just lose to buybacks. And they will lose Roche. This will be an Axe on the Naga, so now has the incredible reel in addition to being able to ensnare Spell Immune or sleeping units.
Terrific.
Which makes for some interesting potential outplays against the BKBs. He'll also be, as it looks, completing a heart. He's big.
Yeah, he is.
I thought OG were actually going to win the game there, but just the sheer number of buybacks on the Radiant side did make the big difference there for EG.
Yeah, I think
now
all but 1 Roche, I want to say, have been on the Radiant side so far.
I think, yeah, you're right. The first one went to OG, but EG have managed to get the other ones. And now they're going to be knocking on the front door again. And it feels like this time it's going to be harder for OG than the previous time. Naga got a lot tankier since the previous high ground push. And I don't know if OG's damage has scaled to match, really. Maybe it has. We'll see soon enough, because I don't think EG are going to give up this map position at any point here. They're going to keep constricting this area.
Yeah, we only have 4 buybacks in the game, 3 of which are on OG's side, but of course Aegis and Cheese are with EG.
Abyssal Blade flying out now for C-Smile. It's also a huge pickup. Doesn't have the Manta, but he has the Blink fragments,
बेचारा
so
एम
he
वो
can protect
कितना
his Manta.
पटकाया था
Can throw in a couple of
starting
fragments,
में.
and if the enemy hero doesn't move, he can Blink
अब तो
Abyssal.
डरेगा भी नहीं वो.
And then
second disperser has been.
अभी देखते हैं.
I personally never
मांटा
seen
चाहिए मेरे को तो लगता है उसको. मांटा मिलेगा तो मस्त. एक कूड़ा भाई.
Getting some harassment here. Oh, whoa!
Okay, double crush, a beautiful astral set from BZM with that newly picked up Daedalus. The Venomancer is donezo. Cannot buy back in the game. It was 5-4, but the Aegis advantage still on the side of EG. As Taiga getting gone on inside this Will-O-Wisp. Looks like he will fall eventually.
Yuragi's out of
setting
mana.
up 2 more potential kills here for EG. Do they have the setup? There's the jump in. Yuragi gets off the enrage. Because gonna get the nullifier off on Yuragi. Gonna attempt to get away as Taiga not able to go invis to get his stun off in the meantime. Double buyback now from OG as MC taking so much damage. Looks like he is eventually going to get dropped as well, but does have buyback. And on the doorstep as Seasmile pops the cheese to stay alive. Yuragi forced to BKB and retreat.
चीज की वजह से बच गए.
We have
Last
one
fight
buyback
में
available in
यूज
this
किया था
game
but
right
वो
now.
टाइम में HP नहीं था उतना उसका.
Wow. Crazy fight, but yeah, 3 buybacks from OG. You should be very happy with this one if you're EG, if you can just calm things down. I think...
इसका भी Aegis गया ना नागा का.
Did Pakaz? I think he tried to ensnare the Ursa after the song ended, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway because he had Lincolns on him. But the crucial save there is something you wanted to see all tournament. Guess what that was? Taiga shadow walked the Ursa with his shard.
Hell yeah.
Actually, a bounty hunter using it on
My
teammate.
boy.
And they did not have detection on the Naga to stay on Yuragi, so Taiga really saving the day there for his carry. If Yuragi would have died, this would have been terrible. I think he wouldn't have had obviously he doesn't. He has cooldown on it. That could have ended the game, but one Shadow Walk cast can make all the difference. Akash still with the Aegis though, so if EG do fancy their chances, they could look for another fight. They'd expend the cheese on AM, so we'll not have that this time around. And you saw he basically got 5-shot by the Ursa. Very quick reaction on the cheese there to make it out.
And that's the scary thing. Even with the cheese, you still have to blink away because the Fury swipes are still going to be on you, and they last a very long time.
How long is it actually? 40 seconds.
Yeah.
40 seconds. Yeah, sure it's fine.
From OG's side, it's all about going in and out and just, you don't want to blow everything right away. And on the side of EG, the Aegis is about to expire in less than a minute, so they're going to try to take a fight.
If this fight breaks out very, very soon, this Aegis can come in handy, but Taiga doing Taiga's job.
Yep. They
They'll kill
blink
him for
fragment
it.
him though. Inhibit to follow. Nullifier now. They have the ensnare as well. And it looks like he's going to drop in.
He doesn't have buyback.
No buyback. So
90
just
seconds
like that, 5v4, EG advantage. 6 if you want to count the Aegis, but like we said, that will expire shortly.
And I was going to say easily the most expendable hero, or the Dire.
They actually want to fight MC with the initiation onto C-Smile, forced after the high ground, but there's the song to counteract it. They're going to try to focus him down while the BKB is up and finally ends. Freezing Field on top of them. MC is dead as well. If he goes down for OG, BZM able to TP out, but still, it's a 3v5 defense now. As EG are going to be knocking on the door.
मुझे लगता है EG जीतेगा.
They still technically don't have a full set of racks yet, but they will get more than one at the very least as Kit Rack has to deal with these annoying illusions.
I mean, this has to be Megas, right? You can't fight without Corrosive Haze. It's such a big part of your strategy for OG. Can you possibly do this? Pakaz.
He wants to get those stacks up. This is about going in and out. Nullifier applied actually gets reflected, it looks like, thanks to that Lotus. There'll be a second rack for EG. They just need to try and defend, but 60 seconds without mind control. This will be a tall task. In fact, they might just have to fight once that bounty comes up.
Well, the top tier 2 tower is still standing, so there's a bit more time, but it should still be a
room
flat-out 5v4. This Radiant lineup could take the rest of the base before the Slaughter respawns, so see if they can come up with any sort of defense here. Maybe EG are a little bit hesitant, actually. I mean, obviously, getting the Mega Creeps here is great, but it's the buyback status that's the most dangerous in this game. Naga doesn't have enough gold. So maybe you just don't take the risk, farm the map, make sure you have your buybacks before you go for the killing blow. Maybe you could get another Roche as well in a few minutes. This could come back to bite them if they go high. I actually really like the call to not do it at this point. Make sure you have the advantages you need.
Definitely showing some discipline, which South America notoriously in the past have not shown, but we've seen in the last few years they have upped the ante, as it were. And
many a game have been lost on high ground overconfidence with 2 lanes down.
we literally cast a couple of them in this tournament, so.
Yep.
But the question is delaying it opening up the door for OG potentially as well, because maybe they could go for the Roche when that's eventually up in the next minute.
You probably feel pretty good about forcing a Roche fight if that's going to be the end of the game.
boring नहीं लग रहा तेरे को game?
And
अभी लग रहा है
especially if
मेरे
it
को,
happens
मेरे
in
को
the next
नींद आ
few
रही है।
minutes, so it's daytime. It's so important for the game.
लंबा हो गया रे, इतना expect नहीं किया था मैं,
Or
फटाक
night
से खत्म
because
हो
of
गया, ऐसे लग
the
रहा था।
teleport
खींच रहा
advantage.
है।
मैं भी वही लगा
right?
जब यार अरसा
OG
ऑन
on
कर
the
रहा
flip
था ना
side would
मेरे को
love
लगा
for
अभी
this Roche to wait until
मस्त
minute
ये करेंगे
55 so that they can buy back and TP to top to take the fight.
Yeah, so for it to
मारेंगे
be
इन लोग को
spawning
और ये
in
उल्टा हो
the
गया
top side of the map, it needs to be a max duration timer for Roche, which would be 3 minutes.
And the earliest one is in 30 seconds, so if EG have even average luck on top of Chris luck, then they can get it before OG can get that advantage. But I don't know if they'll have... Okay, so Naga has buyback available, but not enough gold. Pakaz needs another 200. Buyback status is everything right now.
All right, I believe EG will get their first Tormentor of the game. Keeper gets it, so
52 minutes.
Yeah.
They have recall, look at that.
Very nice. Could have been useful 30 minutes ago, but hey, how's to say?
It's also useful now.
All right, Roche timer, 1.5 minutes. So that's going to be basically another minute and a half on top of that, while Roche will be in the Radiant side on the bottom of the map.
If EG keeps scouting this pit and they're in formation and ready, they can absolutely force this fight on their terms. With Naga buyback available, with so much buybacks do they not have? Only CM, but she's getting the gold now. So EG with a full lineup of buybacks, OG have 3 of them unavailable for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So the timing is actually perfect, but keep in mind the teams don't have access to this information, and there's absolutely, I would say there's no way they know these exact breakdowns of how these things are happening.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a lot on playing on gut feel. And OG know how important this is. They're already starting to corral to the bottom area and starting to get some sort of control here. Taiga will show on Ob's Sentry combo, and looks like C-Smile is fancying a move here. I think this is a bit dangerous to TP in there.
Yeah, BZM
will get out.
Opening, not going to find it initially. Aether Remnant does connect on the Venom, but he's going to get Frostbit. Mana's being burned. More illusions being spawned. He's going to dissimulate away. Will-O-Wisp was popped from EG's side.
Yeah,
OG
can get that again soon with some chakras though, so not the end of the world for him.
At 20 seconds on Roche. And I mean, the other opportunity for OG is to just defend this area, this high ground at all costs for a minute without killing Roche, because that'll be too hard.
It's so hard to zone control against Veno though.
Yeah, and Naga as well.
Good
Pakaz
jump.
getting initiated on a nice jump. C-Smile getting really low. They burst him down. Will buyback and has the outpost control as well. They're going to take out the Naga as well. Again, buyback coming through for EG. They're getting completely wiped. What in God's
इधर का
green
उधर
is
शिफ्ट
happening
हो रहा है
right
सारा
now?
ये
They will
इनका
mass TP onto this outpost. Now the pressure is on. OG, they're going to lose their Medusa to start this out. The second version of the fight is MC getting extremely low as well. He will fall in addition. Buyback came onto the Ursa as OG need to get the hell out of here. Roche is now available. Looks like Taiga will dodge it all and be able to live.
All it takes is just a small moment of opportunity there for OG. The 2 enemy cores stacking on top of each other at the gate. The Naga and AM stood just
EG के
held
पांचों में
hands,
जो
and that's just
buyback किया उन्होंने
that is not advisable in that moment. Again,
के
EG
पांचों
with
क्या?
the buybacks will save
EG
this.
में
but
पांचों लोगों ने buyback
now that
किया
they've used them, all of them more or less, that was all
हाँ.
5. They've used all their 5 buybacks, so now sure, you might get an Aegis and a Cheese, but can you actually still high ground with confidence?
Yeah.
I don't know. OG only used the Ursa one.
Who
They're
gets
going to
the
have
axe?
a couple more to give on the defense.
Venom? It is the Venom.
This whole situation from EG can be completely averted if those 2 cores don't stack, I think. But it just gives OG such a perfect moment of opportunity to just pile on them and burst them down. And this is...
All right.
This would usually mark the end of the game with these items. 2 racks down,
No.
Aegis Cheese, but
No.
I don't know.
The buybacks are on the side of OG now.
Exactly.
And EG will be in their base, presumably.
And Slardar is close to buyback too. He just needs 500 gold. So if they can somehow find that for him on the map, either by letting him farming some waves coming into base, or if they can get a couple bounty runes, whatever it is it's going to take.
Yuragi, level 28 now.
Incorrect. He's not.
29 now. I mean, if he gets that 30 talent, we were talking about this with Faith Beyond.
This is a really
and
good talent.
Rage provides half benefits to allies in 700 radius is pretty freaking powerful if used correctly.
And
obviously it doesn't have the exact build for it.
And it says Enrage, but it should also work with this shard on Earthshock, right? Because then you also cast something called Enrage. So effectively, there is a build on Ursa where you go Octarine Core and abuse this mechanic. I don't think that's happening in this game at any point. This late end, but okay.
For the opening
smile.
again, Taiga's going to be spotted though.
Yes, buyback.
He does. That's a freebie
ये
for
protein
EG.
bar है.
So the attempted backstab.
ये
for
पता
EG
नहीं क्या
not successful
जेम
this
है बोल
time.
के एंटी मैच के पास जेम था ना अभी भी है क्या?
See smile. Sending in an illusion on Kitra.
नहीं अभी नहीं है.
These illusions
किसके
just
पास जेम
get
है?
decimated by BZM, but there's more where that came from.
CM के पास जेम है ना.
Even against Megas, I feel like OG can still.
जेम है तो जाने का ही नहीं अकेला अकेला. अभी तो टाइम ही नहीं जाने का.
More fragments
अभी
coming.
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
शायद information के लिए क्या रहेगा?
As Pakaz poking the range racks ever so slowly. There's the buyback on the Taiga. Uragi and MC trying to initiate. They pop the BKBs and the Enrage. The Veno's dead without buyback. C-Smile now focusing on Uragi, but he gets the Lotus Orb applied to him. Will-O-Wisp is going to be destroyed pretty swiftly. Uragi completely out of mana though. Do they have the backup? They force staff him to safety. He's A-okay. Now the focus on the bounty hunter. This will be a buyback for Taiga. Dieback that is. Indeed, he goes down. So it's a 4v4. Aegis still intact for EG. Still poking out range racks, which will not regenerate.
Yeah, he's going to take this one down. Medusa cannot defend this on her own. But the melee is going to be hard to claim. You have to respect the burst potential that these Dire Heroes have. But keep in mind, BKBs were expended from Slardar and Ursa, which gives Naga total power play with Song of the Siren here. Song of the Siren into Will-O-Wisp could actually be a viable combo.
He wants to initiate, gets the crush only on one though. Now he's going to get in a snare, but there's Lotus. Uragi jumps in, focusing all his effort onto Pakaz, who's already at half HP. He has to go away now. Has to be careful because of that Will-O-Wisp.
Hex
on BZM getting controlled! Man avoided down. Does have
sorry.
buyback though. Will certainly expend it if EG go any further.
Keep in mind, Pakaz is Aegis, so I don't know if this play even exists to begin with from OG. I don't think you're killing this Naga twice like this. Well, they're going to try.
Well, the Fury Swipes will persist. Something obviously to keep in mind. There's the buyback from BZM.
It's time to chill for Pakaz for 40 seconds now. Let those Fury Swipes run out. Taking an extra 735 damage per hit right now. It's a lot.
Ooh. And we are approaching the coveted 60-minute time, which you know is my favorite time of the game.
Game will end in a minute and 25.
What's that?
Unfortunately for you, the game will end in a minute 25, so you can dream all you want.
Yeah, it might. It might.
I think there's a very good chance it doesn't. These items will probably be coming out. Pakaz Aegis 1 minute left. EG will not push high ground without this. I just refuse to believe they're going to do that and take that risk. So it's either now, get those tier 5s, try to get the Roche. But okay, maybe they will actually go.
Only 2 buybacks exist right now on OG's side.
55 seconds.
And Kitrak support Medusa. Melee racks at half HP. Just gotta kill these illusions. The never-ending illusions! Ursa! Uragi will live thanks to the Enrage. Will-O-Wisp being very annoying right now. BZM pops the BKB. He's gonna get bashed inside of that. Will dissimulate to safety. MC already popped his BKB now, so they're running out of items. BZM pops his refresher in the meantime, though. As Illuminate coming in, he's getting controlled again. He's gonna die! Essentially a dieback for BZM, as this will be no for EG. Will the game end now? 5v4. Still with Aegis, but only for 20 more seconds. Pakaz going in very deep. C-Smile. Taiga's dead. Dieback for him. Poison Nova goes off thanks to Whisper's Ags. The jump in now from Uragi, but he's gonna get sheep. A huge mana void. Holy Jesus, GG's called. EG, we're not gonna make it to 60. I jinxed it.
I was 5 seconds off with the 1 minute 25, but can't say I had a good reason to feel confident about it.
So
it was one or the other there for
one.
EG. Either you push in with that 1 minute left on the Aegis, or you have to back off and reset. And they make the call, you know what, this is our power spike, this is our last timing until we have to effectively take a kind of big risk by backing off in a way, because when the Aegis expires, you're giving OG that moment of opportunity. Remember what game we just watched?
A position 5 Medusa. Nobody on the panel knew what was going on. None of us here knew what was going on. The players, I'm sure, had no idea what was going on because that first 5 minutes was entertaining all in its own because of the switch-ups of lanes constantly, but very, very epic game from EG. And again, this series, the next one is going to be Team Liquid for whoever wins it. EG take a 1-0 start to this. Let's see what the panel have to say about this unbelievable game one.
Yeah, thanks guys. Whew, what a game to start the day with. Absolutely phenomenal. Just shy of 60 minutes, unfortunately, for Shannon. I know he loves a good 60-minute item. But no, this one was a real back and forth. Looked like OG had it early on, had a nice big gold lead, and then what do you know, EG just this continuous siege, so many fights. Almost all of them seem to be by the Roche pit in the bottom right corner. It is what it is. That seems to be the focus of Dota at the moment. The Naga songs coming in, and this constant illusion high ground siege. But we'll get into the details of it with the illustrious panel, who will no doubt break down what went wrong for OG and what went right for EG in this game. Chaps, regardless of the result, Johan, I know you're disappointed. That was a good game.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
It was nice and hype. Definitely not so often that we see games that could go either way for so long. It felt like up until like minute 50 or like the last Roshan that both teams definitely had plays that could lead into wins.
Absolutely.
Yeah, OG like looked super strong in this game for the major part, honestly. Like they had a net worth lead. It was only really Pakas keeping up with the net worth, and Anti-Mage and Whisper on his Venom Mats are falling behind a little bit. But I think in the end it came down to those crucial Roche fights on the bottom side, right? Like there were, I think, 4 or 5 fights in this like hill outpost area for Radiant.
Yeah.
And those fights were just incredibly clutch. And in the end, there was one fight where the third Roche died. Anti-Mage got this Aghanim Scepter from it. Before that, his net worth was looking like not so good, but this Aghanim Scepter really pumped up his net worth into like top 3 charts, I think. And from there, I felt like it was slowly but surely rolling into EG's favor. They couldn't really deal with the song anymore. They had to really do a lot of things right? They only have a limited amount of time for the BKBs. They have to kill the Naga and the BKBs before the song like regenerates everything with the shard regeneration. So I think, honestly, OG tried their best still, even after having these lost fights. It just got too hard. Like, I think they just had a too big lead on EG in the end, and the fights were easier to play for them.
Mana became a problem. Also,
Yeah, also.
They
Yeah.
saw it all the time with Diffu, Aghanim, Anti-Mage, and then Naga also buying the Diffu. It was a low mana game for
No
OG.
mana game. Let's have a look at the head-to-head, because that'll tell a story in itself. I think we picked the Medusa and the CM for the head-to-head here, which didn't expect to have the head-to-head of Juicer and a CM, but there you go. There's the net worth is what we went with. So honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a POS 5 Medusa. It was not a pick I expected to come out. Jenkins, what did you make of the POS 5 Juicer? Did it work?
I mean, when we picked this out for the network to show this, the Medusa was actually at like 10K, and then Panda was at like 5K or something like that. So the crazy thing is that it flipped around, and it just goes to show how Chris Luck in every single fight was jumping onto the Medusa, which, you know, early on we were like, okay, the one thing you can't do is go on the position 5 Medusa. But when it starts going late game and she starts getting a bunch of mana and you have the Diffusal Blade on Anti-Mage, then all of a sudden she is still killing her entire team with the Mana Void. Yeah, you're killing a 5, so who gives a shit? Kitrak doesn't care. But his team does. We saw that in the last fight, right? Draghi just blowing up from a Mana Void that wasn't even on him. So the Anti-Mage had a lot of value in this game, particularly just because of how Chris Luck was playing it. This was not Chris Luck, this was Chris Fuck. That is the persona that comes out when he is on the main stage. This guy, I don't know what it is about being on a LAN, being in front of a crowd, having his back against the wall. He becomes a beast.
I gotta point out Pakas as well as Naga.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was the reason what kept him into the game for a major part. Once again, I think he was the only one keeping up with net worth in comparison to, I think, all 3 cores on OG had a really good game. I think BZM, Uragi, and MC all kept their net worth charts really high and had, like, obviously, like, more net worth than their respective counterpart. So big shout out to him, of course, like keeping the game stable, I guess. I think we were at a stage where OG had like a 7K lead or something like this. So yeah, crazy game 1 though.
Crazy game 1. Let's find out what the crowd thought of it. We had our man on the ground down there, Tsunami. Tsunami, what have you got for us, brother?
Right now I'm trying to get my bearings because there are a great many cosplayers around here. Dawnbreaker, what an honor it is to meet you. This is amazing.
Thank you.
How long did this take? This is magnificent.
It took me about 3 months.
3 months, and you knew that you would be debuting it here in Berlin. Where do you live?
Sorry?
where do you live?
In Vienna.
And you were able to transport this from there?
Yeah, Deutsche Bahn had fun with me.
I can imagine. And over here off in the distance as well, a hoodwink. This is, I mean, from the legs up, amazing. From the feet down, a little bit gruesome.
Well, if you're a hater, then, you know, I don't know what to say. You just don't like my feet.
I'm sorry, the anatomical correctness is actually much appreciated. Well, same thing with the tail, too. This is incredible work. And then I also think we have someone in a bit of a trance right now. I don't know. Hello? Are you? They just want with, magic's amazing. I'm gonna leave now. We'll send it back to the panel, but stick around between the series 2 and 3. We're gonna have our cosplay showcase. Stick around.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, we will have the cosplay showcase. Jenkins and I are going to be commentating on that.
Yeah, she should be happy. She just won.
She just won because of that? It's not a competition, remember?
No, I mean, Chris Luck playing the anti-mage.
I see.
Yeah, she won.
I think she was meditating afterwards, so yeah.
Right.
Gotta recover, get all the energy back in. Also confusion. Why am I on the mid lane?
Manifesting.
Where's my support to flame?
Manifesting the AM pick in the next game. That's what she was doing.
Pick me again.
Surely we're not going to see something that unusual again. I think we're going to see back to more normal drafts if you think these teams are both loco enough to just push the envelope.
Oh, that really depends, right? You can take a gambit and learn from your mistakes, do the same next round. I think the drafting order will change, so most likely you're going to see different bans in a different game. But yeah.
Well, we look forward to finding out, and we're going to take a short break, so don't go away. We'll have game 2 right after this.
Hey guys, Slacks here in Berlin, here at the Brandenburg Gate. Yes, that's right. Today we're gonna go walk around in Berlin, let you guys feel what it's like to be a true Berliner. Like here, this is an incredible site where things certainly happened. But first, I have to look the part. So let's go to a costume shop, huh? Welcome to the Reichstag. The Reichstag? Welcome to the German Capitol building, my friends. It is here that everything is made of German laws. I assume they have those. I didn't do any research. Yes, but it is some sort of government, perhaps a democracy, I believe. Anyway, we went shopping for some stuff. Traditional things. Number one, I don't remember what they call these. Straps? Lederhosen? It's a slat. What it does is it's, from the Lederhosens, back in the day in Bavaria, they wore those all the time. Also traditional, the Troy Leone hat. I don't know how to say it, but this little hat also came from Bavaria. And it turns out Bavaria is part of Germany. I didn't know that. I thought it was a country, but maybe it is. There is one more thing that is traditionally German. The beer stein. That's right, my friends. These bad boys got their lids during the Black Death to prevent bugs from getting in. I know if I was watching my entire family die of Black Death, I'd certainly want a beer, but I wouldn't want any of them in it. Let's go and see some more sights. The Brandenburg Gate. Much like the gate in between you and being immortal, this has stood up for quite a long time. Yes, in fact, a wall used to be on either side of the gate. Now, I don't know too much about in real life lore, so I don't really understand the significance of the wall or why it's no longer there. But I do know you can go and walk under it, walk through it. It's a hub of Berlin, one of the greatest sights ever. Cheers to you, Gate. Hello, friends. Now we are here at Checkpoint Charlie, one of the last remaining vestiges of the Great Berlin Wall. On that side, a different Berlin from that side, east versus west. And we in Dota, we have many of the same things, heralds and immortals, good and bad, but it brings us together. Much like here at ESL 1 Berlin Major, this is a time for all of us to come down and destroy our walls and come together to watch people that are 10 million times better at us than Dota and be better ourselves for it. So thank you, Checkpoint Charlie. Prost indeed, my friends. Onward to the future. Wonderful. Oktoberfest. And there you have it, folks. Some of the sights and sounds of Berlin. A lot of history in the city. Hopefully we make a lot of history with ESL 1 Berlin Major. Dota is as crucial to Germany as anything else, but it is a wonderful addition. I will say that. Thanks for watching us, guys. Go see your own touristy things. We'll see you around. Goodbye.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The South American Giants EG taking the first game in this series against OG. A heck of a game, just under an hour. OG were on top, EG fought back. One of the rare comeback games we've seen so far at the tournament. This patch says no to comebacks, but not this time. This time it said fine.
Yes, comeback.
Yes to comebacks. So you might not want Slacks to come back, though, after that little tour of Berlin, but we'll see. What are we going to be looking at into this game, then, Johan? How does OG pull back? What are they saying back there?
It's all in your state of mind. Maybe there's nothing to pull back. Maybe you're just angering an animal, Like if you try to, what's the saying? Like if you turn your head to a dying animal, it might snap at you. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you have the right mindset as a competitor, losses only make you stronger. They only make you better.
Oh, I like that.
So the question if there's any mending done, or if they're just waiting and impatient for the next game, you know, because nothing comes for free in Dota. You have to play well, you have to be sharp, you let your guard down, you're going to get punished for it. So
if losses make you stronger, I must be the world's strongest man. I might enter that competition.
I think by no means also EG went out of this game and said this was easy, or OG went out of the game and said like we got stomped. Like, this was a really close game for a major part of the time. It ended up in EG's favor, but I think shouldn't shake them up too much.
EG banning the Medusa this time around, and Coddle not getting first picked. Interestingly enough, Alchemist is out, Underlord is out again, Doom also is out the first phase.
How has the Kotl looked? Do we have any idea of how this Kotl has looked without a Pango or a Storm or something like that for him to supply? It feels like a lot of people first pick him and maybe...
We kind of saw that last game, right?
Yeah.
The Kotl didn't have like a chakra abuse. Anti-mage Blink is like niche, but is only as good as anti-mage is fat or strong. But with these other heroes, it's of course an incredible combo, but I think on its own, it has a lot of value in this patch, simply from having Blinding Light from the laning phase. It's really a strong trading ability, and then having the recall in this map also seems to be quite an ability. Okay,
so Coddle is completely ignored. What's also, of course, worth mentioning is that second pick and first pick are swapped, so EG has second pick this time, as you guessed, Notail. And yeah, they're going with the Coddle Monkey. I was thinking if they go Coddle Storm maybe, because they did that yesterday. They did Pugna Storm, but it's similar, I guess. But Monkey was also banned in many games, and of course EG is a very good Monkey King team. They flexed it on 3 roles. They played on Matthew, C-Smile, and Pakas, which is very good flex. So let's see what OG is going to respond to.
Jenkins, call it. Call the hero right now. What's it going to be?
Bat Rider.
Nope. Maybe. Actually, not that bad of a suggestion. But I don't think they will do Bat in the first 2. Some teams might actually do it.
Maybe not OG, yeah.
Wait, do you know what they're going to pick?
No, I'm
Storm
100%.
Tell them they have to listen to you. You're their boss.
Guys, if you can hear me.
BZM, big Bat.
I wouldn't be surprised if you pick another hero for Taiga against that Coddle. You could also go for certain cores against Monkey King. Like you mentioning the Bat, I think is not a bad idea.
Yeah, I honestly don't mind it. I don't mind that idea because it's an 8 pick, and yeah, there you go. Nice one. Okay,
Dude,
I don't know how
you're not allowed to do that.
That was actually so good. I didn't expect that.
They're listening.
I mean, I don't know. This guy.
Totally up their list. And what did Jenkins say?
I mean,
Getting their little notepad.
the real oracle right here.
Oh, that was good. That was really good.
Nice.
Interesting with the bans though, like what's going to happen now. I think both teams are going to try to protect or diverge. I mean, Bat Rider is good against Monkey, but there's a lot of heroes that can be good against the Bat Rider, and they're banning the Slark, which means the Monkey, they don't assume that the Monkey is necessarily position 1 carry. It could probably be other things, right? Support.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in general, I like this pick quite a lot on 8 Bat on OG. I think BCM plays a very comfortable Bat Rider, and they can protect it with 3 bans. And it's also naturally very good concept to Monkey King. You find him in the trees, you can knock him down. Lasso gets him out of the Wukong's command. So it's a very obvious concept to Monkey King.
Yeah, MC, such a good Bat Rider player. One of the best, I dare say. I know Seb looks up to him a lot. Has looked up to him. Oracle being banned, Slark being banned, protect
those
the Bat.
bans are very fast on OG, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're just getting kicked out. Slark, Oracle, they got their list. Now, what else could be there? Swap,
Interesting
maybe.
with the Phoenix ban. I think it's good. I was thinking because we had an OG Phoenix game earlier in the tournament. Maybe more than one, but interesting. Okay.
Yeah, these bans to me say that this is most likely an MC Bat Rider, right? These are side lane bans, Slark, Oracle.
I mean, honestly, even if you play mid Bat Rider, you're annoyed by the Slark here on carry. He starts a gank, he got the natural purge. I'm not sure it's that obvious that where Bat Rider's going. I can imagine they're gonna opt to pick carry plus support on the second stage to keep the Bat Rider flex open.
So they banned 2 carries in the Oracle, and I think it's also some of the best carries you could play against Bat Rider. He is generally a good hero versus most position 1s in the game. There are a few position 1s that care a lot less, you know, Nags, Slark, maybe even PL, but I think even the PL suffers from certain long fights versus Bat Rider. You're always gonna, if you're able to take the long fights, you're always gonna be able to have that lasso threat and burst. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it's a bit two-sided. If you find the last of the PL, most of the time dies, but also he has like natural dispels on him.
Yeah, and he also doesn't protect his team, I would say, as much as Slark and Naga help versus the Batrider to protect the back line. I'm just thinking. I think it's hard to pick carry right now for EG. But they have the order switch, so they have a better second phase.
Yeah.
Silence.
Okay, Silencer is one of the more annoying heroes for the Batrider for sure. Whenever Batrider, before he has a BKB or any sort of purge, gets the Arcane Curse on him, it's really annoying for him to cast any spells, of course. So Silencer, by nature, is a very offensive support against Batrider and basically very, very annoying. So I like this pick.
Yep.
Keeping things open. Of course, Monkey King is still flexible. I think they're able to play the Caudle on 3, but in any case, they're just going to wait to see what OG is going to follow up with here. I still think they will pick the carry here to keep the Batrider flex open.
I agree. I think it would be not bad to pick the carry if you're OG.
But what comes to mind?
I mean, if they think that it's going to be a Caudle off lane, then...
Terrorblade, perhaps?
Oh, Taiga Earthspirit.
Taiga Earthspirit, that's really nice.
Damn.
I think that hero's really good versus both Caudle Silencer in the mid-game.
It's also one of these heroes, right? Like, he loves this hero, right? But it's a little bit scary to pick it because you're like, sussy laning stage a little bit, but there's so many plays. But it's just like one of those games. It's your last elimination game, maybe.
That's a really cool pick.
Yuragi Windrunner?
Yeah, potentially. But it could still be BZM Windranger as well.
Yeah, very cool.
And I don't know, BZM used to play some Earthspirit, I want to say, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even that is flexible. Taiga just loves the hero.
I know, I think it's also Taiga Earthspirit.
Probably. But yeah, this Windrunner is pretty interesting. It's very good against Monkey because you can just run around with the Wukongs and such a natural like MKB or Nullifier Buyer. And it's still a flex between the position 1 and 2, so now really everything is open on OG on this last pick.
Really curious, EG, what are they going to reveal?
Yeah,
it's probably another hero that can actually go versus the Batrider. It seems a bit redundant to pick, you know, like a Terrorblade or something, but maybe they're going for an X. Maybe they're going for, I don't know, Abaddon carry?
How does Bloodseeker do in lane against Bat?
I thought about Bloodseeker as well. I mean, the lane I'm also not too sure about, but Silencer in general just counters the Bat already hard enough because the Arcane Curse slows him down. And the Rupture idea against Batrider. Oh, they're doing the Queen. Okay, this is kind of... Okay, so Queen got buffed pretty significantly last patch with the Aggro Scepter change, so the hero in general just got stronger. So maybe they're saying even if it doesn't go against the Batrider mid, it will still be a good enough hero to
we saw Nisha do the first item Ags the other day.
Yeah,
yes. Really good.
Yeah, he was completely rolling over that game. No, Queen is definitely quite a solid hero right now.
What do they change with the Ags?
So the Axe makes your Q, your Shadow Strike, cast a Scream of Pain when it ends. So whenever you hit a Q on an enemy, at the end of it, the enemy will get hit by that. And they changed the Axe so the Scream also hits the target itself.
Okay, yeah, that was definitely one of my main gripes with it, was it did nothing on the target.
Exactly. So
and it works if you refresh the dagger as well, right?
So you can just throw a Q, Shadow Strike, then you wait for a second, you throw it again, and you will automatically get a free Scream.
And there's a Scream of Pain talent as well, so it's doing like 400 something damage.
Yeah, and on top of that, it makes the ability itself become an AoE ability, so you can hit multiple at the same time with the Shadow Strike.
OG have a ton of caps here with the heroes they've got. Do they need a carry that can keep up with them? Is that what they're looking for here, do you think? I'm
really curious what EG is going to ban. I think it's... I mean, I can speculate where the Bat and the Windranger is going to go, but I'm really curious what EG is speculating. Because there are definitely some BZM heroes, there's definitely some Yuragi heroes. Yeah, they banned the Nakes. They think that this Monkey or Caudle is coming off lane. I'm predicting a Caudle position 3 and a Monkey position 4.
Yeah, I would think so too. I think the Monkey King game is pretty hard against these core matchups. Batrider and Windrunner both are naturally countering the Monkey King, so I would assume they just pick anything else for Pakas that he likes.
Kunkka banned. Okay, they are banning for BZM, so they are assuming Batrider is probably off lane and Windranger carry, something like that.
It's protecting the Queen a bit. Kunkka has a pretty decent match against the Queen of Pain, catching all the time, setting up. And obviously the Queen of Pain is the only hero, or is definitely bound to the mid lane.
BZM looks happy. I don't know why. I don't know why. He seems happy to be where he is.
Do love me you. Nice.
Buff Tinker?
Get that guy out of here.
Come, bring him up here.
Get him out of here. Remove him from the velodrome.
No. All right, Tinker fans, unite.
Be nice, guys. welcome. Just a fan.
Faceless Void also banned. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, that was more or less the whole list of carries you might want to play versus a Bat Rider, minus PL or something like that. I don't know what else is left.
So for BZM, there are quite some casual heroes in the pool. So there's a Storm Spirit in the pool.
Invoker's still in? Yeah.
Still Ember. Ember Spirit is also pretty decent against Queen. A little bit annoyed by the silencer spells as well. Pickable though, good synergy with the supports on OG.
There's so many stuns. I feel like it could be a good Invoker game.
What about Puck or something like that? Is there?
I was thinking about a Puck. It's a little rough against Silencer. Like a lot of BZM's heroes are actually countered by Silencer.
Oh,
wow. Wind Ranger mid, there's a PL. Okay, now what do you pick if you're EG? I was going to say they're going to pick PL, but what's left? So they could run the monkey carry still. Even though it's not ideal because you have the Bat Rider.
I've got it.
Yeah,
Pudge.
check it. Pudge
carry. We're going to see the Kaz Pudge, baby.
If you get 2 out of 2.
And he's going to lose.
That is a lose, I think, if they pick that. Has not done well at all when we've seen it lately. It's been pretty bad.
Hero got nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah, we saw it only on support with like some success, right?
Yeah.
So. And still, that wasn't great success. It was mostly losses.
So there's something like a...
Okay, there's the Bloodseeker.
Okay.
All right.
That's a way safer option.
Yeah, but I think he runs into some trouble versus the Bat Rider Earth Spirit lane, if that's what's coming to him. Like, the Silencer can protect him a bit with a good Arcane Curse timed, but he's not there for a moment. It just means death to Bloodseeker, or you have to TP out after the roll.
Yeah, very volatile.
Yeah.
Super volatile. Also, it's going to be a Whisper Coddle, as predicted. I was thinking if they maybe play position 3 Monkey King, honestly, against the PL, but they decide not to.
Yeah, I think that could have been a good switch up, too.
Yeah, but they're sticking with it. So I was thinking about the Windrunner mid against Queen of Pain. It's a solid matchup that they just stick to it. And I mean, it is a good Bloodseeker game, I think. I think Rupture is really good against all 3 cores on OG. If you get a Rupture on PL, usually he dies as well. So I don't dislike it too much.
Yeah, usually I do think PL with a hard timing and also potentially being able to stand your ground. I think it's not the worst carry, but definitely really good Rupture game. Earth Spirit, Bat Rider, Wind Ranger, all don't like getting ruptured. But I want to also emphasize on the Roshans this game. If we're gonna see any mix-up or different approach to this daytime, nighttime Rosh, who's Radiant, who's Dire, and how things go down, because I think it's part of the meta now. I think people have to keep that in mind when they're maybe doing the first Rosh, maybe when they're doing the second Rosh, or like, I don't know if there's a layer to it that you have to think about.
Yeah, if all your fights of the last game were in that area, I think people are thinking about this like even more now, emphasizing on the warding and everything. So yeah, for me it's hard to tell which team is more favorites here. I do think it's a good Windrunner game. It's also a good Bloodseeker game. Pretty even.
Okay, well, we will find out how it plays out. And to guide us is Sunsfan and Synderen. Lads, take it away.
Thank you to the great Kyrian Flax. OG versus EG, game number 2. EG take game 1, which means OG's backs are against the wall, Synderen. And if they lose, they're out, obviously. This is the lower bracket after all. Winner of this series faces off against... They have the pleasure of facing off against Team Liquid, which is, I think, later
a nice
today.
prize.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
What are your thoughts on the drafts?
Well, they're more standard than last game, at the very least. So there's at least that to be said about it. As far as the final, I think the most interesting thing about this draft for me is how it ended out. Like the PL pick 23, I guess you would call that, into the last pick Bloodseeker, kind of sets the tone for this game, because both teams have a lot of abilities to fight. Like, it's a very skirmish-heavy lineup from both sides. One side has Disruptor, who's like one of the skirmish kings on position 5. They have the Taiga Earth Spirit, who is all this hero does is initiate and take fights. And on the flip side, EG's team is built around having a lot of random AoE damage, like Illuminate, Scream of Pain. Maybe she's gonna go for the Aghanim Scepter, like we talked about on the Quap. Monkey King ult, Boundless Strike doing damage, random Arcane Curse damage, all of this. And I'm always looking for that when I see Bloodseeker. Is there ways to get multiple enemy heroes low at the same time so you can snowball? And with both teams looking eager to fight, I think that's definitely possible. MC, be forced to skill Firefly level 1 on his own accord.
There. Bloodright to follow. He's extremely low, trying to get cover of the tier 1 tower, but that's going to be first blood, the way of EG. It goes to Panda. Maybe not the exact person you wanted on, but
what was he trying to accomplish is the question. Is he trying to fish for info here about the lane setup, or because he was completely alone over there, and he skills Firefly level 1. And now, as a result, he's going to show up to this top lane, and Bloodseeker is going to have a field day until Bad's level 2. There's absolutely no pressure on him whatsoever. He has better last hit damage by 13, and Earth Spirit isn't going to deal with him very well. So this is a great start for EG already. Kind of confusing.
And already taking some chip damage to the Blood Right, and obviously Panda's going to be able to spam out that Arcane Curse ad nauseum. So yeah, I think EG, definite advantage in this top lane very early on. Mid lane, as we're looking at now, BZM versus C-Smile, Windrunner versus the Queen of Pain. Okay, that's a courier kill. It's quite a bit on there. Have to wait for a couple minutes now. But yeah, talk to me about the Wind Ranger versus Queen of Pain lane.
I mean, things have changed a little bit. I would say in the last patch, I would probably expect this lane to be maybe slightly Wind Ranger favored. Is a hero that can pretty reliably outrange Shadow Strike a lot of the time and can do exactly this, just Wind Run and keep trading hits. Nowadays, I don't know if it's any different, to be honest. I would imagine BZM is pretty happy with the matchup that he's been given here, and I'm curious to see how C-Smile skills. Are you going to take the approach of, okay, this lane is not going to go too great, I'm only going to keep 1 in Shadow Strike, or are you going to double down on that approach? And he will. He's going to get 2 in it. Obviously increases the damage by a significant amount, and the healing. Let's not forget it heals now, since a year ago. Matthew is fine.
It's perfectly fine. Hey, okay. Glimpse was already used from Kitrak, and yeah, I don't know if we're going to see the Aghanim Scepter on Queen of Pain. We saw it once earlier in the tournament. I didn't really get to see if it had any impact, but
it definitely did a lot of damage that game. And I think in this game it's even better, arguably, because he's with Bloodseeker. Because one thing this shard or this scepter does do is massive AoE damage.
Yeah, it was kind of weird before because it wouldn't damage the person that was applied on, which is very strange, which now it does.
It's a pretty big buff to it, for sure. So yeah, gonna take a level 2 Shadow Strike here, and Chris will be happy to trade whenever Windrun is off as long as he has the Shadow Strike running. The healing is meaningful. It's 20 per tick, so a full Shadow Strike should heal him about 100.
And how about the Phantom Lancer this game? Are you liking the PL pick into this EG lineup?
I think so. I think the matchups are good. They obviously felt confident that the Monkey King couldn't really be played as a core with confidence in this game because he's against Wind Ranger and Bat Rider, so they kind of pseudo-protected a PL pick in that way. And he's good against the other heroes. I would say PL is...
He's 4-stacked the Sticky Napalm, actually uses the Blood Grenade to slow down MC. That might have been the difference, in fact. Now MC forced out by Panda. Another Blood Right coming. Taiga. This is a battle over the Lotus. And Taiga will not get the better of that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But yeah, Matthew resigned to be the support Monkey King. I mean, he's always support, but the Monkey King isn't always. But yeah, Bloodseeker seems pretty good this game. Obviously a Maelstrom carrier against the PL.
I'm very impressed with Mind Control's 15 CS, by the way. I think this is the best offlane Bat Rider start we've seen in this tournament in terms of CS.
Yeah.
Was not expecting that outcome, but has just been maneuvering the lane really well together with Taiga. Yeah, these first few waves are supposed to be the hardest ones for Bat in this lane, and he's managed to stay afloat, so good on him for that. We'll get him that early ring of health. It's going to help out a big deal up here. For multiple reasons. Obviously, you want to sustain yourself, but also you want to slow the Bloodseeker. And this item is constantly, if you think about it, slowing him by regening yourself.
And Prakash just trying to get some right clicks in, knowing that he can just heal up relatively easily.
He will trade with him all the time as much as he can. Take advantage of the trades happening in other lanes. The Queen of Pain against the Wind Ranger mid is a very aggressive lane by nature, so there will be damage dealt there. But so far, so good for OG in the lanes, you gotta say. The Bat Rider was the one I was most worried about for them, and it's been going well.
Yep, for sure. Eliminate's gonna connect onto Kitrak. Boundless Strike to follow. Matthew has his Jingu stacks up. The Glimpse is there, though, but it won't save Kitrak's life. That means Yuragi can be left alone for a little bit in this lane, as we have 2 members coming through the gate. They just went at the same time, and the kick away, that might be a dead Earthspear, but Panda, looks like he'll get the better of this as Taiga takes a tumble. Matthew still with those Jingu stacks, but the tower aggroing on top of him. He turns into a tree temporarily. Glimpse back from Kitrak should lead to a kill onto Matthew. Boundless Strike's going to delay it just slightly. So 3-1 advantage for EG early on.
He's making sure with that Boundless to not die to the PL. I mean, you might throw it out as well anyway, but This way the gold gets split. I think is in their interest. Keep the PL as small as possible in this game because he is having, for the most part, pretty good matchups in the game.
Yeah, we have 2 bottle refreshes mid for each side, and the 6-minute rune's coming up. I have a feeling this one is going to be hotly contested as the supports are just sticking around.
Oh, BZM used Wind Run. If he goes for a CS now, he dies. So very important for him to weather the storm here. He might have an idea that Matthew's here because of the refilled bottle, obviously, if he was paying attention to that.
Yeah.
See Taiga here, but I don't really know if anything's going to come from this. Well, they're going to triple down on him.
Yep, Shadow Strike. They actually get rid of a ward for the time being. As the rune is top, it's invis, so Taiga and Matthew just in a 1v1 battle here. Taiga will retreat into Kitrak's arms.
BZM is struggling here now. He keeps getting level 3 Shadow Struck by the Queen, and now that he's low, the Thirst is starting to activate, so Bloodseeker in turn is having a better time as well. And if you are low enough, you're opening yourself up to getting jumped by Monkey King because of Thirst. Like, you can't hide in trees as that Wind Ranger, so he will go back to base regen up fully and TP back to mid. A little bit of an advantage gained here for C-Smile with the double support rotation. And they can afford to do that because their side lanes are good enough.
Yeah.
Caudle can float a 1v2 for a bit, no problem, and the Bloodseeker into Bat is very easy until Bat gets higher levels.
Yeah, and both the Bat and Bloodseeker very close on levels. We'll see who hits level 6 first because that could lead to a very quick kill. Looks like Pakaz might just get it on this wave. And we'll see where that first rupture will come. Taiga trying to take away the Wisdom Rune. He does so successfully.
That's big for
Question is,
Taiga.
will he get away? Earn charge applied to Whisper, maybe just trying to deny to the Ancients potentially. Does have the roll in a couple seconds, but he's going to get bursted down by Whisper. So punished to some degree, but
that's well worth dying.
Wisdom Rune is very valuable.
Yeah. It's if you think about it, let's say the kill was
the
worth
horses, Cinderin. Horses need to be held because C-Smile has that Invis rune, and he will use it to walk in fire. Go ahead.
Oh.
That's something very important to say.
He's scared of jumping in for fear of being traded away by BZM.
That's barely spotted there by that sentry.
So, first of all, like this whole Wisdom Rune trade-off, even if the kill is worth the same as the rune, the fact that 2 enemy heroes are spending so much time.
First rupture of the game. Flies to Kitrak.
Okay.
The Shackle connects with the focus fire from BZM. Pakaz will just TP out very casually.
So, if you're trading on the Wisdom Rune for a kill, but the enemy team is using 2 heroes there for quite an extended period of time, that's a win for you, because there's just an empty lane. I want to mention too, Pakaz, okay.
MC going very deep, and keep in mind, he's literally one creep away from 6. The Roland's going to connect on Pakaz. BZM is here as well with some right clicks, but not enough to find themselves a kill. In fact, EG have come in huge numbers, and BZM's going to take a Sonic Wave, which connects on both him and MC. BZM ends up dropping. MC, Bloodright does connect, and Pakaz with a double kill.
That one
great
flipping on
turnaround
that
from EG.
is important. Otherwise, I think MC actually gets out of that situation.
I am shocked they didn't wait for 1 creep to get lasso. He was literally 1 creep away.
Yeah, that seems like just a blunder. There's not enough value, and now he doesn't even. He didn't.
Yeah, he actually did not level it.
Yeah, he skilled Napalm now.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
So. Yeah, I wanted to mention as well, Pakaz had both Healing Lotuses top. He has now expended both of them, but obviously makes for these skirmishing fights. It's a very big advantage to have, and he's paying attention to it. Straight up going for the next one here. Gonna lose a CS or 2 on that, but knows that it's so important. This item is amazing against Batrider. Batrider is always walking a thin line between overdiving or finding the kill. You have this little extra burst heal of 125. It can make a huge difference. Matthew's gonna get eyes on Uragi. Not gonna go for it.
Know he's here. Scream of Pain to start.
They can't really do this.
Strike.
Can they?
I think it'll continue to pursue, but Kitrak is here.
No way.
With the glimpse still available to use, won't bother.
They're pulling him out. Shield Rune activated on Chris will expire somewhat soon.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on how Shield Rune has been this past?
I think it's been really strong. I think it maybe the barrier's a bit too high HP.
Too high? Is Matthew inside the kinetic field?
Nice pick for OG
Gonna get
here.
the Jingu stacks, and teammates are coming, but beautiful Boundless Strike will heal him up a good degree as Whisper in the area to assist.
Oh, I had him dead for sure.
BZM, he might still be dead. Looking for the Shackle opening. It's going to connect. No, actually does not latch onto Whisper, but the Focus Fire is more than enough. So instead of losing the position 4, they lose their 3. As Kitrak's going to take some damage from C-Smile. It'll be a trade of sorts. Big Bloodright coming from Pakaz. Pandas Dunzo. Double kill for BZM.
As
Because eventually they do take him out. And it looks like EG are just cleaning up after the fact. So both C-Smile and Pakaz getting valuable XP and gold. And Yuragi obviously cannot fight until this Diffusal's online.
BZM's getting involved with his Wind Ranger, but as soon as Wind Run is down, this hero is extremely vulnerable to the Dire lineup. Can't really get out of there. The Queen of Pain connects immediately with a double damage rune, and that's been a pretty big story of this game so far, right? C-Smile's really just getting runes. He got the Invis, he got the Shield rune, now he got the DD. So every power rune
trouble.
his.
Gets off the Doppelganger. Bloodright is not going to hit. BZM made his way over here as well. Shackle does latch for the time being. That's Pakaz. He has to be careful. He does not have Rupture right now. Yuragi trying to dodge in the meantime. Power shot is there. Pakaz dies first. Yuragi's going to live for the time being as Matthew did have Jingu stack, so will find this trade.
He's actually going to
It's off the Wukong's command. Of course, this is a support Monkey King, so inevitably he will die in the end. So 2 for 1. And good news for OG, the PL at least got the XP. As Whisper getting gone on now by MC. Going to get burned to a crisp, but C-Smile's there. That Scream of Pain. Yeah, he does have Sonic. Might be trying to save it. Might have to use it, though. Like, nice juke from MC. Ring around the Rosie he goes. Going to be spotted, though. There's the blink-in Scream again. Yeah, doesn't have to use the Sonic Wave after all.
Very tanky with that. Vanguard. How times have changed. Batrider, Vanguard, Arcane Boots.
I do wonder if they're going to change that, being able to disassemble that.
It feels like that would just be the obvious and good nerf to the item. I think many people are agreeing with that as the best solution to how Vanguard's being used right now, because as fun as it is to see all these heroes start with Vanguard and being able to disassemble it, the overall value of it just seems way too good. Like, there's too many builds that use the components, and Vanguard just has such an incredible, like the fairness in this item is that it's amazing for the time you buy it and then it falls off. But now there's no drawback. You just buy it for the strength early, and then you disassemble it and get it for the value later. So it's just like an incredible item, right? It's similar to the conversation that was had about, like, say, braces and wraith bands, where it's like, these items are extremely value effective, but then they fall off and you run into inventory issues. But even that you don't with this item, because you just create something else out of it, so the slots aren't even a problem.
Now Matthew pursuing Kitrak. Doesn't have mana. Obviously, no glimpse for 4 seconds, but Matthew's not going to go any deeper. In fact, the kinetic field's going to hold him in place. I feel to get these Jingu stacks up, but no, the rest of OG are on the way. This will lead to an easy kill onto the Monkey King.
Interesting net worth distribution among the cores here. Pakaz, the big winner, currently 1,000 ahead, but the next 3 cores are sitting on OG, so they have a more balanced net worth distribution, which I would say most of the time is, I would prefer to be in that position. I mean, the numbers are still so close that it doesn't matter, but let's say this starts scaling up. Just having one big core a lot of the time can be an issue in the, I would say, in the patches we've had in the last 2 years, because itemizing against a single hero has become, I would argue, easier than it used to be. There's just more options, there's more solutions you can have if you're like, okay, this guy is big, but the other cores we don't have to worry about too much. So we'll see if this trajectory keeps going, but again, we're within a few hundred, so not the biggest of deals, but the big story here is Pakaz will probably be getting a very early BKB, and that item owns the Radiant lineup. They just have Lasso, and that's it. And Focus Fire is probably not going to kill him during the Lasso. BZM is going for what looks to be the Gleipnir build that we've also seen from Sumail on the mid-Wind Ranger. Obviously, a huge amount of that damage just doesn't go through. So
Tier 1 tower for OG. They're going to run right into EG, though. The quick roll away from Taiga. Is it going to be enough for him to get away? Boundless Strike canceling the TP. Gets Kitrak as well. Taiga will fall inside that Wukong's command. Kitrak going to be blinding lit, but no actual cancellation for the TP. And in terms of, I mean, No-Tail was talking about how Roche is so important, which it always is, of course, and the day and night cycle, how that's going to evolve over time with teams prioritizing when they maybe take the first Roche, which is really interesting. Do you have a favorite for each side in terms of who can take Roche faster or maybe has a better fighting capability in that Roche area?
I mean, the only true strong Roche taking ability here is probably Focus Fire, right? And you also have the luxury as OG with all the peel illusions, if you do get to go there, that you can take it with way less damage taken on actual heroes, just have illusions tank a lot of it. So I guess them, but neither team is particularly great at it. I guess it is an interesting way of thinking about the pit though, right? Like the average respawn time of Roche is 9.5 minutes. So if you kill him early on in the cycle, there's a very high chance that things are going to overlap, right?
Oh, they spot him, the roll in. They kick him out of the static storm, but they still have the damage. Almost an oopsie there from OG, but they get the kill they want to. BZM,
ruptured, though.
He is ruptured. Yep. He might be in some trouble. Boundless Strike connects on a couple. There's the first lasso of the game, it feels like. See Smile, he will drop. So 2 cores dead for EG as Taiga's ult continuing to proc. BZM still alive. The roll in again. Taiga trying to control Whisper. Illuminate's coming, doing a decent amount of damage. Kitrak will live through the day though. Power shot just misses. Very low are all of EG's members. As MC getting pursued now in that Firefly. Taiga wants to finish the job and he does. So 3 kills in favor of OG. Another big Illuminate. And Whisper staying alive throughout all of this. Pakaz is now alive. You have to be careful. With all these buffs that you get, the Roland will connect, but Panda will fall. So 2 for 1. Too many kills to count. Pakaz, double kill. He's starting to clean up. Of course, no rupture for another 20 seconds.
Wonder which one's the right one, Shannon. Which pick do you think it is?
Yeah, he's faking it the whole time. It was the illusion, surely. So in the end, just too many kills to count. I mean, the fact that the respawn timers are so low, these heroes can definitely reconnect, especially a Bloodseeker that can take advantage of low HP heroes.
Yeah, there were 3 heroes on like 20% health when he respawns, so he just TPs in and has, I want to say 700 move speed there. And we'll clean up some kills, but still overall, I think pretty good for OG.
Oh, blinding light from Whisper. Nicely done. MC was looking for the opening.
Worth noting.
Does not have lasso yet, though.
Worth noting about the previous fight, there was no Sonic Wave. So obviously part of the play call from OG is knowing that the Queen of Pain ult was not available. It is now.
Yep.
And Global Silence will be coming off cooldown again in 20 as well. So could be a pretty strong timing for EG to look for some action here. They're going to get the BKB now completed on Bloodseeker 17 minutes in. Global Silence is up in 10. Seems like the perfect time for a smoke move if you can push out the waves first and make something happen on the map. OG still needs some time. PL is progressing nicely though. Uragi's having a pretty damn good game at this point. He's 2-1-1, which isn't too much, but his CS is nice. He's caught up with the Bloodseeker more or less at this point. The gap between them was bigger earlier, relatively speaking anyway. And the Manta will be completed.
What do you think of the matchup of PL versus Bloodseeker? Because obviously Bloodseeker, we talked about a Maelstrom purchaser.
Yeah, he wants
Rupture
Mjolnir
will
for sure.
persist through Doppelganger.
Yeah.
You'll know who the real one is. Like, is that a real issue?
I would say on a 1-to-1 level, Dota doesn't really work like that, but I think Bloodseeker is one of the best melee carries against PL for the reasons you mentioned, and because he loves buying Mjolnir. There's a lot of other carries that don't want to buy that item, but Bloodseeker doesn't mind too much. And I guess a little bit of a wild card in that as well. The new Ags could be a thing in this matchup.
Yeah, could
for the
be.
Bloodseeker.
Glimpse back, so C-Smile's going to have to go back.
That was didn't get anything out of it.
Was that the Orchid reveal?
It was.
He had that earlier, but yeah, obviously doesn't cancel the Rolling Boulder, so not able to get a pick.
Now I actually really want to see the Bloodseeker Ags. If the game goes long enough, he's definitely going to get it.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. The jump in, C-Smile's going to get set up by the Boundless Strike. The jump in as well from Matthew to finish the job, but the Shackle Shot connects onto 2. They take out the support to start things out. Taiga gets his ult off. The Magnetize doing a decent amount of damage, but falls shortly after. But this would be the big kill. The PL is what you want. He's currently silenced, ruptured, dead. Panda, of all heroes, gets the double kill.
And MC might not be safe either.
MC is spotted. Shackle Shot will not latch.
Okay.
And BZM able to snag the rune.
It's looking potentially scary with this.
They have double Orchid.
Double Orchid indeed. They can, these heroes on OG's side that don't have BKBs or any dispels yet can be chain silenced.
Yeah.
And you're going to see it right here.
Right here. Pakaz coming from the other side as well. Blood right. They're going to block him nicely. It does hit. Also with the blinding light. Atos is used. BZM is done. MC coming in for the counter initiation. This is on the support Monkey King. Looks like they'll find that, but that is not the trade you're looking for if you're OG.
Lasso and Storm to kill the MK, and you're going to lose the tower. You lost your Wind Ranger. It's a big win for EG here. They don't have to fear anything with these spells on cooldown and with BKB in hand for Pakaz. And they might even find MC here with the Solar Bind.
Yep, another Orchid. Glimpse back though, C-Smile again. Taking the brunt of that, but the Illuminate just rips through him.
Yeah.
And Pakaz finishes the job. So 2K lead for EG. Because they're starting to gain a little bit of momentum now that Maelstrom's online and the double Orchid as well. And now BKB from Pakaz.
The challenge for OG is to play around these silences. I think that's the biggest issue that they have is their dispels are quite far away. Looks like MC is going to go for a Eul's to be some sort of a pseudo solution to it. Windranger needs to get a full BKB, so that's a long way away. About 3,000 gold to go for that. PL has the Manta, so he has the only dispel on their team. The supports especially are going to be exceptionally vulnerable. It's very hard to play Earth Spirit this game now, because like if you ever roll in, you're not going to get a spell combo off. There's Global and 2 Orchids. Taiga will have to itemize around this, and he's working on it. Oh look, EG discovered that Tormentors exist.
Maybe it's the dire side advantage that you get
Maybe.
the Tormentor.
Could be.
Monkey King Shard, okay.
Allows him to connect on his stun.
We'll see if...
Not particularly useful on support, I would say.
Yeah.
More of a core shard.
I mean, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I've actually never even seen this before. Like what the animation looks like. And
Kind of
also
like
adds
he
1,400
stuns
net
and then he
worth.
kind of like slides down, basically.
Like how fast? Is it like super fast?
It's pretty fast. I want to say it's like half a second.
Oh, he gets Orchided on the cliff, attempting to TP out, but will be stopped in his tracks. So EG finding another pickoff. 4K lead now. See how long it takes OG to itemize against this double Orchid. As Pakaz might have to burn his BKB, and he does.
Nice buttons.
That was the first usage, so pretty big deal.
Definitely want to burn this one down. Obviously, Bloodseeker in this game is particularly susceptible to, I want to say, the Windranger, and once the BKB ends, she can definitely kill him. So the shorter duration gives you less window of opportunity for EG to just snowball the fights.
And they're going to fight despite the BKB being on cooldown for Pakaz. He does have the full Mjolnir now. See Smiley's going to be leading the charge. He's just a recipe away from the BKB, but again, Rolling Thunder, Rolling Boulder, Jesus, Rolling something. You know, they probably called it Rolling Thunder because, or, you know what, never mind.
Okay.
We have a fight coming. BZM, he's stopping his tracks. Smile gets glimpsed back. He's already at half HP. We'll see if they want to continue to fight. Despite that, the Monkey King gets chopped down the tree.
Such a nice chakra target Queen of Pain is, actually. I'll get to that in a sec if we get out of this, but we do.
Pretty sure we'll get out of this at some point.
So Queen of Pain usually has this issue as a hero where you blink in and cast your spells, but if the enemy team has turnaround potential, you're kind of fragile, right? It's always been the hero's Achilles heel is using blink offensively is hard. But you're playing with Caudle, so he can blink in, get chakra, and blink out. It's a 6-second cooldown on the blink, and the chakra cooldown reduction is 6. So as you saw right there, he blinked, took the arcane rune, got chakra, and blinked out. It makes for some interesting options of how he can itemize as well. It looks like he's still going to go for the BKB, but I think it's kind of a cool pairing. Would love to see him either buy or obtain a shard on the Queen as well with that reason.
Yeah.
Having the lower blink cooldown is super useful for additional, I mean, I guess they don't need silences at this point, but...
Yeah, how many silences do you really need? I mean,
Yeah.
you could bait something to be used like the Manta and then you Orchid after, but then you have to guess right on the Manta.
Still gets you more damage.
It does. Panda is going to be found out. TP.
Sentry. Oh, the dust.
Dead. Roche is waiting in his pit at the bottom right of the map. Still the first Roche.
Uragi's closing in on Heart. That's going to be a really big item for OG.
OG.
Trying to get him tanky enough that he can withstand all this random damage.
MC is going to make sure that Roche is in fact there. He pings it out. Yes, that first Roche is still in the location that he's been.
And he changed his mind as well on the Yules. He went for the dagger, and he's not put anything in his quick buy yet on the bat. So they have that initiation possibility, but keep in mind, obviously there's global silence. So whenever you blink lasso a core, Panda will try to protect them and cover them, and it's a matter of do your other heroes have the spells? And so far, it's still only the PL. So there's no guarantee that lassoing Bloodseeker is actually going to lead to a kill. And I'm assuming you want to find either him or the Queen of Pain, or I suppose Caudle is actually a good find too. Whisper's doing a lot in these fights, and relative to how much damage he's doing, he's very easy to kill once connected on.
Yeah. smoke up, and this is going to be the blink reveal for Pakaz, so even more potential catch for the side of EG. The Lotus as well finished on Whisper.
I love this build on this hero. I feel like too few carry players buy Dagger on Bloodseeker as part of this build. I think this is perfect. And then you go Basher next, and that's exactly what he's eyeing up. He changed it to Nullifier. Thank you, Pakaz. Also good.
Nullifier is very good.
One or the other. They're both good.
Doesn't look like they're going to find anything on this smoke. Maybe they'll get some wards up in the time. But this time is OG still hanging around their Tormentor.
It hurts.
They'll get it.
Yo,
yeah.
BZM is actually...
BZM.
Oh, okay. He had a wand. Yeah, they're going to see them now with Thirst.
Okay, now comparing shards that were given for free via the Tormentor, whatever the hell it's called. Earth Spirits is S tier. Has to be. Whisper. Gonna find MC. And they get the 8th. They get it off in time.
That was a sexy play. That's the shard.
EG.
Right there. He connected on his staff so he could reach the Atos. That was actually only because of the shard they got that kill. Well, what do you know?
Okay.
Looks like that shard's better than the Earth Spirit one, huh? Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Geomagnetic Grip can grab allies is pretty freaking good.
Oh, you love grab ally, don't you?
Oh, that's true. If only we had an Undying in the game right now, we could double grab allies. Panda, he's gonna get spotted. Attempt to TP out. Dust on time. A couple times now he's been able to get away. EG only with a 2K lead, so very, very even game. No Roche attempts yet, which we talked about. Neither lineup can really take it super fast. So not a huge surprise, but Yuragi's at a point with that heart now that you can definitely do it, but it'll take some time. Global silence. They want to get this kill on Pakaz. He pops his BKB. Already at half health. He gets off the rupture, and Taiga, he's going to almost kill himself. Will attempt to TP out, but will go down to the Blood Right instead. Static Storm already used as BKBs have been popped galore. BZM taking the Sonic Wave, but C-Smile dies shortly after. Matthew's still inside Wukong's command, but he's brought down to his knees. 2-for-1 advantage for OG. Nice flame break, bringing Panda back. That's going to be another pickoff for OG, which should lead to a Roche.
Yeah, this peel's big. And the jump on Pakaz, it might not have looked that good, but at the very least, they forced out his BKB and the global silence. And yeah, he kills the Earth Spirit, but can't really reinitiate after it. Chris is trying to set him up on the Queen of Pain, blinking in offensively, but just gets turned on. That time, he couldn't get the Chakra. Keeper wasn't in range. So no way to reset out after he used the Sonic Wave and dropped absolutely everything. And probably just the wrong read on the situation. He didn't have as much damage as he expected, and Pakaz couldn't connect on it. He was already half HP without BKB. He's not interested in running into that PL at that point. So nice win for OG there. The Roche will not be claimed, though.
Yeah, maybe just too
happy
slow.
as ever in his pit.
Sounds like we have OG fans here. Who would have thought? Any EG fans in the house? Oh, okay. All right, cool. Very nice.
Maybe they misheard it and thought you said OG.
They do sound similar. Shield Rune is there, will be denied by Kitrak. I mean, Whisper's so farmed right now. We'll be going for the BKB next. And very utility build. Not sure if the double Orchid has necessarily paid off.
No, this was actually a problem that EG ran into.
They cut down the tree. Okay. Nice roll in from Taiga. Matthew's going to be spotted thanks to the dust. Gets up. Okay, I saw the shard again. Yeah. That is pretty good, actually. He's going to die on the cliff, though, Arteezy style. And they're going to get the focus fire on the Panda. He will drop to the deck. The 2 supports dead. OG gaining momentum now.
But there's definitely been a game like this for EG in the, I want to say it was during the group stage, where they also ran this offlane Coddle going Orchid, and I think their mid hero also went Orchid. And they ran into a situation where these items just fell off when the enemy team started getting enough dispels, and then you didn't have any auras because you're playing Coddle off. So we'll see if this ends up being a mistake. And you can theory craft all you want afterwards about what they should have bought. Obviously, Coddle can, in theory, buy almost anything, right? He's just a backliner with insane range on all of his spells, so he can buy auras. He doesn't need to buy a positioning item, even though he has this game. Bought a Blink Dagger to try to find angles to get a good line.
Boy, this is slow. This is really slow.
But
No
it
wonder
is the
they didn't take
focus
it
fire
earlier.
carrying it.
Goodness.
They will take it out. PL tanking, Wind Ranger dealing the damage, and Aegis #1 will go for Uragi.
Rupture on Taiga. He is dead. Smile will blink away.
Okay.
Pursued by MC. There's the lasso. They're coming through the gates with that Aegis intact. And they're going to be able to take out C-Smile as BZM, showing off that newly picked up Gleipnir. The rest of EG now on the run. Although BZM, he's going to get pursued. Whisper. It's off the Orchid. They don't have the cancellation. No, the Boundless Strike just a little bit too slow. Very close call. And what's the goal for OG with this Aegis? What do you think is within their grasp? Because it's been an extremely close game. Just need to take out all these outer towers.
Yeah, I
the
think
map.
probably you try to get a 1-2 punch bottom and then maybe get the enemy Tormentor. Would be really good value for them. Finding Panda here, MC with a nice flame break. He has Gem as well. Panda will TP.
Lasso
He will
in
get out.
2 seconds. Oh my goodness. That's cutting it close. Yeah, enemy Tormentor. We'll see how much they prioritize that again as the Butterfly now up for Uragi. He is huge. And the question is, will Pakaz have to go MKB? Yes, he will be queuing that up next.
Glimpse.
Yeah, Glimpse back. Whisper. He's controlled. He is dead. Very, very easy kill as the Rupture onto MC, but C-Smile doesn't want to go any further because they're already losing their Keeper of the Light. C-Smile, silence for a bit, will have to back away. There's the Gleipnir onto Pakaz. He gets shackled after the fact. Focus Fire is there as well. We'll pop the BKB, but he's just going to die within it. Huge kill for OG. Here comes Wukong's command to attempt to defend, but everyone from EG is dying. 4 dead, nothing lost for OG.
This got out of hand for EG real fast. This is probably at least a lane of barracks. Like, you cannot possibly fight this PL without your Bloodseeker. He has 2 lives and the Butterfly. OG might just almost end the game here. Like, this lane is absolutely dead. They could look for a secondary one as well. This Glyph will delay things for a bit, but PL doesn't give a crap about this. He's just going to keep banging away at the tower, feeling as safe as ever, and his teammates, all they need to do is just watch him win the game right now. Or
try to go for Whisper. The Lotus actually reflects, but it doesn't matter. Whisper will fall. 50 seconds of no Keeper, and he's a very big part of this high ground defense.
Yep, no buyback on him.
2 towers for now. No barracks technically have been taken, but this frees up 2 lanes potentially for OG. Focus Fire for the top melee racks, and we'll see if they go back mid to finish the job. And in fact, they will. So looks like 2 full sets of racks for OG, basically out of nowhere on top of the Roche kill. They find a couple pickoffs and just snowball this lead.
I don't know if they even need to leave the base. I feel like Uragi can just, I mean, okay, they have to take the bot tier 2. So they have to leave the base for that reason. But if they had taken bot tier 2, I think he could have just stayed and pushed the tier 3 as well.
MC, another tree broken. That is a long ass stun into a lasso. Matthew, I'm sure just trying to, that's pretty, I can't get used to that. That's actually really good. Trying to jump away, pouncing left, right, and center. On the tree, will TP out.
Space.
Get away, yes. Of course, he wanted to kill the wave to delay this, but he delays it in a different way.
MC was like 30 mana short there from a kill, probably. Couldn't get it done. Gets the tip from Kietrek, though. Good try. Still a minute left on the Aegis here for Uragi, and he has now picked up a full Ag, so now has the Bouncing Spirit Lance. Bounces twice and it prioritizes heroes, so a lot of extra random team fight damage.
Yeah.
Diffusal in the backpack currently. We'll swap that in immediately when the Aegis expires, of course. I'm curious if OG just push for the win here. Like 45 seconds with this Aegis. Would love to see them go for some damage, at least on the tier 3. I feel like Uragi's more or less invincible with this item. And he will start waving at them and go for it.
Yep, 30 seconds with the Aegis. MC finding an opening onto the silencer. Lotus Orb applied, but well, the Ghost Scepter's going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Still has the Global Silence, but will not be able to use it. No buyback, so no Global Silence for quite a while. Backdoor protection kicks in, though. Uragi is tanky. Doesn't have that much now. Okay, Matthew gets off the Wukong's command. Lotus will reply to the Earth Spirit right now, but looks like he's going to be the one to fall. So Taiga takes the Tumble Whisper. He's going to be next, though, and OG get the better of that trade. Leifnir. Okay, focus fire into Pakaz. He has to pop his BKB and not able to get full value out of that. And yeah, this Aghanim Scepter for Yuragi is very annoying. The old shard, like you talked about, but basically upgraded now. Matthew going to attempt to take out the wave. Does not have Wukong's command as the barracks are now getting pounded on. And this is likely to be mega creeps for OG. Finally, the fortification comes in. They're just trying to buy some time for this Keeper of the Light. Another 20 seconds to go on his timer. But they're going to find the Bloodseeker instead. Lasso up. And they might be able to find the Queen of Pain as well as a Shackle Shot connects. Beautifully done from BZM. Bloodseeker's dead, no buyback. GGs are called. This is going to game number 3.
Yeah, OG just turned it on in the mid game. This was even for quite a while. Then PL hits his item timings. They win one team fight. They get the Roche and then end the game within 5 minutes, it feels like. Nice and clean performance from them out of an early game that looked like potentially EG were starting to put some serious pressure with their Orchids, but didn't really find the moments of opportunity they needed. And those Orchids, they fall off a cliff real fast. And OG will clean house here in a quick 35-minute win.
Yeah,
the
it
next
felt
game
like
will decide everything.
It was just that one point that the game just flipped upside down for EG. We talked about how Bloodseeker could be really good against Phantom Lancer, but it didn't really come into play at all. Like a lot of the openings for the ruptures were on supports, like Taiga, who would just roll away and just kill himself, but it wouldn't really matter.
I feel like there's definitely a case to be made in this game for going Pipe Greaves or Pipe Crimson on Caudle. Like you look at the enemy lineup, it's PL Illusions, it's Windranger Focus Fire, so Crimson Guard is amazing. And a Pipe against the tons of random AoE magic damage. They don't have any mitigation. And I think the key when you're playing with Bloodseeker carry is to extend fights so he gets to, you know, thrive and the fights get chaotic. But OG are just finding clean kills left, right, and center because no hero on the dire side is tanky enough. Every Shackle Shot just leads to a nice kill, and so do the Glimpses.
Indeed. So with that, OG even up the series, which means we are going to a game number 3.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Sunsfan and Synderen. Tremendous cast. And we finally have something we've wanted, a game 3. Thank goodness. And what a worthy pair of teams to have a game 3 for. OG and EG, tough to separate them. So we'll have to have a game 3 to do so. This was more like the OG you were expecting, Johan, I feel.
Bro, OG they played so well this game. They played really well first game. But Dota is a mental game. And now we're getting into what I think is like the best part of all these competitions, of all these tournaments. It's a true test of skill, but also what you've built. It's a testament to your hard work. Yeah, and also your confidence and all the things involved that it takes to win a tournament. So very happy to see the progression. Yeah, man, I love watching OG play. What can I say? I'm their biggest fan.
Very strong game too, for sure. And once again was a slight comeback, I think. EG was doing quite well in the game, but then there was one big fight where they just turned it around and OG on around the top lane, and then the ball just kept rolling. MC played incredible on his bad rider as well. Of course, Yuragi PL, I've had the honor to play against him a lot of times. It's Grims, it's freaking annoying. And yeah, BZ1 has been running too. Like this Tricore just got too strong, I think. I looked at those heroes in draft already. It was like these heroes can scale really well if they get the ball rolling. And yeah, they made it work.
And Yuragi PL at the end there looking like the PL that you expect in these games where, well, what are we going to do about this guy? He's out of control.
Yeah, they did it. He was unkillable. This is what we kind of expected from PL, I guess, at the start of the patch when he had like 65% win rate and the defusal was working through BKB and stuff like that. Everybody thought it was going to be OP, one of the top picks of the tournament. And then it was doing terribly. Like, it was not doing good during the group stage. We mentioned during the draft, like, we don't know how to feel about the PL. Yuragi, he made it work, dude. I mean, he went for the Aghanim Scepter too. I really like that. We haven't seen that in a game so far, other than this one. I know it came pretty late into the game, but he got to the unkillable state. And it makes you question, maybe Bloodseeker for EG wasn't the pick, because that was their last pick against the PL. It doesn't do quite enough damage.
I was about to say, I think it's a tough position. I think what's genius about this PL pick is that really EG wanted it as well. They want to pick themselves as the last pick, and they snatched it away from them. And then there wasn't really a good solution anymore. The Silencer arguably is really bad against PL at some point. The Keeper also as well, only has some spells. And Queen of Pain also doesn't do much. Queen is like yada, maybe by a Shivas, that's it. So yeah, they didn't really have a good fit to counter. I think the Bloodseeker, honestly, when I saw it, it looked decent, but at some point, you're not allowed to do many mistakes against this PL hero. And then there's a Bad Rider and a Windrun on top of it, which also scale really well. I think OG just drafted really smartly in this last pick.
I know that we've seen quite a bit of Wind Ranger in the tournament. Sumail's been playing it a bit, and I was asking why the Wind Ranger gives you that ability to... Is it just that it allows you... She is going to blow up one hero. If she catches a hero, you pretty much guarantee later on, especially, she's going to kill that hero.
You can get there with this hero for sure, but I think there's a lot more to the pick. There's a mid lane thing. She's very solid. Can go against most range heroes, most melee heroes. Power Shot's also really good mid-game, but I think a big reason why Wind Ranger has always been Wind Ranger is her Shackle Shot ability. Low cooldown, amazing stun to set up, change stuns or more damage. Yeah.
In this draft, on top of it, it was even a flex, right? You didn't know until last pick it was going mid or carry. So they picked it, they keep everything open. Very nice drafting out of first pick. Not an easy thing to do at all out of first pick when the enemy has the counter picks to keep it like this open.
Okay. Well, our man on the ground, Tsunami, has someone to talk to. I'm not sure who. Let's dip into Tsunami's world and find out. Neil, can you hear me?
Well, welcome to my world, Ted, where I'm knee-deep in the crowd right now, enjoying the vibes. And now, we finally have a 3-game series, and I figured what better way to commemorate that than to be given a reason to root for either of these teams. I have an OG fan sitting to my left, and I have an EG fan sitting to my right. Santiago, tell me, why should we be rooting for Evil Geniuses in this game number 3?
I mean, Evil Geniuses is a team, as Notel said, that Dota is a mental game. So they know how to reset and start from zero. So we just have to they will restart and have a fresh game, best of one. So basically,
it's a best of one. That's all it comes down to. Now, the mental game seems to be the emphasis for Evil Geniuses. Now, why are you rooting for OG?
Well, I think they've proven time and time again that regardless of their roster, when their back is up against the wall is when they play their best. So they're sort of set up to win for this one. So I have no doubt that they're going to absolutely crush it.
Now, you're saying with their roster. They're not really with their roster right now. Is that a good thing or a bad thing in this situation?
I mean, it's OG, so they're going to be fine either way.
All right, then. Now let's see. Out of the entire crowd, I am seeing some Evil Genius jerseys in the distance. Santiago, can you get all of your EG friends and family to root for this team together?
Okay, everyone have to say "ga" after I call it, okay? 1, 2, 3. Ga!
That's what I like to hear. All right, Leia, right? Who do you, how are we gonna get the OG fans riled up?
All right, when I say O, you say G. O! O!
All right, now we have to let the gameplay do the talking. It's time for game number 3, period, and back to the panel.
Thank you, Neil. Always good to see the fans getting excited.
Technically, they both said G.
That's a very good point. Well done.
I'll be here all week.
This joke is never getting old. GG, OG, EG. Okay, sure.
So we're going to take a break before we get into the next game, but we've got a bit of time to chat first of all. So I want to try and get an idea of which heroes you guys think so far in this series are like the key heroes. Obviously, let's take Medusa out of the equation. She's gone. Do you think Naga Siren is another hero that neither team wants to have to deal with?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think Naga is quite... it's not something that scares people this patch, but it's something that you definitely want to think about with a lot of your approaches. Like if you're having a Slada Ursa and they end up picking Naga, yeah, that feels pretty good. But when you don't see many things, anything can lose in Dota. But I think the contested heroes, if Alchemist slips through for whatever reason, I would like to see that also get challenged. We already saw Medusa get challenged, but yeah, Caudle as well. It's like what are the solutions that people come up with? Now we saw Caudle twice, but for the first time on offlane in the playoffs, it didn't really work. But yeah, I think these are the heroes that still excite me. Minus the Medusa because we just saw.
Yeah.
Alchemist, Caudle. Other approaches to deal with it? Is it really that strong, or is it just because people haven't figured it out?
I do think that the illusion heroes are looking pretty solid. Not just the Naga, but the Naga and the Peel. I mean, first game the Naga one, second game the Peel one. TB was ignored in this series as well. This hero is pretty good as well. But now we just have one game witness where respective illusion hero just won and looking pretty strong. Of course, the games were still like not obvious, but in the end, those illusion carries somehow worked out. I think the Kotl is looking okay. Could look a bit stronger, but it's not like looking insanely strong. That's why it's also getting picked a little bit later, not instantly snatched up. So
That's also probably why it's not getting banned out as well as often.
Yeah, and like that's why it's probably the last out of the 3 options. I think probably the bans will relatively stay the same. I don't think we're gonna get an Underlord or an Alchemist, and I would just love to see more Bad Rider. I think this hero looks really freaking solid.
It is fun to watch, and both teams know how to use it. We're gonna take a little break, and when we get back, we'll find out who can settle this series.
It's base race time, everybody. I got Gaimin Gladiators, Quinn and Ace. Any hero you want, you each get a ban one. Lone Druid's permabanned, because it's no fun. Level 30, unlimited gold. Goal of the game, take the enemy Ancient from the offlane as quickly as possible. Quinn, you see this man. I know, he plays some pretty devious heroes, ones that push quite well.
Yes.
Which one would you not like him playing?
No Furion.
No Furion. He knows. All right, Ace. What's Quinn got up his sleeve?
No Storm Spirit.
No Storm Spirit? Mobility, the name of the game. I see what you were going for. I respect that, man. All right, Quinn. You get first pick. Who are you taking?
Tiny.
Tiny. Okay.
Okay, I'll take Meepo.
Let's get ready. Go, Quinn. Go, Quinn. My man's just walking. He's walking. He's swapping items out here. 5-second cooldown. Quinn, you could have brought your courier out here.
I could have.
You could have. You should have. You would have. Ace is making a journey. He's already sending Meepos to poof on tier 3 while he's still carrying tier 2.
He's too good.
He's too good. The brain's too large. Why is he taking Raxes?
But how is he there already?
Because he sent Meepos ahead. He's half using it. Where's your refresher orb to refresh your Blink Dagger, Quinn?
I don't even know if that's
It's worth it.
Oh shit, lift?
Oh yes, I should have mentioned you could have lifted.
Dude, this isn't even close.
It's kind of close.
Not really.
I've seen more one-sided fights than this.
Dude, I don't even have tier 4 dead. This is not even close. Dude, Tiny is garbage. We have AC. That's dude.
I should have had a refresher.
Yeah, but he didn't have.
Is your inventory?
That's
a pretty crazy inventory.
I didn't even have anything backbreaking.
Ace, congratulations. That's game 1 going your way. 3 Butterfly, Apex Meepo. Well done.
Okay.
I will allow same band, same heroes if you want, or if you want to change your approach, Quinn. I
banned Storm.
Right? I banned Meepo.
You banned Storm, correct. Okay, Meepo is out of the pool this time, Ace. Who are you banning?
There's no way he goes for the same hero, right? I don't need to ban that.
If you think you can beat a Tiny.
I banned Troll.
Okay, Troll is banned. Ace, choose your hero.
I take Alchemist.
Alchemist, okay.
I go Morphling.
Morphling. No one's done a Morphling yet. I would like to see this. Gentlemen, hit your towers!
Oh, I should have swapped in.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
No, it's grief.
Okay, you're actually doing way better than I thought you would, Quinn. Oh, but this cooldown though, this cooldown's killing you. Okay, again, I will remind you, you both have glyph. Just saying.
I think I won. I won handedly. That's hype. Fuck, I was too slow.
Clock is ticking.
I blinked too early. See if that cost me.
Brother, you're backpack.
I know, but I don't have time. I actually don't have time. Let's go.
Wow. I don't, well, I think you just kind of fucked up a little bit.
Rehost?
Rehost and tell me your new bans.
I banned Meepo.
You bans Meepo again?
Yeah, I'm also just banning Morph. Man, I'm in Morph League. You really want to do Morph again? I can let you. I actually want to see what you're cooking.
Yeah, I'm curious as well.
I banned Storm.
Okay, you banned Storm.
I have the first pick, right? I pick Morph.
Okay, great. He's got Morph. Ace. What's the plan?
What if I do like some Razor?
Oh, I get it. I have the Storm. I have the Storm refreshed.
I'm doing Razor.
Okay, this is curious.
That's kind of cool. You killed both your forces at the same time.
Yeah, okay. Razor v Morphling. I have not seen this matchup at all. Go, 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 go. Gentlemen, it is 1 minute. Let's go. It's an awful lot of strength you have right now, Quinn.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no. This man forgot to toggle.
Oh no. I feel like I'm gonna die. Did what?
Did you remember to use your glyph, Ace?
Creeps. What?
Wow, this is this is
I'm
comically one-sided.
What happened? Dude, the
What
stat,
did happen?
I think the stat, yeah, I think Moore is actually broken if you stat steal. I think you can't. I feel like, did he use 2 glyphs or what?
Yeah, he used 3.
Probably. As I reminded you multiple times.
I think you actually can't beat stat steal. I mean, dude, another glyph wouldn't have changed anything.
Quinn, the winner of the base race.
That's
Congratulations.
Me. Thank you, thank you.
Well played.
I'm the basest racer.
He's the based racer.
You're back. I knew you wouldn't want to miss the deciding game in this series. EG against OG. Loser goes home. Loser goes home. There's all to play for. Both these teams have shown some style and panache and some bonkers picks at times. This should be a heck of a series to start the day. This is just the first series of the day, lads. The first series of the day.
First series of the day. I like what you said before. You said they're hard to separate, these two. Always battling it out, EG, OG. I think of it always like a fight versus good versus evil, you know?
Which side do you think is the good side?
Which one is the evil side? Maybe the evil genius. No, I don't know.
Oh, for good.
Good usually wins, but
optimistic geniuses.
In this world, there's no good, there's no evil. There's only the middle. We're all in the middle. We're all amoral creatures, period.
Well, okay. You want to justify your amoral behavior, then you go right ahead.
Oh, respect band.
Wow,
They put
that is
some
a respect
on
band.
it. Okay.
I like it. I like it. I think it shined. I think it shined pretty hard, and it makes me believe that EG wants to go for a similar opener, and I think the Bad Rider was the response that they didn't like. And everything so far the same. I can imagine that EG will go for the same opener, or what they did yesterday is Pagma Storm, which is still a really strong combo. Or
I was going to say, we're going to see a return to the what do they call the gas station, or the battery meta, where you have like Storm plus a Pugno.
I think they at least consider it. Like their C-Smile is a Grandmaster Stormspirit player. It's a hero you can definitely blind pick. It's not the best against Disruptor, but it's a bit two-sided matchup as well. If you find the Disruptor first, you usually kill him instantly.
Oh.
Kotl
it is at least. They are still debating though.
Could still be Storm.
Yeah.
Could still be Storm.
And the monkey.
Okay. So exact same openings.
Yeah, they just identified, they probably had a talk like, hey, this Bad Rider pick was just a big problem for our opener. We couldn't really play carry monkey anymore, so.
I think Veno would be good if OG decided to.
Yeah, I mean, if
take
DM
a
was
page
here.
out of the DM book, I would say. But MC also plays Veno, and you don't even have to lock it in on a position 3, right? Because they're also not locking their monkey in. And I think you could run dual support Disruptor Veno.
Tiger plays Venno like really comfortably, right?
Yes, yes.
So
Yeah.
they could do that. It is not the best lockdown. You would have to find a solution for it later again, but it shouldn't be a problem. They managed to do that first game as well.
Have you seen our son?
So
that's good.
What, 731?
Raw.
Oh, that's a patch. Oh.
That's when he was born. Oh, that's good.
We'll keep our eye out for him, but I don't think we haven't seen him in some time. I think we might have seen him in the group stage.
EG might pick it up.
Yeah, just right.
No, they love that hero. Or they did.
Ah, damn, I missed my chance. I was going to say Jenkins, call it. You had a few seconds, but...
I would have said that.
You would have said that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Another one for you then.
Yep.
Wind Ranger, very good pick, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't mind. No, like, of course, it's like really, really good against Monkey King once again. Now it's picked much more early, though. And there are some counters that can be annoying. It's a little bit unconventional, but especially heroes that pierce through the Wind Run. They were not really picked last game, except the Rupture, but there are some heroes which come to mind, like, for example, Shadow Demon, not so popular right now with the ulti. Doom. Maybe something else can now be easily picked up in second stage by EG, but I think I like it. The Bad Rider is out of the options, of course, and they flex it on both core roles. So I can see the replacement being really for good reason.
Phoenix Band, they did that last time as well. Very good versus the Monkey. I wonder if they're trying to protect position 1 Monkey, like for later on.
Yeah, those bans make it seem like it, right? Like
it's either that or they really want the Monkey to go off lane and they don't want him to face the Phoenix.
They want at least to have the option, right? They have like two very confident Monkey King players in the mid and the safe lane, so they want to make sure that this is at least pickable. OG banning out the Naga, that's one illusion hero. The PL is still being in the pool. That being said, Windrun against PL is pretty damn good. If you get the focus fire off one time in the fight, like it will keep following him, of course. So one mistake from PL, the hero usually dies to Windrunner, so they might let it through, even though the illusion heroes have been winning the last 2 games in the series.
Okay, Darkseid ban. That tells a story about something, I think. I don't know if it's something EG would have done before or would have liked to do with the Monkey King core, like a Darkseid position 3. Yeah. It's a lot of synergy between the two heroes.
I mean, Naga, Darkseer, both traditional counters to Terrorblade.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sets up for the TV pick a little bit. If they want... It would destroy the flexibility between Windrunner, because I think MC does not play Windrunner. Maybe he does, but...
I think he does, but I don't think it's been probably a long time since he did.
Yeah, probably a higher chance Yuragi or BZM Windrunner, right?
Those fans urging a pudge pick.
So we have Seb who loves Wind Ranger off lane, and I did tell him to play like Seb, so...
Oh, God.
No.
I just play like Seb.
What are you saying, Ted? Sorry.
I was saying those fans urging a pudge pick are trying to get one of the teams to throw.
That's a plant. That's our plant. Good job, guys.
Respect banning the Earth Spirit. They think this pick really did a lot last game. That's interesting. Like,
it felt really good, right? Tommy had really good impact, landed good rolls, and it's always a threat to the Monkey King, right? With the instant tree cut.
Yeah, enabled the Bat Rider as well, and of course he's a Grandmaster Earth Spirit, as you could see last game. So I like the respect. The thinking. So yeah, they could go for the TV option. Slark, pretty casual ban.
So it's more or less the exact same bans, minus the Darkseer, like second phase for OG, in same order. Last time they banned something against Darkseer, but they also banned the Naga Slark, but they had a Bat Rider.
Yeah, exactly. Those were like Bat Rider bans. But I mean, these heroes, they make sense to me. Like, they're just really strong meta heroes, all 3 of them, I would say, in the current state. So
yeah,
you can't really do too much wrong by banning these.
Is EG Dire?
Perfection!
That's a good question.
Because if they are, I'm just thinking, Slark, Nighttime, Roshan, Dire.
Yeah.
Thinking Nighttime heroes already,
One level ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Dire Slark is too strong. For the Roshan fight. I'm using it.
Someone's sign is upside down.
Someone's sign is upside down. PL got banned by EG, so that's not going to be in.
That is so much respect, I think.
There's a lot of carries already out. Alchemist, Naga, Slark, PL.
I am so curious about this PL ban. Like, you can even counter pick into it. Maybe they're feeling because Darkseer and Underlord are just banned that the PL is too hard to counter now, but it's a pretty unconventional pick when you have the ultimate last pick and
maybe it's just a Yuragi factor,
I mean, I'm telling you, this hero is, this guy on this hero is...
Yep.
Would you ever want to play against PL in a deciding game like that? Against someone who's good on the hero, you just think, look, let's just not face that. Let's not face that. Get rid of it.
Make him play another game. Yeah. Get him out of his comfort.
Get him out.
I can't believe Doom and Beastmaster are both still in the pool.
That is a very good point.
And both teams probably need their offlaner.
Yeah, As I mentioned earlier, I think Doom against Windrunner is also very old school counter. Like, it completely counteracts the hero's mobility and everything.
Interesting. I wonder if they're still flexing the monkey and the bounty now, but there's a good chance that the monkey or the Coddle is going to be core and the bounty is support. Because we haven't seen a single core bounty hunter game, I want to say.
Yeah, not yet. It's really interesting for sure. Because I don't think there's a Panda hero yet. Maybe Panda can play the keeper, and then they have their +5 at the pool, but pretty interesting choice.
He's not played it this tournament, at least.
Well, if you're OG, I wonder.
So the TB option is still in the pool. Naga and Doxy were banned for it. So
I think
they
TB
put
looks
up for
really
that.
good also.
There's a Beastmaster with a classic, with a casual,
Nice.
with maybe just a Rubik or something, just a off-lane combo that they paired. He could also lane with the Disruptor, I guess, but that lane, maybe not the strongest.
Tech keys.
Maiden.
Okay, CM.
That also denies it from EG. If they are going to be running the Whisper offlane Coddle, CM would still be good.
Well, now I think they have to pick either the carry versus the beast, or they should pick a mid hero versus the Wind Ranger. But that's the thing, right? The Wind Ranger can be carry hero.
Yeah.
Can't forget that. And I think it's one of the better ones versus monkey carry.
For Panda, Lich looks pretty solid. Got banned out last time, if I recall.
But I don't think they can pick Lich here. Like I said, I really think they have to pick a hero versus the Wind Ranger or the Beast. Unless they're really happy with the monkey versus the Beast, then yeah, then they can go back for another support that supports him in his matchup. But then you're again going back to a position 3 Coddle. And it didn't really look so good last game.
That is the thing. If you pick the Lich, then you lock the Coddle into core position already, except with the mountains. But the draft will look a little bit weird. There's a TB for EG themselves.
Yes, I think they should, for their own sake, look at picking something more solid with some confidence. Okay.
Wow. So this is a flex pick for EG. This has happened multiple times. They like flexing this between Percuss and C-Smile. And this is why they're doing this probably. They're keeping the draft still open to decide on the last pick, I guess, where to put these heroes.
Does this still work versus Beast, you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about the laning stage, honestly. Like,
because the Beast masters play way different now. They buy Ring of Health, they max their access.
Yeah.
I don't think the Kunkka has the same effect on you.
That's not like this entire cleave idea behind it,
Yeah, you can definitely sustain through the Tidebringer.
Yeah, I'm just honest. I'm not really sure how the match is going to play out. They still even have the monkey option as well, right? If they prefer that even.
I think you're right though with what EG is probably thinking is like, let's see. I don't know how it fares up against the Wind Ranger, but I guess it's quite okay.
I think on mid is really good against Windrunner. The Tidebringer cannot be avoided by the Windrun. You have the constant poking in, and of course X mark into ulti. The Windrunner can die.
Yeah.
So that for the mid lane is pretty solid, and I would probably tend towards also put that Kunkka mid, give Percuss one of these hard carry heroes. He's been looking pretty good in these last series. Like in general, might be one of the top carries in this tournament so far. Anyway, like he's been having really solid performances. So I would like him to play more hard carry-ish kind of hero.
I think also the CM Beast is one of the better lanes now because you have the double spam.
Yeah.
You see these Beastmasters, they're maxing the access. Zai yesterday had incredible Beastmaster performances, more than one game.
I like that more than the Beastmaster Disruptor as well. I think the Disruptor does not have the same lane push potential on the off lane to enable the simple Beastmaster lane of throwing your nukes.
So OG ban Timbersaw. I think it's also a good ban. I think it could be coming to the off lane even. That's the strength of EG's Monkey Kunkka flex. You're not really sure what you have to ban. So many different routes they could go.
Yeah, and Whisper is also an insane Timber player, even though I don't think he played Timber in this tournament yet. Maybe in group stage, but not in playoffs, I think. And while on the last major, on Leo Major, everybody first stage banned it against his team.
Bloodseeker banned, interesting.
So they banned an offlaner and a carry.
Yeah.
Pango is still in the pool. Could they make the Wind Ranger carry and put like a Pango mid or something like that?
Not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea. They might.
Terrorblade banned. I also think that ban makes more sense.
I'm still thinking about the flexibility. I like the Pangolier idea, just a solid hero. It can get shut down in the lane a little bit, but like the Kunkka is a bit annoying but playable. The Monkey could maybe crush the Pangolier, but Pangolier in general, he needs one enablement, like one rotation or something, and then he's online. So I could see it being picked up. I'll also just pick a carry.
Heroes. Oh, cool. I love when Artem plays this. Nice.
Also very good synergy with the Windrunner. You will, in every single team fight, almost always get a Chronosphere into a Shackle Shot afterwards. So you got the perfect setup for the chaining of the stuns. EG could now, once again, maybe do an offlane bounty or something, but I'm not sure if they're up to do that.
Bounty, offlane monkey too.
Yeah, I'm not sure it works.
Could we see something like a Wraith King? We've seen teams do that against things like Chrono, against Roar, where they can say, well, at least we'll have a second life. Is that a thing they could do?
It's not particularly good against Windrunner. The Windrunner ulti stays through the reincarnation, so you kill him once and then you kill him twice.
Okay.
So I think that's more than whatever.
If I was drafting for EG, I think I would really feel like picking some added team fight and damage for the mid game.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the damage is a problem.
Offlane.
Venomancer, maybe. Then put the bounty as a 5. Depends on if Panda wants to play it or not. He's not yet this tournament.
Doom. Oh, it's in the pool. This hero is still in the pool actually against Windrunner and Void.
But we have, I mean, I say we, OG has Beast.
I love it.
It's okay, you're not casting. You can be biased.
I am biased as hell. MC Beast versus this Doom Bounty Hunter, finding the monkey, finding the Coddle. I really like also what OG have going, but EG's lineup, solid, much more solid than what we saw before, I want to say.
I will say, I think the damage, what you addressed, didn't really get fixed by this Doom pick.
No.
Like, there's not really too much follow-up damage on the boat and everything except the Coddle spells. So it might be that always the heroes on OG get out with like tiny amount of HP left. But I do like the Doom against Windrunner, like so much. I think me as a Windrunner player, I hate playing against this hero.
Yeah, I think it's a game of Aegis. Whoever gets Aegis, it feels really good this game.
I'm looking a lot at the supports. Like OG, CM, and Disruptor, both incredibly good at going through the portals, ganking the side lanes. I feel like Doom and Monkey King are both pretty vulnerable to those ganks, so they could snowball off of that. But it does go the other way. Like Matthew is one of the most annoying Invis hero players in the world, stealing all the Wisdom runes. Like he's going to abuse the portals as well. So my eyes are on the supports for this game.
Okay, well, I hope all your eyes are on the giant screens at the front of the arena because we're about to start the game. But before that, let's throw to our delightful casting duo of Sunsfan and Synderen. Chaps?
Shout out to Pyrian Flax for the third and final time today. We have OG versus EG. Game 3 winner of this faces off against Team Liquid. And we have, I was going to talk about Kunkka because we haven't seen a whole lot of this hero in this tournament, which I'm sure we'll get to. A final pick Doom, which has been first pick, first ban for so many of the games in this tournament. How is that even possible?
Yeah, it's a good question. I kind of ask myself the same thing. Like, what happened to this hero? What have the teams figured out over the course of the last 2 days? Is it specifically because of some lane matchups? Is it because the pacing of the game has changed a little bit to be perhaps a bit too fast for the Doom? It doesn't seem like the games we've had here at the main event have been faster per se. So yeah, it's a bit of a mystery. Curious to see if we'll learn more about it later on when maybe another team picks Doom earlier in the draft and we're like, that's why. Because in this series, for example, EG with this Monkey King pick, they've been picking it, somewhat early, which is considered one of Doom's worst lane matchups. Maybe it's a respect thing among the teams because they know both teams have good Ursa and Monkey King players on their carry role. Could be many different things, but we do see it come out here last pick for Whisper. Gotta feel pretty confident. I think it's a pretty good Doom game. Biggest concern for me for him is the Beastmaster matchup. I think this hero is very, very good against Doom. You get vision on the map, so you can't find the Dooms. Roar is a hard single target lockdown against Doom, who thrives in, just moving freely in the fight. OG definitely have the tools to deal with this.
And we'll see how it goes. And in terms of the Kunkka pick for C-Smile, I mean, he's played this a fair amount in past patches, but I feel like this is the first Kunkka I've seen on this patch altogether. I don't remember what the hell was changed. Is Bannerman's still 30 seconds to spawn, but what are your thoughts on this hero right now? I'm guessing in theory, because you probably haven't seen it either.
It feels very hit or miss to me overall. He has some good lane matchups. I think in this game he does fine against Windranger, but shouldn't really win the lane necessarily, just probably draw. For me, Kunkka is a lot about whether your teammates really come together with you when you're strong, and I think this hero's spike for me is in around the mid-game timing, like 15 to 20 minutes is when this hero is best relative to the field. And the question is, are EG ready at that point? I would say Doom might want a little bit longer. Monkey King should pair pretty well with the Kunkka though at that time, if he has 1 or 2 core items, so we'll see. It's definitely a comfort pick for EG, more so than anything. They've played this hero a lot.
Oh, piggybacking off of that, this specific matchup, Wind Ranger against Kunkka, do you expect any kills to come? I mean, obviously, we've been seeing a lot of these like passive lanes. I feel like they kind of require supports, but for Kunkka, he can set that up himself, especially with the +1.
I think it's highly unlikely that either team rotates supports mid, probably. Like maybe they protect the runes, but like who's gonna gank for the Kunkka? Is it gonna be a bounty hunter level 2? Caudle isn't ganking. On the other side, you have Disruptor and Crystal Maiden, who both can come to the mid lane, but again, then the issue becomes, do you have the setup then for the Windrunner? Hard to say, really.
I feel like level 2 bounty hunter has actually been very impactful at this tournament.
Yeah, but it's not really been around mid. It's mainly been around the side lane.
Yeah, they've been going through the gates, and that is true. As we can see, the stun out onto Yuragi, but time walk away. And then for the Faceless Void going into the mid to late game, you expect this to be a good game for him. I mean, obviously you need to itemize against the Doom at some point, but then it comes down to, do you even bother? Because he could just go for Ags after the fact. Such a weird kind of thought process for every carry now when you're facing up against this hero.
Yeah, I personally think one of the best counters to Doom late game is the supports having force steps. I think that's what you want to have.
The blood grenade. Oh. Back into the tower he goes. MC, the blood grenade now placed onto him. Another blood grenade on top. Pakaz will fall first. Taiga gets first blood, and Mind Control somehow lives. That's a lot of blood grenades at his face.
Yep. No points in Jingu Mastery here, obviously going for the Tree Dance and Boundless Strike combination. And Caudle is only level 1, so he couldn't really offer much more there. And a great start for Mind Control in this lane. He's not the one to get the kill, it will be Taiga, but keep in mind you're playing Beastmaster against Monkey King, which can be a tricky matchup. You add the Caudle blind to the mix to knock you into the Monkey. Getting even a little bit of help early on can go a long way.
Yeah. Well, early on, very even in the mid lane. And like you said, unlikely to find any type of kill here as they try to secure their range creep.
The mind game there on the power shot. Actually ends up hitting because C-Smile tries to dodge it.
Yeah, in terms of what I can see was actually changed with Kunkka, not much. Obviously the stun from Ghost Ship was lowered, just like every other stun in the game.
Yeah.
As Kitrak and Yuragi. Pounding on Matthew a bit, another blood grenade used, which will in fact get that kill onto Kitrak. Matthew able to dodge out that one tower shot, so will eventually live here. Might just suicide to creeps, we'll see what he wants to do. Or just wait for that courier. Get a little snip snipe. Tiebringer no longer gets silenced, so it's treated as a passive essentially.
That's true.
And that's it. I don't actually see notes on Torrent being changed, which, is that not considered a stun? That's interesting. That's one of the few things that was not lowered with the rest
True.
of them.
There's like very few stuns in the game that did not get nerfed. That is one of them. Matthew will suicide to the tier 2 tower to get a full refill. And I guess if you want to talk a little bit more about this matchup, Kunkka is one of the heroes that has the longest range single target catch in the game out of the mid lane. Wind Ranger is a hero that plays a lot around mobility and angles, so I think a big part of the reason EG are grabbing this hero here is they want to have that reliable catch.
Yeah, Matthew showing himself, and as usual, this bounty hunting early on is very impactful. Another blood grenade just to secure the kill. And I mean, another thing we can think about from the Kunkka perspective, not to keep harping on this hero, but we love talking about the new ones since we've seen the other ones so much, but very good counter in the right hands against the Glimpse as well. X-Marsing the spot on yourself.
Very true, yes.
Or allies.
Yeah.
You don't need to expend the BKB. And Glimpse has been extremely powerful in this patch because of the fact that it technically can taper over through BKB. As Matthew, and he gets slowed. See the sentry nearby, but he will find the gap.
That might be a bigger part of the counter pick than we have given it credit for, actually. Because, you know, it's like you're looking at multiple aspects at the same time. Another attempt top, nice blind.
Still 3 members of EG here. They're going to take out Taiga. MC has to be careful. Another stump coming, but Kitrak, he's going to help out a bit. It's the Thunder Strike. Pakaz does have the Jingu stacks to illuminate to follow. MC getting very low. And they do find the kill with that last Janata.
I feel like this is the highest impact hero we've seen from Matthew all tournament. His bounty hunter games have been stellar for the most part, and so far so good. He's found kills in both side lanes 3 times over now. And perhaps the time for a gank mid is out of the question now that you've secured those side lanes, like especially when C-Smile hits level 6. But they might try to make it a surprise play earlier here. BZM will dodge out that Tidebringer.
Yeah. Shackle's not going to connect fully. BZM, he's going to be spotted now by Matthew. X marks into Torrent with the Tidebringer doing so much damage. Trying to pursue him through the trees. And that is going to be another kill via Matthew's ganking.
That is
in all 3 lanes. He's had huge impact.
That is such a beautiful and unexpected kill. That was basically perfect the way they set that up.
But now that he's gone, Pakaz is in a little trouble. Trying to get those Jingu stacks up. Matthew, he finally comes back into the top lane. And Pakaz, he's going to dodge some attacks. Nicely done. Kills off MC, lives through the day, and they're going to find another kill on top of that. So instead of dying, Pakaz gets a double kill. 3K advantage at the 6-minute mark for EG.
I feel like this is concerning for OG, you gotta say. We saw this bounty hunter yesterday from EG as well in their previous series and made for one of the most one-sided games of the entire tournament when they got off to a start like this. So OG, you really gotta keep your heads cool. Try to not get too fragmented.
Look at this heat map. He is all over the place. That is insane at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out the dot in the fountain as well.
That's right.
Yes, he has been there.
MC, he just TP'd back here. Illuminate's coming. Boundless strike to follow. Down he goes again. 8-2 for EG. And BZM is forced to try to help out now. Matthew, he's going to get frostbit. There's the focus fire to come from BZM. Gonna pop that wand with the shackle shot now, but it's not gonna be enough because it's gonna go invis. They don't have vision. So BZM forced away. See, Smile has come now with that haste rune.
Bottom lane as well, Whisper.
Oh, they kill the Faceless Void on the other side of the map. EG's getting literally everything. They're getting the Wizard Room. No, it is denied from BZM, so very small silver lining. Power shot misses, but wouldn't have been a kill anyway. But EG dominating.
They denied the Wisdom Rune. That's I think that's the first time I've seen that minute 7 in a game. Usually, you know, you really want to try to grab it yourself, but BZM didn't have that luxury. And yeah, off screen, just Whisper getting the faster level 6. And this is a terrible matchup for Void Spirit to lane against whenever Doom gets out levels you. You're just never safe when Doom is available. So for now, Yuragi can sit there for a bit. He obviously knows there's a minute and a half until the next time he's in danger, but as soon as that comes about, you either need to bait it with supports protecting you, or also taking a serious beating.
Yeah.
There.
Time walk that off.
You either need to bait it or just get the hell out of there and not play the lane, and that feels terrible as this Faceless Void. So everything going EG's way in this early game, and remember, the Bounty Hunter has obviously been crushing the lanes, but you also have Doom scaling.
MC, Matthew showing himself again. Here comes the first boat of the game, and MC dies again.
He's level 4.
Number 4 for the level 4 Beastmaster. That is a rough start.
In
I mean,
comparison.
EG have won literally every lane.
Absolutely. Especially the side lanes are just complete curb stomps at this point. Like, look at, oh my God. Is there anything EG can't get right now?
Well, they didn't get the Wisdom Rune
That is
technically,
true.
right? But they
yeah,
did.
I mean, this is a level 8 Doom against level 4 Beast.
Yeah.
This is just not fair. Like, seriously.
Well,
this is going to be quite the climb for OG at this point. And you got to look at who do you play around, right? Because let's say the Void has a bad game. Then you can at least play around the Beastmaster, you know, his timing, make moves with your offlaner. But Beastmaster's game is atrocious. So you can't really play with this guy. You kind of need to let him catch up. So your only option falls on BZM. But he doesn't have help the Javelin yet.
Well, that spawned like 2 seconds later. Did you notice that?
What's that?
It spawned at like 9:02 or 9:03, the Lotus flower. That's kind of weird. Wait, it doesn't spawn after you take it, right? It doesn't. It's just every 3 minutes on the dot.
Minutes, yeah.
Okay, so
I think it's slightly delayed.
Slight bug report there from Volvo. Oh, Yuragi being spotted by Matthew, who's level 5 right now. There's nobody else near, so I don't think he's going to have enough damage. Although
he time walked.
The tomato could help out. Yep, after the time walk especially. Gonna pop the wand to try to stay alive. TP's coming in. He actually has to use the Chronosphere. Maybe they can get the kill on top of this now. The Frostbite. Look at how many members of OG have come to try to count. Black can't speak. Matthew. He's actually gonna live. No. Finally, the glimpse comes out. They lose the Crystal Maiden. So it's a 1-for-1 support-wise. As EG. I mean, at the very least, even if they don't get that kill on the Faceless Void, they force him out. Of being able to farm this eventual Midas, which is still quite a ways away.
It's a completely fine result for EG because they force Chrono.
We have the X marks.
Nice shackle shot.
Yeah, gonna avoid the Torrent as a result. Pakaz, though, is in the area. Looking for the opening.
He missed the tree.
Oh my God, another kill for EG on a core. And what do you think of this build from the Doom, going for the mech early on after the Vanguard instead of going for like the typical Midas that we would see. Feels like they want to fight immediately and just take advantage of this big lead that they have. Hitrak, he's going to be found. Gets the kinetic field up, might live as a result, but CM will not be so lucky.
OG are in so much trouble.
That is an understatement.
I mean, I'm really looking, I'm trying to dig deep here to see what they can possibly do, but EG are just crushing them all around the map. They're making all the right moves. They're way stronger and they're just riding the momentum. About the Doom build, I like it. I think it was either going to be Greaves or Crimson first, but I think he should get both. Crimson obviously great against the Wind Ranger Focus Fire, against Beastmaster who's getting Boars this game. Faceless Void, you also mitigate a ton of his damage during the Chrono, so... And it's just a great insurance policy as well. You're really far ahead, and this time you're not going to fall into that trap that EG did last game with their double Orchid, where sure, you're ahead, but then suddenly OG find a fight. If you have these auras, it just feels almost hopeless for OG's heroes to kill literally anyone.
Yeah. Well, it feels like big hope for OG would be BZM, who I believe has... No, it's not even the finished Maelstrom yet. It's just the naked Javelin for the time being. Gonna back up Yuragi as Whisper was thinking about using Doom again, but we'll play it
going
safe.
in with Glimpse here.
Yep, they see him, they glimpse into the kinetic field. This will be a pretty big kill for OG. They need it. Yuragi gets there with the time dilation as well. Primal War from the sideline. Whisper's gonna stay alive.
No.
He gets off the mech. He gets off the Doom, and now Yuragi's gonna pay the ultimate price. Focus Fire still applied to Whisper. He's going to get Blinding lit back. BZM trying to finish the job, but he's going to end up dropping as a result. Getting extremely low. He's tracked up. Down he goes. 4 dead for OG. And those are track kills.
How
that
the hell
could not have gone worse.
They used literally everything. Focus Fire, Roar. Okay, they didn't Chrono. I mean, but come on. Focus Fire, Roar, all their spells. They didn't have Static Storm. Obviously, the supports are mega underleveled, which is a symptom of everything that's been happening. So Crystal Maiden level 4, Disruptor level 5. I still really thought they had him there, but barely surviving, and gets off the Doom. They get the mech off and they rotate in, and it's just the moment Doom gets Doom off there, the fight's completely lost. Yeah. You dropped everything. And you desperately needed that one too. You brought so many heroes because you're like, we know we're mega far behind. We've got to make something happen on the map. We need to bring numbers. And even that failed for OG.
Yep, another track, MC. He's gonna get some backup in the form of Kitrak. Yeah. Swims back onto Matthew, gets off the double track, but looks like OG should be able to get this kill at the very least. You can see Pakaz on the trees, just waiting to pounce, but
yeah,
we'll
I think
better of it.
Might want to try to contest the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. I think it would be a really good choice from EG to just completely shut down these side lanes right now and that Wisdom area, because it's OG's path to level 6 on the supports. And if you take that away from them, their playmaking potential without Static Storm and Freezing Field is just extremely limited. And OG really want that rune. They're just not going to get it. You see EG are already taking over the area with 2 of their cores as well as Caudal. You cannot run into this if you're OG, so you have to give up that rune. And that would have been a level 6 Disruptor. Now instead he has to run around starved in mid lane trying to find some sort of experience, but it's going to be really, really hard. EG, what an impressive game so far. Really reminiscent of the good old days from yesterday when they did the same thing.
14-minute Wisdom Rune is there. And like you were talking about, they control this area in order to secure that. And that is going to add insult to injury. Yuragi does get the Midas, and the Chronosphere is placed on the Matthew. And that will result in a kill, which ruins the scoreline, but good news for OG fans, they get something. But of course, 14.5 minutes in, Chronosphere on a Soul Bounty Hunter, not exactly what you want in a normal game, but so far behind here, they have to take what they can get.
Yeah, I don't even mind it, because it's like, you have to take literally every opportunity possible to get experience. And if that means chronoing that bounty hunter, so be it. It's not like you're going to be like regretting this in a minute and you're like, man, we really could have won this fight with chrono. It's just not the case. Kitrak,
he's found,
dead.
And he's brought down.
He was trying to get level 6. That was a mistake.
Yes, how dare he.
15 minutes in, 2 supports under level 6. I think this is the first time I see it this tournament. OG supports are completely screwed this game.
Yeah, EG just controlling the map beautifully. Old patch, you just buy the Tome of Wisdom, right? And you're fine.
Exactly, yeah. You just...
Now you have to control an area to get that. Pretty big change for sure. And if during this series and the entire tournament, EG has shown so much discipline, and I would expect that they're not going to get too aggressive despite having this monstrous lead. They're probably going to play it somewhat safe for the eventual Roche kill and whatnot, which I don't know how long they'll need to actually do that, but Deso is online for Pakaz, and that would certainly help. I assume the BKB is what they're going to want to wait for before doing anything risky like that.
Yeah, you can just continue controlling the map, and Bounty Hunter is eventually going to find you some sort of opportunities, and even if he doesn't, you have Doom. So you're still outscaling them regardless here. All three of your cores are very, very happy in this game. The Halberd online on the Kunkka is going to offer you a lot more protection in case a fight does break out. It's very easy to see a lot of positives for EG with nothing happening even. And you're just so comfortable when the game is in that state. And you look over at OG's side, the only way you really make moves is probably off the Primal Roar or the Chrono. And both of these cooldowns obviously crucial. The Chrono that you know is not available, so you just get a free tier 2 here. OG just cannot defend this whatsoever. Yeah. And now you're going to press the issue. So they could be taking the outpost here. Don't really care, though. You're going to immediately go for a move instead.
Don't really care about that outpost, huh?
Yeah. Doesn't seem like it. Matthew almost saw Yuragi there, but not quite. He's pinging out the ward. He's recognizing, all right, since Bounty Hunter was just here in Shadow Walk, he's probably warded this, and he would be correct with the ping.
And Yuragi 1,000 away from finishing Maelstrom, which, again, like, he needs these items in order to actually become a Faceless Void late game, but it's just still an item on top of that away from really getting any substantial kill with the Chrono.
Yeah.
As Kitrak and BZM occupying this side of the map, which is not allowed, so they will exit immediately. Yuragi's going to get tracked by Matthew in the meantime. And at what point do you think Roche is going to be a thing for EG? Because obviously they can't see what we see in terms of the net worth. This is astronomical. I'm sure they have an idea.
Oh, trust me, they know they're for it. They've been here enough.
Dust. We'll spot Matthew. Kitrak just needs a little bit of vision. He's going to be able to get the glimpse back. And this will lead to the kill, even using a freezing field just to make sure that they get it.
Yeah, they kill this Bounty Hunter. It's the only kill they found all game, with the exception of a singular kill on the Monkey King in the top lane. Bounty has 5 out of 6 deaths. Everybody else with a clean game.
He's showing himself, gets off the slow. Whispers here with a casual right click, and that'll be the kill onto the Disruptor. Chronosphere from Yuragi, trying to take out this Keeper of the Light. Nice Shackle shot to fall. The panel talked about that combo, and a couple kills going the way now of OG. Pakaz jumps in, though, gets off the Wukong's command. He's all alone. Interesting decision here. C-Smile has now come to back his teammate up, but not a whole lot was gained from that Wukong's command. Yeah, EG are going to have to back away now.
Spreading a little bit thin there and getting punished. OG being tight, getting a good Chrono and Static Storm combination and finding that big kill on the Doom. Definitely got to push them in the right direction. Need a lot more than that, though. But it's the first step on one of the most steep recoveries we would have had to see all tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it, I think, once.
There has not been many comebacks of this magnitude in this patch so far.
Yes, it is. It feels like, I don't know. This patch, you can control more of the map, and by controlling more of the map, you deny even more than before, because there's more objectives that you need to secure. So it feels like it's been a one and done for a lot of these games. But I think the Roche is kind of the wild card here. Basically being able to spawn on different sides of the map could potentially give an opening to OG. And I mean, the Chronosphere is like their big Roche taker in terms of fighting in that pit area. But
C-Smile's going to find BZM.
X marks. Shackle's going to disrupt this combo, but he actually ends up connecting anyway. Boundless Strike onto 2. Pakaz bops the BKB, and Kitrak is just dead on the sideline.
Literal collateral damage. He took a Boundless Strike and a Kunkka Cleave, died 100 to 0.
They didn't even see him. 2 dead for OG.
Yeah, Monkey King with that
cannot
death,
fight without
obviously.
this Chrono. C-Smiles here, has the tidal wave.
All right, showing off.
Making sure OG knows that he has purchased that.
You guys see this? It's gold, you don't have it.
Spotted now. He's going to have to roar the bounty, attempting to TP.
Make it out. Oof,
yes.
Close. Doom almost in range with the Doom there.
Time to move.
And Mind Control getting, let's see, about 800 away from the Helm of the Overlord. obviously not going to be, none of the timings on the OG side are going to be good. All right, what's the ultimate dream here? It's got to be a big chrono into what, though? They don't really have, like, they have the static storm.
Freezing
field
on the edge of it.
Freezing field on the edge, and you just have to get good procs with, yeah, okay.
I mean, that's the dream. There's no better combo that they have,
And
right? They're going to find
get frostbit, focus fire, set up by the shackle shot. Pavis is going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but will fall in the end. Taiga now going to feel the brunt of Pakaz's right click. Oh my God! Pakaz! Oh my God! All right.
Oh, that is nasty.
That just happened. Look at that reaction. He's like, oh, okay.
It's like he's playing with cheats.
See smile. Oh, is he actually going to run into MC? The tidal wave brings him back out of the corner.
Oh, he knocked it down.
Yeah, he's in the area as well. Gets stunned for the time being, but they'll find yet another kill. And EG running away with this game. But they're still going to play it disciplined, and maybe now is the time to Roche. You have 12 stacks on to the Desolator. And this Monkey King just feels untouchable right now.
Yeah, give me that replay.
Yeah, let's see. He had a lot of HP. So he was full HP. Okay, Doom. So not quite full HP, but close enough. That is insane. You would think there'd be like a Daedalus on top of that or something, but there's no items on OG to withstand the burst damage like that.
That's why Deso is such a good item on Monkey King in games where you're ahead, because obviously you have the natural crit from Boundless Strike, so minus armor items like that Deso just have incredible value.
Roche #1, a freebie for EG. I assume Pakaz will take this so he can actually start hitting some buildings. They're going to take the gate as well.
And this is the list of comebacks that you're seeing here in the stat, but the information not available is what time was this lead?
Yeah,
because
true.
the 17K lead at minute 22 is definitely an incredible challenge.
Yeah, and he's tracked. Shackle shot will not hit, and he gets decimated. If Pakaz does not get stunned, he will kill you. Of course, he still has that BKB at 8 seconds right now, so used it once. See, Smile. We haven't really talked about the Kunkka, but how does he look so far? I assume you're going to say great because they won all 3 lanes.
Yeah. Can't complain, you know, he's 5-0-5. He's found some good X-Mark catches. He's done what the team needs him to do in this game.
Tier 2 tower looks the way of EG as well. And from OG's perspective, is there, I'm trying to look at anything here, Cinderin, an item that they need to wait for before they just go all in and try to get something out of this?
I don't know, man. I'm digging deep right now.
Yeah, dig deep.
It's not even about the Doom, right? We were theorizing before the start of the game about what are they going to do about Doom with Lincolns and stuff. We're not in that range yet. They need to buy damage, and they need to have a way of even standing their ground. So you see both Windranger as well as the Void eyeing up BKBs. My concern is when you get these, can you actually even kill the enemy heroes? Greaves, Ghost Ship, Illuminate. The Caudal has...
He's dead.
Oh, hello. Caudal has the Solar Crest and the Pavis, so all of this physical damage block is actually very effective against the Windranger. Of course, keep in mind the way barriers work. Pavis on a high armored hero is strong, and Monkey King with the 20 armor, Doom with the 20 armor. It's a tough time to be an OG fan right now.
Indeed. Because 3 minutes left on the Aegis, has the MKB for the Monkey King. So fits the lore. I think that means he's ready to hit some buildings.
Yeah. Matthew with the pipe.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's gonna get dusted, but
he's mega tanky.
People are coming through that gate. Taiga will attempt to TP out and we'll be fine.
Boundless was on a 1 second cooldown there, so did make it away. Yeah, so pipe on Matthew. They have pipe, Greaves, Crimson, Pavis, Solar Crest, and Illuminate, and Ghost Ship. Good luck.
Yep, that's a lot of damage mitigation. And they also have Pakaz, so...
Yeah. That's true, he has a tendency of doing this.
Oh, Balance Strike on the 2 again, delete 1. Gitrak able to sidestep that tidal wave, but now the buildings are taking heavy damage.
You see the ping from Whisper, Faceless Void is missing. Literally the only thing that it feels like can go wrong for EG here is if they stack up too hard.
Yeah.
Just don't give them that big chrono opportunity. still with pretty much confidence here.
Yeah, Ragi gets off a triple Chronosphere. BZM is going to get blinding lit back after the focus fire. They've done very little damage because of all the items you talked about. Even the static storm was used. Torrent into the tidal wave. MC's done. 44 seconds. There's the Doom onto BZM. He's also done. First lane of racks to EG, and I don't see them stopping anytime soon. Still a minute and a half on this Immortal Aegis.
3-man Chrono, 2-man Shackle, full focus fire, power shot, all the stuff they had. They didn't have the Crystal Maiden, I guess, but they got them to about 80%.
Yeah,
and I don't even think there was a ghost. There wasn't even a ghost ship.
Yeah,
he didn't use the ult. He was in the Chrono.
Saving it for a rainy day, which might be now. Taiga gonna live, but the buildings won't be so lucky. That was the last fortification for a while for OG, as they are about to get knocked out of the Berlin Major. EG gonna get their second lane, and considering that they've already taken out all the outer towers, no reason to stop. Going for the full megas now. Tier 3 already at half health. What can OG do? They do not have Chronosphere. They didn't have damage even with the Chronosphere. That's a nice shackle onto 2. Wukong's command comes out though. That's gonna be the death of Taiga. Does have buyback, will certainly use it now. But this Wukong's command is just keeping everyone outside, which means mega creeps are very close for EG side. Matthew, he's gonna take the brunt of the damage from OG. Boundless Strike comes in. Yuragi is the focus, but he time walks out. Static Storm giving him a little bit of space, but mega creeps for EG, and they've taken almost no damage in the last 10 minutes, it feels like.
They are genuinely invincible. I think, no exaggeration, they could tank every single spell OG has perfectly and still live.
Oh, Tidal Wave onto 2. BZM forced to pop his BKB. Boundless Strike doing heavy damage as usual. And EG, this is the discipline we're talking about. They are going to back away and reset.
Yuragi doing a little bit of a dance.
Yep. He's going to get X'd into the Torrent. And EG are going to wait it out. The Pakaz is 400 away from finishing Aghanim Scepter, so those soldiers will be able to take the tier 4s in Ancient pretty soon. This looks impossible. I don't know if you can get... I'm trying to think of anything. They don't have Tidal Wave on their side. I'm thinking of like some repositioning into Fountain, but there's 4 stats. I don't know. Really grasping at straws right here.
Maybe they can bait them in by dropping items to make like a little trail of breadcrumbs in toward the Fountain.
I mean, that used to be a South American special, dropping items and deleting them, right? So maybe they'll go back to their roots and even this game up, but highly doubtful. As OG are very likely to lose this game.
Maybe EG are just having fun on stage. Just like, we'll enjoy the moment. No?
Yeah, why not?
I'm pretty convinced. I obviously don't mind them playing it safe. It's a huge stakes game here, but I'm pretty sure they could literally just walk down a lane on 5 full health heroes, and if OG throw their entire arsenal at them, they will still survive and use their auras. And that's considering a potential 5-man Chrono, 5-man Freezing Field. I just think the math is not working for OG anymore in this game.
I'll trust you on the math.
It's tough. Well, C-Smile might frontline here. He has a shield rune and 3.2k health.
Yeah, Yuragi's gonna spot it, gets a Chrono onto 2. This is a lot of damage to the Monkey King, actually. The Roar to follow, but now the items have been activated. Pakaz still living through the brunt of all this damage with the Focus Fire applied as well. He hasn't even bothered using his ult yet. Everybody from OG's dropping like flies. GG's called. EG take it 2-1, and they will continue on at the Berlin Major.
What an absolute beatdown. And again, have to say EG's most impressive games that they've played have been with Matthew's Bounty Hunters, setting things up in the first 10 minutes, just completely dominating the map. They won both side lanes because of this Bounty Hunters rotations.
Yes.
They got all the information they needed to keep playing from ahead. They found all the picks they wanted to find in the game. And maybe more important than anything, completely removed OG's supports from the game. They had nothing. 15 minutes in, both level 5. I don't think I've seen it this patch, and I don't think I'll see it again this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the stat line of Pakaz 19, 1, and 13 and say, oh, this guy's the MVP. I agree. Matthew 100%. He won all 3 lanes for his team. And in Dota, if you win all 3 lanes, you win the game in all likelihood. And they just expanded that lead because of Matthew getting off those tracks. On top of that, just making it worse and worse for OG. Of course, OG out of the tournament, but very respectable I mean, this is a pretty big accomplishment considering that they have 2 stand-ins, which I know they've done before, but it stands to reason that it is difficult to play with new people.
They still played a great tournament, and I don't think you can fault any of their stand-ins for the results that they were able to accomplish. I think in this game, the way this got out of control really fast, you put other players on these heroes, it's a matter of the first 5 minutes. I don't know if replacing a player here or there would have solved that with how this all went down. For me, a huge strategic win for EG after the early game, just so clean. And yeah, OG, I mean, still, as you said, still a solid result, so, but obviously they wanted more.
EG absolutely stomped game number 3, and their next matchup will be against Team Liquid.
Yep, thank you to our casters. Phenomenal work there. And as Shanna said, a massive result for EG. Absolutely superb performance by them. But OG absolutely should not be embarrassed or upset, really, with how they've done. A team with 2 stand-ins has made it to top 5. That is an incredibly impressive result. I know you're disappointed, Johan, but you must be proud of the lads.
Oh, I'm not disappointed whatsoever. Yeah, nothing but pride. I am super happy to, be a part of this and gotten to see what I got to see, what we saw. It's, it's not. I don't think it's every group of people that could pull this off. Big shout out to MC and Kidrak for helping us out in the tight spot and proving the world that they are amazing at what they do.
Yeah, absolutely crazy series. I mean, this last game, it reminded me of the second game against Talon yesterday. Something about these EG players, they just get fired up when it's like, when they're with their backs against the wall. Like, incredible performance by all their players. Also, a big shout out, of course, at off the sudden Panda. Never played Caudle ever before in this tournament. Now he plays it, they just flex it, and everybody just freaking rolls around. Really, no players, I think all 5 players on EG are looking really hard right now. I think it's not like 1 or 2 players are doing outstanding jobs, all 5 of them. So
Jenkins, you had a great stat.
Yeah, I mean, this is the South America dream team. Everybody expected big things from them. And of course, we have 5 Valve events in a row that they have achieved top 6. But it has been 5 years since South America has made it past top 6.
It's incredible.
So they're doing this for the first time in 5 years. And when this team got put together, this is what everybody expected from them. So it's good to see that finally come to fruition. And let's see how far they can go.
Indeed. And let's see if they can talk about how far they think they can go. We have Tsunami standing by with Matthew.
One last round of applause for OG, making the best of an unfortunate situation, please. But now we have an opportunity to speak to Matthew for this incredibly momentous occasion. Avo, take it away.
Thank you, Tsunami. Hello, Berlin. Let's set up the stage a little bit. If you guys can remember, Stockholm Major, a team by the name of OG beats Thunder Awaken with Matthew. In Arlington, the same team beats Beast Coast once again, stopping South America from getting top 4. And here in Berlin, this very team beats OG, getting the first top 4 for South America. Matthew, ¿qué significa para ti ser el primer equipo sudamericano en llegar al top 4?
O sea, en realidad más que un significado es como que llenar un vacío, ¿sabes? Es como que el año pasado tuvimos todo un año de puro top 6, top 6, top 6 y siempre como que llegamos al top 6 y como que mentalmente no estábamos tan bien. Teníamos las ganas de ganar, pero era difícil. Y ahora es como que también nos quitamos esa espina como OG, que todo el año literal era la razón por la cual quedábamos top 6 y nada, estoy muy feliz de haberlo logrado.
He says last year, it was all top 6, top 6, top 6, and the mentality wasn't quite there. It was like filling in a void to finally reach this top 4. And to also do it by beating OG, who had denied them this so many times. He feels incredibly happy right now. Matthew, is this your ceiling? Are you satisfied? ¿Estás satisfecho con un top 4?
No, todavía no. O sea, ahora que ya pasamos la valla, es como que quiero llegar a la final.
He's beat the biggest obstacle. He's ready to go straight for the final, this man. He's not satisfied with top 4. Acá hemos preguntado esa primera partida, una locura de partida. Picasteis picks un poco extraños como ese anti-mage de medio, cambiasteis líneas, al principio comenzasteis a perder. ¿Qué pasó? Explícame, ¿cómo ganáis esa partida?
O sea, ni siquiera nosotros sabemos cómo hemos ganado. Parecía un overthrow. O sea, fue como que... Era como que solamente contrapiqueábamos lo que ellos hacían, porque queríamos piquear Medusa en 8, pero teníamos la idea que lo iban a hacer en 6-7 y lo hicieron, y solo fuimos anti-mage, pero no era lo suficiente, así que solo dijimos... Cuando comenzó el juego dijimos, hay que jugar como si fuera un overthrow, y hay que relajarnos, porque estábamos como que muy mal en draft mentalmente, pero solo nos divertimos y nos reímos y ganamos.
In that first match, they were planning to pick Medusa on 8, and they picked it on 6-7. They knew that could happen, but it kind of threw a wrench in their plans. They decided instead to counter-pick with the anti-mage, but they realized that draft was looking a little bit wonky. So they decided, let's just play like it's overthrow, guys. Let's just have fun. Let's just try to, enjoy ourselves. And he doesn't know how, but they managed to win that first game against OG. Now, to all your fans, para todos tus fans, para la gente que te está viendo, antes de verte una vez más el día de hoy, ¿quieres decirle algo al público, Matthew?
Nada, que muchas gracias de corazón y gracias por el apoyo, por siempre estar aquí gritando, especialmente a todos los que gritan en español, es como que los que más entiendo. Y nada, un fuerte abrazo para todos ellos.
Thank you so much to this audience for the support that you give Matthew, is what he said. Thank you especially to the Spanish speakers because he can actually understand those cries. And keep supporting EG in the run through this beautiful Berlin Major. Back to you, Tsunami.
These guys need a recharge because they got one more series to play today, and now we need to figure out our grand finalists. Back to the panel.
Indeed we do. Indeed we do.
Now,
he seemed delighted.
Do we throw it somewhere else?
I don't know. I was ready to throw it back to Tsunami for a losing team, but maybe we're not going to get one. I don't know.
So many options.
So many options. Well, let's talk about what Matthew was saying there. This must have felt like a hurdle that they were never going to get past. Not just getting into top 6, but getting past their nemesis OG, and now they've finally done it.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive. Like he said in the interview before, he's not confident they can beat, but they will try their best. He was staying very humble, and third game they smashed them. Sorry, no tail, but it's in the end what happened, right?
It's
so
the truth.
They played pretty well. More than deserved.
They did play very well. We've now got Sir Action Slacks, I believe, on the floor with a DHL drop. So let's go check in with him.
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
Hello, my friends. That's right. We are back once again for another DHL drop, my friends. Very, very good time for everyone here. Now, again, most people in between games, they might get up, they might leave, but the ones that stay, they are the most dedicated, and they are the ones we're going to reward here today with what's inside the box. Very precious things. So we're going to go through the audience one more time. We're going to read their signs, and we're going to give away some prizes until we find the grand winner. To start things off, I'm just going to throw about 15 Purge faces into the crowd. Ah! There you go. Look, they love it. Oh my God, I hit my camera guy. Are you okay? Purge has a very chiseled jawline. You got to be careful. All right. Are we ready to do the DHL drop, my friends? Come, every bot. Come, my beautiful bot. Let's go ahead and read some signs. This might backfire. That, you know what? It certainly did. But here's a sock. Enjoy your sock, my friend. Ben, stop taking my mid. Ladies and gentlemen, that one, I'm going to give you a bunch of different faces. And I'm going to give you a sock. Whoever you are, Ben, you're garbage compared to this guy. Any words for Ben?
Give me my mid, bro.
That's right, Ben. Never take mid again. All right, let's see. See Dota sad face. That makes me depressed. Yes. Send help. No toilet roll in the men's room. Well, I can solve that. Here's 15 Shiver faces, my friend. Enjoy that. There you go. Bring back Archon Gaimin, my goodness. BSJ is a dangerous psychopath. That is also true. Here you go. Here's a sock. Well done. All right. Average DHL drop winner with Purge's face. Sorry. I'll get Slacks tattooed on my arm. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't take a sock. I know I started it. Here, take the coveted black sock. That one. Please don't tattoo my name on your arm. And Dota and in life, fountain dives are risky. Oh, that's true. The doctor is not in. Very depressing. From zero to hero, you expected daylight to protect you. That's a Night Stalker quote. You know what? I think I like that one. I'm gonna take a real quick scan. That's a Naga picture right there. That guy's from Naga Siren. Sorry, Night Stalker guy, here's a sock. Can I see that Naga Siren, please? I love my new summer home, beautiful. Wow, that is beautiful. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. Oh, that's got winner right there. All right, random sock, 15 purge faces. Let's get this party started. All right, my friend, congratulations. Come to the front, you win. You get, oh, sharing. Oh, very, very kind. What are your names?
I'm Howie.
And?
Angus Beer.
So you drew the beautiful picture.
I drew both of these.
Put down the anime one. No, I don't want to see that one. Just the night. Oh, wonderful. Why do I always pick the weeds every time? Oh, whatever. All right, my friends, the box is yours. Let's go ahead and unbox this bad boy. I leave it to you. Crack it open. Don't drop it. Here we go. And what do we have inside? We have a mouse pad. We have a hat. We have a shirt, which you, if that's not your size, we sell them downstairs. Very rare. We have a gigantic backpack. Oh my goodness, it's esports Monopoly. Well, you're the only one that's gonna be having fun playing that game lately. All right, my friend, well, there you go, my friends. Thank you so much. Enjoy your DHL drop. Here's a sock. And here's this. Hoya! All right, guys, it's been fun. We'll get you for the next drop. See you soon, DHL lovers. Yeah!
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this sign of flow, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close, I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this, tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this, like, I'm in the top and it's literal, I'm making money, it's digital, they watch how I step in, it's pivotal, they wanna be me and it's pitiful, I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me, there's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees, way too cold, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep them going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
upper bracket finals. Gaimin Gladiators and 9Pandas. Both of these teams have secured a top 3 finish at the Berlin Major, but one of these two teams will secure themselves a spot in those grand finals tomorrow. Will it be Gaimin Gladiators? Will it be 9Pandas? We're going to find out in a thrilling best of 3. And we are going to have some amazing people talking about that series. I'm joined by Sheep, PPD, and Gorg. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
Yeah, good to have you back here.
Oh, geez, bro, you got a couple of
fans here. It is really good to have you. Are you very excited for this matchup?
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. This is what I've been waiting for. You know, I wasn't so sure whether I wanted 9Pandas to win or not, but when I saw the beef and all the build up to this, like, I'm so excited.
Yeah, Peter. I mean, there's quite a bit of build up for this one.
Yeah, I love when matches have a little bit extra stakes on the line, and beef between players, I think, just makes it all the more exciting.
Yeah.
These guys obviously want to win to make it to the finals, but I think even more so, they just want to beat each other.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot about both of the teams and about the beef. Don't worry. But we're first going to learn a little bit more about 9Pandas, so let's dive right into that and listen to the players.
9Pandas, I think, is a team where expectations were pretty much like, who knows with them coming in the tournament.
They've certainly come out swinging when it comes to this group stage performance. They've done very well for themselves.
Off to a very fast start here in Berlin.
He's all alone on this pudge, and it's just going to be Ramses that beats him down.
Oh my god.
Huge play here as Roger gets the pike onto Zai. It's not going to be enough to find the kill, but it's just Ramses once again. He gets the next assassin, disarmed his Nisha. He's got to try and get out of here. He gets protected. No, he gets silenced instead. But they're bleeding deaths one by one as Kiyotaka's at the fountain. They've got Insania as well. That's going to be a dieback. Ultra kill for Ramses on this Alchemist as Liquid are crumbling on their high ground.
I think they were one of the first teams to identify what this patch was about.
I think the CIS teams in general actually got a pretty big boost from the new patch because it reset a lot of the meta that they weren't doing too well in.
They had a very clear archetype from the get-go of Doom, Alchemist, bigger map, more areas to be able to farm. They figured out, how to just dodge fights and push it to the late game, and that has worked very well for them.
He's got the short cooldown on Doom, and he will immediately put it to use on the Medusa. This fight is already over. It's just a question whether or not LGD can get out on as many heroes as possible. The Sky Archmage, he's going to be able to help blow up Nothing to Say. Immediate buyback on him. Chronosphere into it. 4 heroes with the freezing field outside. Immediate RP in response as their Chronosphere goes down, but it's not going to save anybody, not even himself. Zeal, 9Pandas managed to push it late, and once again, they will get another 40-minute victory.
Kiyotaka is a standout player for me. I think he's the highest KDA player at the tournament so far, absolutely destroying these games with like 20+ kills. This guy's an absolute monster.
Get rid of some of this regen and sustain. Roger nearly dead. The Meteor Hammer misses. Resolution. And GPK, Roger goes straight flying back into them. They'll get the trade. IO for Pugna, but another toss from GPK will clear out the Bounty Hunter. And Resolution, what is he, 400 HP? The Storm trying to blow him up. A good crush. Slaughter slows them. GPK about to die. And Kiyotaka picks up a double kill. Burst Strike connects on the tide. Toronto Tokyo focused down by Ramses. And Kiyotaka with a triple kill. Turn that into what looks like a team wipe.
I know that Roger's new in the lineup, so maybe there's extra time for them to acclimate.
He's a very accomplished player. He used to play with Ramses back on those old DP squads, so there's some familiarity right there. I think Roger is just a very solid player in terms of 4 or 5. He brings like your standard gameplay to the table, very consistent. So I think it's a pretty decent player to have as a stand-in.
And that's all you need to do because Tinker will deliver the damage you need. Void Remnant blinking out of it. Kiyotaka not going to be caught by that one. Miro catching more heroes with the hoof stomp. Shiro turning around, fighting for his life, trying to get anything he can, but he is going to be denied that. Ramses blinking on him with a sliver of HP.
My biggest fear for them is that teams catch up to what they're doing, figure out how to counter it.
They should continue to do well. I don't see why they wouldn't. They have a very strong lineup.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the top 4.
I think they'll go pretty far.
Top 3 secured for 9Pandas. Can they make it to the grand finals? Now, before we get to the beef sheep, this team, 9Pandas, they have done exceptionally well, especially in their series against Thunder the other day.
I've been enjoying all their series. Like I'm just like thinking of all these standout games, like Kiyotaka's Tinker game where he just 1v9 the entire map. You know, Roger playing that Chen where he's just using the little troll creeps with the skeletons to like push and pressure the map. Like these guys are being creative, they're being fun, their openings are different to other teams. I love seeing the things that they like to play with, and I think that they have the potential here to upset Gaimin for sure.
Now, when we talk about 9Pandas and the beef, I do think that maybe not everybody is, up to date with what's been happening. Gord, could you maybe shine some light on this? Because I believe you have some experience.
Well, I have a little bit of experience. I myself was also a Ramses beefer once upon a time. Haven't really met him in a while, but Quinn has taken over the mantle now, and I heard there was a bit of a stare down in an elevator. That was a few days ago, and this has been brewing now, you know. There was 3 days ago these guys played. I don't know what's happened in between, we don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out.
I believe Ramses is not always the friendliest in pubs, which is normal, by the way, because everybody takes it very seriously. And then sometimes emotion can get high, Peter. That's normal, right?
Yeah, I think we all are no strangers to some Dota beef. I'm sure not everyone. I'm sure everyone here has had their moments. So these pro players, their skill in Dota is very much a part of their personality, and when somebody challenges that, sometimes they get a little upset.
Yeah, on the other side of the beef with Ramses is Quinn. Peter, Quinn has been having an outstanding tournament.
Quinn's been having an outstanding year. This has really been his breakout year. You know, forever he was playing in NA, kind of getting his start. He did everything he could for the region. He was, basically being the shot caller for his team while also playing mid and being rank 1 in the region. And said, oh, enough of that. I'm going to go over to Europe and win some championships. So he's come over here. I think he's number 1 or number 2 on the MMR ladder, and they're winning every single tournament. So he's got a lot of momentum. This could he win everything this year?
Could he? I mean, they started off very strong. Of course, they are the champions of the Lima Major, but it wasn't only that, Sheep. They did not drop a single game in that upper bracket run.
I don't know how they managed it, but by God, they did. I mean, you're right. Like everything Peter said about like Quinn and stuff. This guy is everyone I've talked to that's played with him on a previous team just talks of like how good he is to play with, how like he really steps up to the plate, and it's just like helps them to be better. And I think that's been an amazing addition. Like they can rely on their mid now with this change in the lineup. Sometimes they stray from that and play on these side lanes. Sometimes they go even harder and just like go mid every friggin' rune. It's like, you gotta enable this guy, you gotta win the game. I'm super impressed just all the way. Every time they play, they just keep getting better, and when they look like they're stumbling, they just come back and adapt.
Seems to be their forte. I need to know what we're gonna expect from this matchup, Berg. Do you have any expectation of the type of Dota that we're gonna see here today?
Well, for a while, I wasn't really like that big of a believer that Gaimin Gladiators would dominate this patch as well. They went patch after patch and are still the top dogs, Ace is just the best at buying Vanguard on the offlane. I don't know what to do, And they're so consistent, and they're proving me wrong. I thought this might not be their tournament, but now I'm leaning towards it. But this Kiyotaka guy, I don't know. He's the X Factor. I think he's the epitome of like that dead inside mid player that's gonna do it all for his team. I mean, who blinks in against the TI winners into their base, destroying them in such an important game? That guy has balls, and he might be the one that's gonna take him down this time.
I think that the drive is definitely there. 9Pandas have showed the creativity as well, Peter. I want to highlight that because they're one of the few teams that they don't seem to be afraid to face the Medusa.
Yeah, they've proven to be able to beat the Medusa. I don't know how. I know Gaimin Glads has played it, but only on carry. So I think it might make it through. Doom is really the hero I'm looking at. I think both teams have a lot of respect for this hero. I expect them both to ban it. I'd be surprised if it made it through. So maybe Doom Alchemist go out and we see first pick Dusa get thrown around.
I hope not, dude. Oh my God. Because it was Tundra, right? They played against Tundra and they threw it in the offlane and crushed them?
Yeah, but that's 33. He's a different kind of monster.
I mean, sure, yeah. But that's the thing. If Gaimin have adapted and they're willing to put it on different... I mean, we even saw position 5 Medusa earlier, right?
Yep.
I think this hero is getting to crazy heights where it's just not worth playing through.
I don't think Gaimin have run it at anything but carry so far. So I think not having that flexibility is a bad thing against 9Pandas, because they were the team that actually consistently beat Dusa when she was only being played as carry. They got a bit humbled against Tundra, and then they banned it, obviously. But I'm willing to see. Maybe there's been 3 days. Maybe Ace has been practicing a little bit in secret. It's possible.
You think Ace, who played an offlane Meepo this tournament, can't play an offlane Medusa?
Ace used to be a carry player. He can definitely play it.
Yes, sir.
He can play anything at this point. We've seen it almost all. We've definitely seen a lot of Sir Action Slacks as well, but we're going to see more. So what?
Oh, hey, hello. Sorry, we're talking about, yeah, you know what? You wanted to talk to me, now I'm going to talk to you. How you doing? What's your name?
Pretty good. My name is Amir.
All right, who are you voting for on this match coming up? This is a big deal here, right? A lot of toxicity being thrown across.
Honestly, 9Pandas have been phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot say anything bad about this team.
It's Gaimin Gladiators,
They are godlike.
Yeah.
They have been godlike, but 9Pandas, they have been just very entertaining for me, and I just like to see that quality game. That's all for me.
I think we can all agree that this will be a quality game no matter what happens. Whoa, these guys are excited in the back. Hello. Anybody want to be on camera? What the hell happened here? Wait, you guys spilling drinks? Are you all right?
Yeah, we're all right.
What you got there? What balloon we got? Oh.
Take a guess.
I think is that Bane?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's good. That's a little nightmare right here. Things got a little frightening for you. What happened? Can anyone describe the lost beer?
It's just water.
Just water. All right. If it was beer, we would have drunk it up from the floor, right?
Yeah.
Ah, that's my boy right there. Fantastic. All right. Quinn loves Ramses. Great sign right there. Hello. Celery high ground. Everybody want to be on camera? Any camera people right over here? My God, not a single person looked left. That was terrifying. An LD picture there. Nice Aegis nerd. Thank you, my friend. I'm sure someone's going to feel so stupid when they get the Aegis. You got to blitz, sheep panel. Make it happen. I don't think we can do that. They're still in the tournament. He has to get eliminated first, and he's doing a pretty terrible job about that. Hey, guys, what are we talking about over here? You guys hanging out? You chilling? What's up? How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great, bro.
Oh, nice, bro. You got the GG shirt on. How you feeling about this one coming up?
It's our man Tofu, German pride. We're representing here, hometown Berlin. So we do everything to support them, yeah.
Can you say a special message to him in the forgotten language of German?
Oh ja, Tofu, mein Lieber, die Hundehütte ist hier und supportet dich. Hey!
Hey! Fantastic. Tofu ist mein Lieblingsessen. Sorry, is that right?
You really mean Essen?
I'm not going to go back to school. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. 3 years of German I took, actually. I learned nothing except for die Ecke and that sentence that you heard right there. Gaimin Gladiator fans, how to win against 9Pandas banned Tinker. Do you think we're going to see a Tinker?
I don't know, maybe.
Well, your sign is not effective then. You need to go spread some noise up there, my friend. Alliance, I've got some terrible news.
I'm sad too that they aren't here.
Oh, it's okay, you know. There we go. Gaimin Gladiators face paint. Quinn is better than Miracle. That's a dangerous side. Do you have an escort out of your way out of the arena? That's very frightening over there. Forget the coronation. Sumail is the king. Oh my goodness. Where were you during the DHL drop? That was an easy win.
I got pushed out the way.
Good, but because it was too easy for you, my friend. Congratulations. But Guy, hello. Celery, GG, very nice. Oh, and big Tofu fan. That's fantastic. Any words for Tofu? Why do people love Tofu so much? It's always Tofu.
He's my little bro.
He's your little bro?
Yeah, I know him since birth, so let's go, Tofu, let's go.
Hey, let's go. Fantastic. Anything embarrassing you can share with us about Tofu since knowing him since birth?
He's still pretty handsome, so...
He was handsome during birth. That's not embarrassing at all. That's just normal. All right, anyway. All right, guys, what do we say? Oh, okay. We got a 9Pandas fan over here. That's what I like to see. Here we go. Any encouraging words for 9Pandas? I just stepped on someone's entire purse. My bad. Heard some crunching. Sorry about your phone. And I spilled the beer. This better be worth it. All right, we just rampaged. Any words for 9Pandas?
Kiyotaka Tinker.
Does that mean pick Tinker?
Yes.
All right, pick Tinker, baby! Woo! Okay, fantastic. The crowd is ready. One more time, crowd. We ready for this match? Yeah! All right, well, they're ready. I'm ready. Hopefully our panel is ready to bring it to you.
We are very ready for this match for sure. There's one thing that I do want to point out though, because we have got a lot of people in the audience, and that is great. Not everybody is used to playing in front of big crowds though, especially, well, obviously Gaimin Gladiators is. But 9Pandas have a couple of newer faces here, Peter. How much do you think that will impact their performance? Or maybe it will rise into the next level. Sometimes that happens as well.
I think the Dota players have good energy, and they love playing in front of big crowds like this. This is kind of what we all sort of dream and play for. You know, it's not just the money and the DPC points, right? We want the big trophy, we want the moment, we want the fans cheering for us. I think they've got a good mix of, you know, the rookies, so to say, but also the veterans. Having Roger stand in, I think, is super impactful. Ramses is like 24 years old. He's like kind of the veteran on the team, but Roger has similar experience, major champion himself. His heroes are good this patch. They've got a lot of things going for them right now.
What are you going to look forward to most in this match? Which lane, Gorg? Is there any lane in particular?
I'm looking forward to when the mid lane ganks the safe lane. That's what I'm looking forward to. When
That
Quinn
moment
makes his way up.
particular.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
someone types something maybe.
You think there's going to be typing?
I hope so.
Not just the tip?
The typing is a new meta, PPD.
I mean, I appreciate some typing. That's
Some
the next
smiley
level.
faces.
Typing takes creativity and wit, whereas
Yeah,
the tip is Valve kind of bailed everyone out with an easy taunt there.
We're going to get to game 2, and there's going to be like no extra drafting time for either team from just multiple penalties.
There's no penalties, right? You're allowed to all chat, I think.
I'm not sure, but
Depends how far it
how
goes.
useful is all chatting if everybody's getting muted?
That's true, actually.
That's you know, extra difficult level. Tipping goes through, right?
Who cares? We'll pretend they can see it. It'll be fun.
It will be fun. I think we'll have a great upper bracket finals on our hands. That is exactly what we're going to witness. It is about that time. Gaimin Gladiators taking on 9Pandas after this.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite. Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper. Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We're just good teammates. We try to be like friendly and no tilt, no no negative.
As Miero's going to get vision here onto Snake King. He's getting the frostbite up and immediately blinks out. Snake King's just going to die right off the bat. As the Underlord's taking the brunt of the damage. Snake King somehow lived, but just 2 dead already. 9, another casualty for Tundra as they have no answers for this.
I think playing in front of a crowd is great. I think it's super fun. It's like such a unique experience to be in a stadium full of people like cheering for you. Like that's not something that everyone gets to experience. When you're, even near the center of it, this is really unique, and I don't know, I like it a lot.
They're backing onto Yatoro. Yatoro's gone. No buyback on him. They'll move in for more. Triple kill for Duracho. He's going to look to clean him up here. Mirror ultra kill. Collapse the last one left alive. Give that man the rampage. There's a vortex. Just pushes forward. He really wants his rampage. They're not letting him have it. Let's see if this is going to be quick enough to still grant it. It isn't.
From game started when you run to the people, shake hands, something like this. You have something here,
Nullfire. Oh, he got hit. Immediate orchid it up now. He's psyched up. Rapid's going down. They're doing everything they have to kill Rapid, but against off the time walk. Now he can get off the Chronosphere. Oh, they doing enough damage, and now there's Chrono Trees with the trees raining in. It's a problem. It's a big, big problem. Medusa losing out on a bunch of mana. They have all these illusions.
Expectations versus 9Pandas. I think it'll be fun. I think more spice and like drama being in Dota is just more fun for everyone. Like when there's stakes, like that can get a bit dull after a while. But the human emotion, that's spicy. That spice doesn't go away.
We just don't care, We play with standing. We don't have a pressure here. We just play our Dota. It's fun. It's new patch. Trying to get fun and no pressure.
How deep is the Ramses lore? I mean, he just flamed me in pubs a lot back during Optic days, and then for some time after that. So I'm just like, you're gonna flame me? All right, let's see if that flame holds true.
I'm not thinking to win tournament. If I'm gonna think about this, we're not gonna win this tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, winner of this series goes straight to the grand finals of ESL 1 Berlin. This is going to be one hype experience, my friends, and we have 2 of the best teams in the world fighting for this chance. But before we can get into it, I must introduce you to our first squad. Now, these guys have been winning everything. They have been taking championship after championship. They have been staying in that upper bracket. They have taken their ground, and they have defended it with no hope of anyone taking it away from them. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please introduce to you, coming out first, it's your boys, the Gaimin Gladiators! Fantastic. And their opponents, of course, not a team to scoff at all. One of the most creative teams that we have seen in this entire event. A lot of people didn't know if they had what it took, but they have proved time and time again that these pandas are a new breed. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for one of the hypest teams in the tournament, 9Pandas! Our match is is about to begin, and we were about to see the greatest Dota you have ever seen in your lives. But before we get there, we need to have our final words between these two incredible squads. Please, if you could, come over here. One final sentence before everything is on the line. What do we have?
One final sentence?
What? One word. You can say whatever you want to this man. This is a competition. Get in his head.
GG.
GG. Creative. Ramses, any words for these guys? I know you've been looking forward to this for a long time on the main stage.
I want to interview with another guy, you know.
You want an interview with another guy? He's walking to his computer. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want it, my friend. Well, I'll tell you what. How about we let actions speak louder than words, and we get you in that game, and you can say everything you want to say to him right in the game, my friend. Get in there, destroy, get in there, educate, and we're going to bring you right to the action.
Gaimin Gladiators and 9Pandas, they are indeed ready for action, and they have got some ties to solve. This is actually the third time this year that these two teams will play each other, but all the previous times were in groups, and it was all 2-game series, and it was all 1-1s, including one time, of course, this major. They came from the same group. They were first and second seed, and they tied at the end of the group stages, and that was a good match, don't get me wrong, but this is when it really counts, Sheep. A big smile on your face just looking
It's just
at what's happening.
Dude, it's just hype. You got like this 1-1 that needs settled from the group stage. They talked about it a little bit. I think Pandas were of the opinion that in that series, it was an outdraft on both sides. Like GG outdrafted them game 1, left them with 0 chances. Second game, they won the draft and won the game. They think that they have a lot of different signature heroes, and they think the draft is going to be the most important part of this match.
Draft will be very important. It has been, Gorg. I mean, this patch, what are your overall thoughts on it and how it applies to competitive Dota that we see here?
I'm losing all my pups, so I don't know. But competitive Dota, I think people are more like relaxed. You know, you get this mindset that they came in with. As we saw in the video, that 9Pandas is a new patch. You can feel relaxed, no pressure, new ideas. So I think it's just bringing something fresh to the table for a lot of teams that were kind of like, you know, it's not about being bored about the patch, but it's more about like, it becomes really stale after a while, and it's really letting some new teams loose, I feel like.
New teams losing is always refreshing. That's not the case for Gaimin Gladiators, though.
No.
No, they've been on top. How can the team adapt so fast to the patch, Peter? Do you feel like Gaimin Gladiators have something special that they are able to just, I don't know, cruise here almost?
I don't know about cruise. I think they're finally going to meet, you know, some fierce opponents in these final days. They're going to have to prove that they are still the best team.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to take it back to Ramses for a second. Like
sure,
seeing him, like
he
is just. He gets it, man. He gets it. This is just about having fun, and this experience is maybe not necessarily once in a lifetime for a champion like himself, but you don't get too many opportunities to play in front of a crowd like this, and I can tell that he's enjoying every moment, and I'm really happy for him. I mean, for both teams, but
I mean, Ramses, he was fearless.
I will say that.
Yeah, I love that expression he had. Like, he was really fearless. He was ready for some banter upstage there. But, you know, Quinn, he's all focus. I also can respect that. I think he was zoned in already, and he's going to show it in-game.
We will see it in-game, and I know that a lot of people are curious, but the priority went the way of 9Pandas, and they chose first pick. After which Gaimin Gladiators, they chose Radiant. Come on, everybody chooses Radiant nowadays. It's the same every single time. So we should head into that draft momentarily. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the first stage of the draft goes, because we've seen a little bit of variations. We are right in the thick of it here as well. 9Pandas, they will remove the Keeper of the Light. Other heroes to keep in mind, obviously the Medusa, but also the Alchemist and the Beastmaster and the Storm Spirit. There's actually a lot of heroes.
Don't forget about Doom.
And Doom.
Yeah, can't forget about Doom. You forget about one, and your game is over. This guy has gold cheats on.
That is true.
What are you going to do?
I don't think Gaimin Glads has... I think the only time they played against Doom was 9Pandas, and they lost that game.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's very unlikely that they're going to let it through. They've also had a ton of respect for the hero themselves. They've pretty much first picked it every time it's been left for them, and I don't think they've lost a game with it either.
One hero that both teams have been prioritizing a lot is actually TB. Not a hero I expect to see banned first, but I expect one of the teams to pick it up in the first phase here, at least.
I really enjoyed the Lich responses we saw, like especially yesterday in like Liquid series and the series after, as responses to like TB on how to deal with him. We've seen like preemptive Liches picked after him. So that seems like maybe an emerging response to deal with that hero.
Yeah, there's the Bounty Hunter. This hero has also risen in popularity. 9Pandas saw the strength of it, I think, when they lost to Tundra. and then they start first picking it themselves, and then they won with that hero. It also is a hero that enables Tinker, which is a potential hero that at least is going to be banned second phase if they don't pick it now.
Most notably, I think Beastmaster was kind of ignored. I feel like 9Pandas was very aware if they took this Beastmaster, you'd probably see Celery's Enchantress as a quick response, and wanted to avoid that trap of exposing one of their cores to some early counter picks. So keeping it open, I think, with the Bounty Hunter.
They can still pick it up now, though, right?
Yeah, if they
want
want
and then ban out the things that they're worried about.
Yep, definitely.
If they want to, that is.
You might want to look at lane answers to Underlord here. I mean, Monkey King, as long as Ramses stays away from the Tormentors, I think that could be a viable pick here as well.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys and Puppy casting that game, actually, and you guys were kind of giving his Monkey King a little shit.
I laughed a lot. It was funny. But, you know, he won, and, you know, he got to type smiley face
Yeah,
again,
did you feel like he wasn't super comfortable on that hero compared to others?
Yeah,
or?
we talked about it. He's just... Monkey is a very specific type of hero that some people really shine on, like we've seen Mickey in this tournament, Crystallis.
You think you need a lot of games on it?
I think so, yeah.
It's unusual that a team takes this long to choose their second pick, because normally this is stuff that you prepare. This is when you're preparing your draft, the biggest portion that you can really trial run several different times is the opening picks.
Well, a lot of teams do it. That's kind of the beginning and end of their prep phase. They go, okay, what are our first two bans? What's our first pick? What do we think they're going to take? And what would we respond with that? And then past that, you know, I think you want to possibly identify maybe a couple of your second phase bans based on the heroes that you pick, but 9Pandas not really showing any cores quite yet, picking up 2 supports.
I do think sometimes it is detrimental picking like this, because they have now Gaimin no 100%, which their 2 supports are. There's no flex in their draft at all.
That's what you think, my friend. Miero plays a mean offlane bounty hunter.
Oh, yeah, I would love to see that.
There's a chance for it. But I think they are a team that has prioritized their supports a lot in the first phase, whereas Gaimin are very much like, we want our offlaner. We have like 3 to 4 heroes we really want, and they try and take them every game.
You just buy Vanguard, and what can they do? Like,
exactly,
really?
Yeah.
At this point, you can pick any Vanguard buyer in the first phase, and as long as you don't get Ursa the Monkey, you're fine. There's the Monkey ban.
And you think that Ursa will be banned out as well from Gaimin Glads for the same reasons?
I don't think Ursa is quite as good. He can be outlaned by the Underlord still, so I'm not expecting it. One hero is also a possibility they're looking at is maybe Lifestealer, even though he fell off a little bit since the Rage change and the BKB change.
Yeah, what else has Ramses played? His heroes pool has been a bit creative. We actually saw him play carry Slardar. He's been favoring Void much more than other players. There's the Bloodseeker as well that's been picked up quite a lot. Lots of options still available for him, but Gaimin Glad's probably going to ban out, obviously, 3 cores.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look to protect the Underlords, so as you say. What is 9Pandas looking to protect? Because we knew kind of that the Terrorblade was going to be in high contention, so that's not big of a surprise, but that's the second illusion hero that they ban out. Does that tell us anything about which route they want to go?
I think it's a little bit telling. One hero there's the Ursa ban. One hero that also does answer Underlord for some teams is Slark, and he doesn't do too well against illusion heroes like Naga. So I'm expecting if Gaimin don't ban it now, that 9Pandas are probably going to pick it up.
That's a good call. Definitely a single target hero. Slark just really wants to keep attacking that one guy, and he's hitting illusions, he's not stealing stats. So, and Enchantress and Bounty Hunter are also very single target heroes. They don't deal well with illusions.
They are kind of lacking a lot of things though with this bounty Enchantress. Like
Sorry. Do you think Gaimin Glads is going to ban Tinker? Or are we going to see this thing?
I really kind of hope... They have first pick, to be fair, on Pandas, so they're not going to be able to close out any of the rounds with this Tinker, which leaves it open to getting countered reasonably hard, I want to say.
Do you think that do you think one pick is enough to deal with the Tinker, or do you feel like Gaimin Glads will have enough tools to deal with it?
Well, maybe since all the carries are getting banned out, it's like you can find more answers in like your other roles. Like, it's most important as well, itemization throughout the game. I think when we watched Tundra play against this Tinker, 9 wasn't buying a BKB, which was just egregiously bad. So the ability to pick like a Wind Ranger, but actually itemize well, can deal with it, or you can pick like your Storm Spirits potentially.
I mean, once you get Exodia, Tinker, nothing deals with it.
It's such a hard way around.
Yeah. When looking at these bans, so especially the TB ban, it could also be a bait, but usually Tinker's strong against TB. Maybe they're not thinking about it. Maybe they think Gaimin could answer it. It used to be an answer that you could pick Zeus, but since they changed his shard, that answer isn't really as good anymore. And Batrider has kind of also fallen off lately. That also was a very big Tinker answer. And nobody is playing Spectre as like a dead hero, so Tinker, honestly, is something I would still look at for 9Pandas.
It's great with the vision from the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
I like it.
I
think the audience would like it.
Yeah, everybody wants to see the Tinker. He also has other great games. I think we saw him playing Puck as well. He completely dominated on that hero.
I mean, he's not a one-trick pony, that's for sure. This Kiyotaka guy, he had an amazing performance. Maybe he got some carpal tunnel after that game. He doesn't want to play it again, but
taking a break.
He's had a 3-day rest, you know.
Saving the
coming
Tinker for
fresh.
finals.
Oh yeah. Love that.
There's a disruptor pick. A hero that was picked a lot last patch. With the changes to stuns, his kinetic field and his ulti are still very long-lasting, and now that BKB isn't as good, this hero is still amazing. I'm surprised wasn't picked up earlier even.
I do like 9Pandas taking the bounty hunt, though. I think he's been one of the most effective supports if it does go in that role. This tournament, for me, just his ability to use these pulls and go on these side lanes, it's like you can't buy enough sentries to cover everything. He'll just like hunt your carry through all of these little jungle camps, and you become so isolated because the map is so big now that it makes these pickoffs so much easier. Like, I've been loving what Bounty's been giving to these teams.
It's gonna...
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say this is the hardest part of the draft for 9Pandas. So they actually locked their bounty as a +3 with the Skywrath pick, I think.
Or Enchantress.
Or Enchantress. It's possible. Yeah, it is.
I think it can work. This hero can be a frontliner. It can buy those teamfight items. I don't know if you go Vanguard exactly on this hero, but I'm sure it could be done.
It can be.
One thing I did want to call out was that Rubik and Disruptor are more so laning supports. They don't really like to roam. I don't expect them to be taking portals and moving around the map too much, and I think that gives a lot of opportunities in 9Pandas to be the aggressors and to be making these moves. You know, Bounty Hunter sneaking up on that Rubik who's playing in the off lane, and he's very susceptible to going down, I think.
They're gonna have to show a mid or safe lane here. They're gonna go for Bloodseeker. That's like a solid laner overall. Will do fine against Unlord, most likely.
Like some kind of lockdown, but not really. Like, these guys don't have many stuns. Obviously, you can stun out of Invis with Bounty Hunter, but I wouldn't say it's like a reliable, like long-range stun, for example. Like, their teamfight control is lacking.
True. It's also covering for Pango, potential pick for Gaimin Gladiators here. Very Quinny hero.
A lot of teams will go for this double like wave push offlane to deal with like any potential like counter pick. So even like an Underlord Rubik could lane up against an Ursa or a Monkey King, for example, if they just keep shoving the wave in. I think Bloodseeker is, because he kind of has that built-in heal, he's one of the best heroes to farm underneath his tower and not take constant like harass and damage.
Yeah.
So in this setup, I think it can work, but yeah, I'm a little concerned that they don't have any hard lockdown for, now we see this Ember Spirit come out for Quinn, who's, it looks like he's going to have free reign in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely abusing the no lockdown thing with this Ember as well. He does not see the mid matchup though, so it's kind of interesting that he would pick this here.
What do you think are the two bans that Gaimin Gladiators has to get out of the pool?
Well, it used to be OD. He's kind of out of there right now. Ember honestly does fine almost against anything.
Except
right
Huskar.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of him lately either,
Yeah.
though, right? So I'm not. Maybe they would ban it.
Maybe they just go for like, we ban like Huskar, so we don't get destroyed. We ban Tinker, so we don't have to play against your comfort.
I think that was a smart plan.
Yes.
So you think they need a stun, or can they just double down on something to destroy this guy in lane?
For Pandas, right, you look at this, it just looks like they have loads of ways to run at you. Like, they're going to be chasing you. They'll have a Rupture. They'll have this slow from Skywrath. They'll have this Bounty Hunter tracking you to get vision. Like, they just have ways and the ability. Like, if this Bounty also goes some early, like, Aura, whatever, you're getting a Solar Crest, I think they can actually just run at you. And it's hard for you to deal with that, potentially. So maybe they can just double down on that strat and not try to cover as many holes.
Looking at the draft right now, I feel like they have to lane some 9Pandas. Or, like, the auras are going to come out. I don't see a great aura buyer in 9Pandas compared to the Underlord. Maybe we'll see Bounty get something or a pipe on it. But I'm expecting a group up by Gaimin and a low amount of damage on 9Pandas. So I really hope this last pick they come up with is going to be the X factor.
I want to see, like, a pipe on Bounty. I want to see drums crest on Enchantress.
Yeah.
And then whatever, Phylactery, Skywrath, go wild, man.
Is Bounty the offlaner?
I think so.
I mean, I would want it because I do want someone to buy auras, and Ench isn't as good. So I would assume he might be, actually. I mean, they don't see the safe lane matchup yet. They banned PL, obviously, which would be a good hero against Bounty. Bounty is a strong offlaner, but only in specific matchups. There are a few of them that he could suffer in, like, for instance, PL.
Earlier this tournament, I believe, we had a 9 Skywrath mid-mage. Mage mid, yeah. Is that an option, or because it didn't win. It wasn't great, but I just wanted to make sure that we cover all our bases here.
This reminds me of back in the day when we was rank 1. There was a different all-pick system then, right?
Oh.
So he used to pick Meepo, and then when enemy picked Ember, he waited, lost a lot of gold, and he re-picked Skywrath every time. And he owned Ember. But I think since then the matchup has changed a little bit, and I don't think it's a bad matchup for Ember.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking, would they ban the DP? I forgot that Gaimin really like to flex the Ember to safe lane too. Since they have second pick, it just means if you do pick a hard counter on mid, they can just move it. So
That's a Kiyotaka hero right there. That's the stun they need. Damage, this kind of scales into late game as well. Decent matchup into Ember.
Tiny's a great assassin to pick up these backline supports instantly in the fights and combo that with Skywrath. Even if they have a pipe on Underlord, these heroes are probably still going to die. You guys like the pick? We didn't really mention Tiny, but
yeah,
it's kind of the only guy playing it.
It's a nice magic burst and then later scaling into physical damage. So hard to itemize, like one pipe is not going to be enough, especially if the game goes on. So they might need pipe and Crimson now on the side of Gaimin.
What's Duraccio going to play here?
That's what I'm wondering too.
I wonder if there's room for like a lone druid. Like when you pick something where you're just so tanky, it's really hard for Pandas to like commit on you and kill you and give space for Gaimin to like retaliate.
It's an interesting pick. I think Draw Ranger is also an option, even though he isn't as popular anymore.
Yeah.
Well, they're running out of time. We're about to see if that Ember is going to be in the hands of Quinn.
Templar Assassin. So I played this matchup the other day, actually. Bloodseeker against Templar. So Templar, even with their 25 down and 13 refraction charges, if Bloodseeker has Aghanim, even through BKB, they just disappear now. This is why we haven't seen Templar much at all lately, because even though you're BKB refraction, you can lose your charges to everything. So she's not that popular right now, but if you dominate the lane, this will open up Roshan for Gaimin, push with the Desolator, Underlord. It makes a lot of sense in their lineup, at least. It might not come to later.
And how is she going to do in the lane? Sorry.
Oh.
I think she's going to do well. BPD, what do you think?
Which hero?
TA against Bounty.
I think TA versus Melees will do very well. I kind of like that Bounty Hunter being that here. We talked about like roaming on the different lanes and setting stuff up, so he's going to be a bit more stationary this game. Yeah. A lot of pressure on Antares and Roger to, I think, control runes to make sure that Quinn doesn't get out of control on mid, and also, try and gank this Disruptor and Rubik and shut them down in the early game.
Yeah. I feel pretty bad about, again, 9Pandas don't really have great teamfight control. Like, they want to run at you and just find you first, but I think Gaimin with this TA pick, what I like a lot is that now they can play hard around traps. Like, their control of Roche will be much better. They'll be able to scout heroes coming. They have ways to now enable, like, Glimpse and Quinn to jump and find the heroes he wants to. So I think this TA, really nice.
And the last pick from 9Pandas, the Tiny, does that fit in the run at you lineup that 9Pandas seem to want to play?
Yeah.
I see nods all around the board.
Tiny fits. I think eyes on Bounty Hunter, see what he can get done versus TA in lane. Is he going to have a hard time, or is he going to get something going?
And we're going to get the answer to that question very, very soon, because we are heading over to our commentary duo. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for ODPixel and No-Tail.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, Gaimin Gladiators versus 9Pandas here in the upper bracket final. No-Tail, this should be a super fun matchup to get to win this. Both of these teams have been looking insane recently. Gaimin Gladiators, of course, they've had this incredible streak of like winning tournament after tournament. And 9Pandas, they're looking like a team that might be able to stop them.
I think so. I think 9Pandas actually have a really good setup for how they're going to approach this laning phase in this early game, which has been Gaimin Gladiators' strength. There's a few things to talk about the game, but first, I think it's really hype because we got Ramses versus Quinn. I think everybody is waiting to see what's going to happen, who's going to tip first, is it going to happen before the creeps even meet. But lots of interesting stuff to take into consideration. I think the way 9Pandas approached this game was very lane heavy. You have the Bloodseeker, the Bounties, the Skywrath, the Enches. These are heroes that are... It's a lot about the lanes, it's a lot about the early game, and I don't like this last pick TA as much, but I also think it was really good because they needed to find something range.
Yep.
But the range heroes that we've been seeing from carry roll, other than Medusa, I think it's been one Drow game, something like that.
Yeah, it's been very limited to the range. A lot of the times, really, it feels like in this meta, you want to have this kind of carry that can just go in. And I guess TA sort of has that to some element with the refraction, but there's certainly ways for 9Pandas to get through that refraction.
Tiny has a really good skill set to killing TA. The same thing with Skywrath if you have the ulti. But without those two tools, you actually run into trouble. You want a Bloodseeker who hits really fast and really hard, but that won't happen until later. But yeah, I was thinking before if they would swap the Bounty and the Bloodseeker. So they'd have the Bloodseeker facing the TA, staying on that lane, but more so to enable this Bounty Hunter to go against the Underlord, because I think that matchup could be heavily Bounty Hunter favored, get him off to a good start. This early Vanguard Bounty Hunter can also mess really hard with the mid lane, with all the lanes, more or less. Wherever he chooses to go, they're going to need a lot of heroes to respond. And the way it works with the Janata is you can't just accept him standing somewhere getting Janatas off. So excited to see. I think it's the first core Bounty Hunter we see in the tournament, I want to say.
It was not super sort of, but we were seeing indeed a lot of it in the support position. I mean, some teams, definitely not afraid to show it.
We talked a bit about it on the panel, but I think it's the first Bounty Hunter core that we actually see.
Yeah. I mean, did you like it sort of been upped in priority this game? You sort of see the strengths of this hero when it is given the 3?
I think so, especially after seeing Matthew, how he destroyed OG with it. I even had the idea in mind before that this Bounty Hunter and tri-laning and with the teleports is probably underutilized. I wouldn't be surprised if it jumps up in priority for the rest of the tournament.
We'll see how well Miro is going to be able to lane it down here with the backup of Antares against Duracho and Celery. Should be pretty fine. I guess one of the strengths of being the offlane bounty against the TA is you've got that good base station, that good amount of armor, right? Turning up with 8 armor, it's going to be kind of tough for Duracho to bully you out of the lane.
Yeah, Roger also playing the Ench. I think it was kind of a deny pick as well. I want to say they picked it at a time where likely Gaimin Gladiators could have picked it after, like the next phase. But we've seen Roger play before. He's very impressive on the Ench, so it's cute to see when you have teams that contest the same heroes. And you kind of see what else can Celery do. I don't know if it's his first Rubik game, but most of the time I think Tofu plays it for them.
Hero's getting a little bit lower on this bottom matchup. Miro and Antares trading as best as they can with Duracho and Celery.
And rolling.
It's going to eventually, obviously, benefit Ramses up top and should have a decent time here getting the CS with the backup of Roger against Ace's Underlord and Tofu's Disruptor. And then this mid matchup, what do you sort of expect to see from both of these players this game? Because we've had a lot of games where both Quinn and Kiyotaka, these two, they've been popping off from the mid lane.
Has a lot to do with the runes. Oh, the nice toss back into block. He's getting a lot of power.
He's going to die. He's gone. Woo! All right, there we go. Eyes on the mid, Kiyotaka getting that first blood on Quinn as he steps up a bit too far. Under the tower.
Almost took out a kill bottom as well.
I mean, what a start there. Got to be careful with that tiny around in the lane. Kiyotaka seizing that opportunity. Quinn, can't let that happen.
Yeah, so you asked me, what do I expect to happen in the mid lane? Well, things like this changes everything. Like getting the first kill can snowball a lot. But at the same time, supports can wheel it back in. If you get help at around the 4 and 6 minute rune, I think this is some of the most... Oh, not again.
It's going to use just the one tower hitting this time. Can't quite get him as deep as last time. 14 for 5 against the 9 for 3. Having that first blood and having that edge in the CS as well. Kiyotaka off to a hot start.
So when you have a bounty hunter in your game, especially as core, I think the hero that really wants to connect with him is the one that gets online early with some type of magic burst or ability to run down heroes. And Tiny is definitely one of the best. So I expect him, if we're also looking at really good timing on the Vanguard, I expect these two to connect and cause a lot of havoc early. But likewise, if Ember manages to get some good runes, I think he's going to look at this Bloodseeker lane and potentially rotate here, securing a tower with the Underlord Vanguard.
Definitely a high chance that Ace and Tofu can set up, especially once Tofu's got the levels. We'll have that glimpse to sort of drag back and keep heroes in range of any sort of TP coming in from
bottom lane.
Back up. So if they can go for Celery.
He isn't going to be stunned.
Oh, he should. Oh, no, Mira's going to actually hold back. He'd rather go back, get the creep wave, a couple of range creeps coming in under the tower. Doesn't want to waste time chasing Celery on the Rubik. So Celery will be able to live a little longer, get the bounty in. Antares, he's going to continue to try and commit for this, but Duracho's coming in with the backup. And him and Celery might be able to turn us around. No, Celery goes down, and Duracho actually will pull back from chasing Antares any longer. He'll look for the courier, but if anything, it's now Duracho that's sort of being baited away from the lane. So he'll head back now to keep up with the CS, as Mira's been able to pick up quite a bit and keep the edge in that matchup. 19 for 1 against the 16 for 1 there.
They're really setting up themselves for success. Quinn getting a bottle refill mid. It's going to help the mid lane situation. Bottom lane, though.
Let's see if they can get him this time round. As the mana gone, they've got the Ancient Seal as well. Duracho's got Refraction up in a second. It's there! Back up just in time. We'll give him a bit of a chance as he gets underneath the tower, and it's not going to be enough to save him.
Oh my God.
Antares, the final bit of damage comes in. And they will still manage to bring Dyrachyo down. Up on top, Ace trying for Roger. And won't be able to chase him. Ramses standing strong between the two of them. And already 9Pandas off the mark here with 3 kills.
You see Celery drawing on the map. I don't know what he's communicating to Dyrachyo, but it's probably the Skywrath movement. He's running a lot on the side and causing some issues. Look at Skywrath. Look what he's doing. He's getting ready. The Underlord doesn't have Vanguard yet. He's 200 gold off, 100 gold off, actually.
Let's see if they can strike. It's going to be still pretty difficult here with the Ring of Elves, still a tango to pop.
Yeah, but
unlucky
at the same
to have
time,
the damage.
Ench has a really strong creep here. Because they have a 1 slow, and with the right-click damage, I think it might be enough.
Okay, let's see if they can try. I mean, Ace is stepping up. He's stepping up a bit for the range creep. So they've got the setup, and indeed with the blood right down, and you're absolutely right with this creep and the aura it provides. 9Pandas just slice through Ace. They were going to try and chase for Tofu as well. Get the glimpse back onto Ramses, but Roger and Antares continue to push forward. Under the tower, they get the 2 of them. 9Pandas just completely owning the laning stage so far across the map.
I don't know if production is able to get it, but I think the Janata gold steal is also having a massive impact right now.
Quinn? Playing on the edge there. One more hit would have brought him low. Was playing it cool, did still have a fair fire to pop if he felt that he was under threat.
Cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah. 6-minute power rune coming into play. Gaimin Gladiators attempted with the setup. Tofu comes in with the bottle recharge for Quinn. The attacker's got the backup of Antares and Roger, though.
Oh, the silence.
They'll start chasing towards the top. The power rune ends up spawning bottom. A DD rune waiting there for Quinn, as Quinn will be able to head down and grab it. As the 2 supports coming in from both sides, ends up in Gaimin Gladiators' favor. Quinn, he's got a DD rune to play with.
That's a really big rune, but I still think with what's going on mid lane, it was a beautiful silence, by the way, but what's going on mid lane is causing this bounty hunter to have a free 1v1 versus the TA, and every time he gets to the creep wave, he's losing 1 creep, just from the 2 Janatas, even more. Oh.
Roger, nice attempt there with the sort of the pullback from the Wild Wing Ripper. Quinn, he's actually going to have the attention turned towards him. He's caught in the mid. He's in trouble. He's gone.
Wow.
Another death here for Quinn, as 9Pandas able to catch him. He's pretty much, I think, like sort of 1 or 2 creeps away from hitting the 6 and having remnants to play with. 9Pandas finding the perfect time to strike at mid again.
And that's the first blood for you. Kiyotaka killing him, making Quinn lose a few creeps, not getting the 6 in time. Even with finding the DD, he doesn't get, you know, the timing that he wanted, the timing that he needed. And look, they're not going to let him TP in mid. Yeah, they're will TP in, but
they're waiting. Let's see if they can go again, Quinn. He really wants to try and pick up the 6, but he's not going to get it. They're in with the toss combo. Antares as well with the silence. Roger throwing forward. The impetus is Quinn. As soon as he's back to lane, he's going to be going down again.
Oh my god.
The trees there. Kiyotaka finished on the tips. They are flying out the way of Quinn. As this is not the start of the game that Quinn would have hoped for. They completely bully him out of the mid lane, and 7 minutes in, they're going to be taking his tower.
Wow, this is, I mean, I don't even know how to describe this. It's more than a disaster. Tiny is going to have Blink Dagger, and Quinn is still looking at face boots. We have Treads, Blink, Tiny coming up.
I mean, it's going to be rough. I guess, especially when you sort of run this core duo, right? If the Ember's struggling, you know, you've got a TA in the safe lane. This isn't really a hero that can kind of turn up early and turn these fights around, right? Dyrachyo needs time.
You look at this bottom situation, it's so bad. He just managed to get 6, so this TA is going to fear for his life every wave, and every wave he's getting hit with 2 Janata level 3s, which is 28.
Backup's coming in, and Taris, he's got pretty much full mana to play with. They can look to dive down onto Dyrachyo. The Ancient Seal's there. He'll put the stick charges. Celery's in with the backup. A bit of a chance provided here for Dyrachyo. Refraction's backup will be able to block the Shuriken damage. And the Ruptures come in. Ramses, he's turned up from the top lane, comes through with the Twin Gates. He's in on top of Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo goes down. They'll look to get Celery as well. The Fiend's Gate is laid down to try and provide some sort of escape for Celery, but he cannot get into the portal. It's more kills for 9Pandas. They're rolling them over here in this early game. 8 minutes, 9-1, 4K lead. It feels like it's becoming too much already for Gaimin Gladiators.
Wow, the double portal usage. Like, first you have the Skywrath going top, now you have the Bloodseeker going from behind on bottom. It's, I would say it's really new meta stuff. I think 9Pandas are playing this patch from top lane.
Look at the attacker go. He's going to see if he can try and set up something else. He gets the toss back onto Ace. Miro here. A little bit more difficult this one with the Vanguard in play from Ace. He'll get the root down and hold Miro back. Still a fair bit of damage done there by the two of them. So, yeah, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, they've got to be so careful. Kiyotaka running around that. We're 9 minutes in. This mid-tiny, he's already got his Blink Dagger.
Wow. Quinn, Desperado mid, pulling the wave away from the action. I think he wants to Flame Guard maybe 2 waves together with a creep camp.
And top lane, they might still even get this. Miro and Antares, they're kind of diving in aggressively onto Ace. And see people coming from Tofu. This time the supports, they will be there to back him up as Miro. He'll pay for that one. Tried to push his luck a bit too much. Gaimin Gladiators, they'll manage to pick up the kill.
But look at this. So Quinn, he stacked up the waves. He wanted to kill it with Flame Guard, but Roger was just chasing him with the enchant, threatening to take it off. Quinn ended up having to go back. I'm curious to see, because they pinged the mid wave. I don't think they want to let him go here. Yeah, look at this, look at this. If he goes back mid.
He's going to do it.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Not like this.
They've got the toss, they've got the avalanche, have they got anything else to catch him with? They haven't. Another remnant will be laid down. Quinn's going to be fine. Celery and Tofu, they are here to assist as well if required.
They want the rune.
But a bit of a risk taken there from Quinn. Has to be careful. I guess felt strong in the knowledge that the backup would have been there for him.
Yeah. Well, I think name of the game is this bounty hunter. What's going to happen around him? I think if he puts himself in a certain part of the map where TA is farming or Underlord is farming.
Oh, Kiyotaka, he's found another grab. He's in with the Invis rune, gets the chance for the setup on towards Tofu. Another kill set up by Kiyotaka's Tiny. Bottom, Racho.
Rupture.
Is there going to be any backup for him? The Rupture's there. Got the refraction off in time, trying to stand his ground against Ramses. In fact, he's kind of winning here with the tower hits. Ramses has to back off. Miro, he'll look to finish off Duracho, and he will. He'll get the job done.
Oh, no,
Ramses does end up going down. Duracho with a final bit of tick damage kills Ramses off. And Miro's getting a bit of a cleanup. Another track kill by the looks of it as he turns towards Celery. TP's coming in. He needs one more hit with the Shuriken. Shuriken's there for the slow, but the telekinesis is back up. Celery holds Miro back. Oh, and the glimpse as well. They're keeping Miro at a distance. It doesn't matter though. Kiyotaka comes in from behind and finishes off Celery. Miro will die, but Kiyotaka can try and look for more. Tofu lays down the static storm to keep himself safe.
Oh, he wants the track money, but they're going to TP in with TA.
He's getting a bit more risky now.
No, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. Oh, blink cancel.
Got the trap slow. Kiyotaka getting held behind. Still a bit of a tough target for these two heroes to go for, and they won't even try Duracho and Tofu. They keep their distance. They know they can't tackle the Tiny right now.
See it? No, they don't see it. Wow. Well, every time this bounty hunter goes on the core or goes to where a core is, this is when Gaimin Gladiators feel like they have to react, because if you don't, this core has nowhere to go. You can't stay there tanking the Janadas. You're just losing money and wasting your time. And yeah, if you don't react, then they're going to get too much on the map. So Pandas, I think, are aware of this. I mean, it's part of the nature of the hero and the nature of the game mid lane.
They've got eyes on Quinn. See if they can blow him up with the combo. They get the toss back into the Ancient Seal. Quinn is in trouble. They're going to lay down the Feast Gate, but the damage comes in from Miro and Kiyotaka as Quinn down yet again here. 4 times now in the first 12 minutes. 9Pandas doing everything they can to shut down Quinn's Ember.
So much action.
They're going to try for another jump, Miro. He's in on top of Tofu. So if anything that Aces and Celery can do to kind of hold back the bounty this time round. Tofu getting incredibly low. One more Shuriken bounce. It'll do it. Another track kill for Miro.
Wow. Miro is owning. Absolutely owning. This is one of the most satisfying bounty hunter core games I think I've seen in a long time. I wish it was me. Just the Janata proxies, like he's had so many track kills already as well.
We're seeing what's the top 3 cores right now. Of course, all the 3 cores of 9Pandas. They've got eyes on him. The track's there. Is there any escape for Duracho? Is there any backup? It doesn't look like it.
Hasted.
There's nowhere to go. He's been ruptured. Kiyotaka in with the toss. Over towards Ramses. Kiyotaka will still take the kill.
Ramses is going to tip Quinn. He has any left.
They're just cleaning up Duracho and Quinn wherever they go. Both with the cores of Gaimin Gladiators struggling massively. Duracho, 4 deaths already in 13 minutes. 4 deaths on Quinn. 9Pandas, they just know exactly where and when to hit them.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I think I saw it coming a bit with the Ench, Skyrat, Bounty Hunter. I think these are really strong in this meta, and especially in the right hands, if you know what you're doing with them. I don't want to say I'm not surprised, but I had a feeling that the 9Pandas were in a good shape to take the early lead in this game. So if you're Gaimin Gladiators, what do you try to do? What do you hope to do? I mean, your TA is so far away from her Deso, which usually opens up the hero, like to Roche, to join fights, to even push some tier 2 towers.
I mean, these items are coming out so fast, right? Miro, with all this action that he's been involved in, he's already got the pipe done. So now you're trying to fight into a pipe at 14 minutes. That is incredibly tough. In the mid, Quinn, he's going to get caught out. Ooh. The toss combo into the Mystic Flare. Not a chance for Quinn, as 9Pandas continue to prove how easy it is for their heroes to take this Ember off the map time and time again.
Wow. Also getting the Tumbler's Tor and the Bounty Hunter. I think the patch also gave a lot of heroes that wish for certain tier 1 items to allow certain builds. I mean, we're not going to get a chance to talk about it.
Maybe something to be done here. Celery, he did get the Mystic Flare steal. He'll throw it down onto Kiyotaka. It's barely going to tickle him. 9Pandas able to step out as Gaimin Gladiators lose Tofu. Quinn, he'll get in aggressively. Has to jump back away from Kiyotaka with the remnants. Does not want to mess around close to the Tiny. Antares keeping hidden in the trees for now. Roger, he's there. Kiyotaka's back in with the jump. They'll look to burst through the Rubik. Celery, one more hit and he's going to be gone. He gets the stick charges off. Will live a little longer, but the Shuriken bounces. Come through from Miro. He goes down. Ace will manage to find at least Antares in return. They're trying for Kiyotaka. They'll get him. Quinn finally putting an end to the streak that Kiyotaka's been having going, but Quinn, he's so low, he's caught by the rupture. Roger's looking to finish him off. The final impetus and Shuriken will do it as they take Quinn out. But this time, Gaimin Gladiators able to make 9Pandas pay. As 9Pandas, they'll lose 4 for that attempt.
Wow. Is that what you call getting caught with your hand in the cookie jar? Because I mean they were deep, but very well played by Gaimin Gladiators responding. That was oh, well done.
I mean, we see sort of this time just the fact that they turn up with the numbers. Ace is there, ready to stand strong, and 9Pandas, whilst they do run around and look for the squishier kills, and of course, this very end moment, still get Quinn, as he's taking too much damage in return. Gaimin Gladiators, when they bring the numbers and can find sort of these 5v5 situations, they can punch back hard, and it's giving sort of space for Duracho to catch up, and you see Ace, kind of as we sort of see him in so many of these Gaimin Gladiators games, even when the going gets rough for the rest of the team, his farm, it's always steady, it's always solid. You know, you can always rely on Ace to find the gold in this early game.
It's been a bit awkward for him sitting top lane and seeing his team kind of lose the other 2 lanes really hard. He's been trying to, you know, provide portals and try and join the fights, but what we saw was him getting 2 successful Firestorms together with the Disruptor and Ember spells, and they have to repeat this success. The Firestorm is a great tool to even cut through pipe, but to kill these tiny heroes, to kill this Enchantress, to make Bloodseeker BKB. So they have to find a way to involve Ace in like all these engagements, I feel like, because if they don't, yeah, it's going to be this slow poking, prodding where Gladiators, they won't have a single chance to take a fight. Miro looking for Lotus Orb, I want to say. He had it queued up before. I think it's going to help a lot on like the route and for people to kind of disengage, but at the same time, it won't help you on kinetic field. Ace farming jungle, but now getting a Jinada.
The rest of 9Pandas are going to try and run towards Ace. It's close towards the tier 2. They're going to try and set up for this one.
Oh my god.
Then they go with the Rupture. Put the mech, they get the toss back with the Rupture combo. Huge amounts of damage done to Ace.
Beautifully executed. Very nice. Yeah, pure damage, baby. Cuts through your Vanguard, Cloak, mech, all these tanky items, all these auras. If you manage to get this, I think even later in the game, yeah, this Underlord, he won't feel safe.
It's proven to be a good answer for him. I mean, Ramses, 2-1-6, only died the once this game, and just these items flying out. Yeah, the BKB Maelstrom, and he's going to be well on the way to upgrading that to the Mjolnir. And yeah, at that point, it will be very difficult for both Quinn and Duracho to fight top lane. Quinn, he's caught in the combo, and Kiyotaka and Roger, they're at a point now where these two, they can do it without any further backup. It's more than enough, just the Tiny and the Ench to kill Quinn off once again.
Quinn is having a rough run.
I think we sort of saw one of the earlier stats come out. Top rune in the mid. They're going to be able to get the jump onto Duracho. Get him into the river. Ramses, he's TPing over. They'll lay down the Static Stone, try and catch Kiyotaka, but it's not going to trap. And Kiyotaka Mirror, they're able to get out to the side. In fact, they want to run straight back into it so they can get back on top of Duracho, take him out. Ace, he's coming across. He's going to try and get back into the Fiend's Gate time, and he will manage to escape. Only barely, though.
Oh, dear Lord.
Just another situation where it seems like every single fight, Gaimin Gladiators, they're either losing their mid or they're losing their carry. So many casualties on these two cores.
Beautiful. Shout out to Roger. I think this is amazing. This is so smart. I don't think I've seen any Enchantresses buy this Orchid in a very long time. But this is a game for it. This is definitely something that I would do, I want to say. Like, if you think about it, how can he contribute to his team? Do you buy Force Staff? Do you buy a Glimmer? I don't think you can save versus Kinetic. What you can maybe argue for is the Glimmer will help you, or a Medallion can help you, but I think an even better defense in this case is a better offense. Like having this early Orchid threatening the Ember, which is a big core, sure, is great. You can threaten the TA, but more importantly is you solo kill these supports with one enchant. And that forces them to kind of throw their spells at you, which opens up the fight a lot more for the core. And I think he wants to play in that way because he can go in front and not worry about the TA or Underlord trying to go on him. So he just threatens himself with Orchid. So very smart, very unconventional. Yeah, I think Roger's feeling it.
See if this next pickup will sort of change the outcome of the fights. Ace's managed to complete his own pipe. Maybe a bit of a chance that he could protect those that do get sort of jumped by the tiny combo if he's around and able to pop up the buff in time. Of course, as you mentioned earlier, still that threat of being caught by some sort of toss rupture, which will just completely annihilate any of Gaimin Gladiators' heroes right now if 9Pandas are able to get that sort of perfect setup with the distance required.
I mean, I think Ace really wishes he could play in a different way in this game. Like, he could show aggressively on the mid lane, hit the creeps, and be like, use spells on me. But I don't think it works versus this Rupture Toss. Because the pure damage is too efficient. You don't have to commit too much to it. Tiny is finishing his BKB. Oof. He's having such a good game.
20 minutes in. Insane farm from 9Pandas, still holding the 3 top spots. And, of course, on the other side, I think for Gaimin Gladiators, Quinn continues to sort of struggle behind. I mean, a point now where we can see matching
here
the
we
farm.
go,
Roger.
Radiant, daytime, just like the OG game. How are...
I think they'll be able to fight this, right? 9Pandas, they're going to want to head down here.
They definitely want to fight it. Do we have buybacks on Gladiators?
They've got to cut just the 2 supports right now. 50 seconds and Duracho will have his to play with. I mean, this is a fight that could get messy for Gaimin Gladiators. They've got to be careful how they take this. They know that 9Pandas is heading for them. They'll catch them out with a trap.
Ooh.
Quinn,
Yes,
try with the chain setup.
Follow up.
And Ace holding the high ground, but they have got eyes on him. Triple silence they're thrown down onto Ace as they fully focus the Underlord. They won't have the damage to follow. Static Storm comes out. But likewise for Gaimin Gladiators, they won't have the damage to kill off Mira throughout the duration of having the Static Storm upon him. Key attacker, he's in with the combo. They get the toss back, and Duracho just got in an instant. Ramses spots the BKB. He's ready to run them down. Duracho got just enough money for the buyback, so he will return to the fight. And it may not be an easy fight for them to take. Walk it down onto Quinn. Quinn with the movement speed though has the distance away from 9Pandas. He'll actually run it back and aggressively to rejoin the rest of the team and take down Miro. And Quinn, he wants to go in for more. He'll get the slide chains combo off on towards Roger. Roger turns the caretaker back in with a 2-man avalanche. Ace is so low. Duracho, he bought back for this. He's down again. Out for 70. Ace gone as well. Quinn desperately jumping in, attempting to at least finish off Antares. He will get it. Takes out Antares. Ramses also incredibly low in this sort of situation. Ramses is going to stand his ground because he knows the caretaker's coming back in with a combo to set him on a Quinn. Ramsey's still alive and ready to go for more. Over towards Celery and now towards Tofu as 9Pandas will get the team wipe and more.
Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a fight. That was so clutch. I actually thought for a moment Gaimin Gladiators were going to do it with the buyback on the Ratcho. It started looking a bit sketchy. But no, they keep focused. They don't kill the Underlord first at all. Like, they managed to kill the Ratcho twice before they finish off the Underlord.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're playing really cool, calm, and collected, I would say, on 9Pandas.
And I think as well that Antares had the... Was he sort of tossed up? Because he bought back and he was immediately there, right? I think was that sort of the toss buyback sort of situation? Because he started to TP in the middle of the fight after you buy back because he was like, hang on, I'm already here.
Replay, but
I think it must have been the toss.
They must have fixed that.
It's a feature, Johan. Anyway, something caused him to immediately back down by that pit when he bought back. And I think you can imagine.
I was sure that was
maybe no, he bought back and he was glimpsed.
Oh.
I think he was glimpsed, died, bought back, and then the glimpse brought him back straight to the fight. I think that's probably what happened there. So ended up working out quite nicely for them.
So Tofu did a whoopsie.
It may have been if indeed that was the glimpse play. Could have also been a stolen. Many things. It was one of the things. Someone had to figure it out. But anyway, back in action, yes. A 15k lead now.
Yes, but Roche is not dead yet. I wonder if this means anything. It looks like Gaimin Gladiators are giving up on returning to the buy area. I don't think the game is going to look fun when 9Pandas get this Aegis. I want to say they're going to put it on the... Probably going to put it on the Bloodseeker. I wouldn't mind seeing it on the Bounty or the Tiny. It adds for different playstyle, but the Bloodseeker obviously is going to be good for the fight because he can go in with the Mjolnir build.
Yeah, I mean, he was really... That sort of that end of the fight there where it was sort of down to Ramses and key attack. You know, Ramses knowing that, you know, there's no running. When you get that low on the Bloodseeker, you've got to full commit and hope for the kills, hope for the burst of lifesteal. And he did exactly that. Stood his ground, worked out perfectly. 14k ahead, and now with an Aegis in the hands of the Bloodseeker.
But you really see the synergy that they have. They managed to pull it off in the middle of the... Like, they're holding onto the Rupture and the toss. And then as soon as the TA showed, they instantly went on her. While she was, I think, mid-air, the Rupture was getting tossed. So they're very obsessed with, you know, maximizing this damage. They're not trying to just tiny combo one guy and blow him up. No, they want the maximum pure damage that the toss can bring, that the Rupture can bring.
And is there any sort of way to defend yourself? I mean, what do you do when a team's running at you and doing this toss Rupture combo?
You really want to control the Tiny, and I think the best thing you can do, I mean, there might be another way, but I think the best...
Quinn.
Oh.
He's gone again.
Oh, this Skyrat is really proving to be a problem for him, but they have the double. They had another silence for him in case the first one wasn't enough. Again, I'm loving the Orchid pickup. But yeah, the counterplay, I think is you kill the Tiny after he jumps in.
Sure.
Much harder now that he has BKB. You don't really have the items for it. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the other thing as well is you could try and anticipate for getting some sort of static storm down, but it's so hard with how instant the blink toss.
Plus, it's not reliable if Tiny chooses to BKB, you know,
True.
for the toss as well, which you might as well. Like if the rupture happens on a really important kill, you can definitely expend your BKB and be happy with it. Bottom lane. I don't turn into anything.
Taking a bit of ice. He's terrified. He's like, get me out of here. I don't want to mess around. He doesn't want to lose any more money towards Miro.
I'm curious how much money he got from Janata this game. I want to say it's been quite a bit.
I mean, yeah, it has to be.
500 something
when
or
he's
more.
betting his offlane bounty. I mean,
800.
I guess a good way to get some sort of idea. I mean, he's on 10k net worth with 61 CS in comparison to like 10k net worth on Ace with 160. Obviously, there's a lot of other kind of factors.
Do the math.
Come in with like the kills and the track kills, but yeah, definitely the Janata alone getting him a hefty bit of a bonus this game. And we'll see how 9Pandas progress now. 14k lead. They're immediately looking for action. I mean, they know that Duracho's on his own.
No blink yet. He's going to try to scout. They're going to 3-toss. He doesn't see him. Have anti-time is.
They've laid down the sentry. They know where he is. They know he's in there. As Antares was prepared, make sure that they have the vision. They even wait to get the track in from Miro. Get that bonus, and now the next round of items are coming out. Shadowblade's going to be on its way for Kiyotaka, so it'll be even more difficult for Gaimin Gladiators to ever be prepared of this Tiny setting up for the blink toss setup.
It's looking hard for Gladiators, looking really, really hard. I wonder what's going through 9Pandas' head right now. Other than, of course, you know, they have Aegis, they want to pressure, they don't want them to farm. But are they thinking about the next round of items? Are they thinking about the second Roshan? Are they thinking about how we can hit the high ground? Yeah, I'm not sure myself, but those are questions I would be asking.
I mean, sort of how good would you consider Gaimin Gladiators high ground? And is it very easy for 9Pandas to just sort of push up to the base and kind of charge in?
Well, the toss play poses a big problem, because if you're going to have a hero show himself within toss range, he could fall to the combo, but it's much easier for them to defend high ground. You can't really do the rupture play on the Ember, and Underlord can place Firestorm and just start backing off, and I don't think that toss is going to work. I don't think 9Pandas is looking to break high ground with this Aegis. I think they're just trying to get really far ahead and set themselves up for the next Roshan. Meanwhile, Gaimin Gladiators have found a place on the map that they want to stay and they don't want to get pushed out of.
We're seeing both of the cores as well. Quinn and Duracho, they've managed to get their next time done, so they will have these BKBs ready for the next team fight.
Let's see Bounty Hunter. Hero's going to die here, I think.
They'll be in with the setup. He's able to get the Lotus off in time, so Celery not quite able to get the pullback with the telekinesis.
Just kidding.
Get the glimpse though. Glimpse back into the range of Duracho. Miro's pretty tanky, and he's pretty speedy as well. And in fact, yeah, they're not going to be able to continue to chase him because on the back lines, Kiyotaka, well, I said Kiyotaka's coming. He's playing it cool because he's still got the BKB. The full pretty low, but he's able to get the BKB and Shadowblade off, and it's just buying time for the rest of 9Pandas to head down here. Gaimin Gladiators, they've got to think twice about if they want to take this fight now. Tofu's ended up glimpsing himself as he targets the Lotus Orb. They'll push in to take down Miro. I mean, Quinn's strong with the BKB and the Flame Guard. He's on top of Antares. They'll take out both Antares and Miro. Jump forward with the rim number. Ramses, Mignone buffs himself, turns towards Duracho. Duracho having to hold his ground due to the rupture. With these buybacks coming into play, it's now Ramses that has to back off.
Quinn is telling Ramses, look me in the eye right now.
Let's see if they can bring him back if they got any further catch for Ramses. Ramses still has the Aegis for 9 seconds. BKB still available as well. Slight change from Quinn. Catches on towards Roger. Another kill to be found here by Gaimin Gladiators off the back of the two supports buying back. They can push on themselves now, try for a tier 1. As Gaimin Gladiators, they take a pretty decent punch back the way towards 9Pandas.
Oh, very good. That was hard to predict that fight was going to turn out that well for them. But the double BKB timing.
Oh, there's 2 wisdom runes here. Oh, Duracho having a bit of a nice surprise there. Gets himself pretty much an easy level and a half or something. And also the Tormentor's available. They've got 3 heroes here See if they want to set up. Duracho's going to try and get the meld stacks so he can take it out super quickly. And with the help of the safety of the refraction, he can instantly able to take it out. He'll go for the TP away. Miro not going to be able to close it to get the hit as the telekinesis is there. Celery doing what he can to hold back the two of them and make sure the stun doesn't come into play onto Duracho. He'll die for it almost certainly as Ramses chase him out. And Celery dies to the rupture, but a great save there. As yeah, what a beautiful moment for Duracho. Easy XP and easy escape.
Wow. I mean, he had 2 hits on the Bloodseeker with a basher. I want to say that was cutting a little bit close. But that Dota sometimes, very, very good comeback. I think it was very hard to pull something off like this, but they're not out of the woods yet. Far from it. I think the double BKB gives you a bit of hope. Like when you saw how that fight just turned out, Ramses wasn't there from the very beginning, which was the biggest problem for 9Pandas. They're trying to keep them there, but ended up burning themselves, getting too close to the fire, and getting caught. This Disruptor is obviously one of the best heroes at making sure you don't just get to run in and out for free.
Absolutely, signs of life from Gaimin Gladiators. The question is going to be if they can replicate that in a situation where they won't be fighting around that sort of outpost, where they can bring the backup in, and in a case where they did use both buybacks on both of their supports. They definitely had to use that extra firepower to take those kills and force 9Pandas to back off. See if they can do it again without that. Next item's coming out for 9Pandas, the full Silver Edge done on Kiyotaka. And Ramses, he's going to be well on the way towards picking up that Skadi next, which of course is going to feel excellent against the Templar Assassin carry.
Yeah. The Skadi is a huge timing this game. Also the basher already that he has is massive. It makes the Ember double guess himself whenever he's about to tank a Bloodseeker hit, but also allows the Bloodseeker to go one-on-one with the TA, and it will usually mean Bloodseeker wins. Just the nature of high attack speed basher carry versus non-basher carry. Last game was 300th pro match that Tofu, Celery, Ace, and Duracho have played together. 62% win rate.
Not a bad win rate at all, and definitely I imagine over the past months being pumped up to an even higher percent if you just look at that smaller period. Gaimin Gladiators have been on a pretty impressive streak of win after win in terms of series, but yeah, this game 1 for 9Pandas, a fantastic showing in maybe how it is possible to bring these lads down. Gaimin Gladiators still with a fighting chance, but 9Pandas, they've turned up on fire today. Ramses, 22k net worth, and almost certainly will have that Skadi done before the next fight kicks off. So something else the Gaimin Gladiators are going to have to be super concerned about. These cores from 9Pandas, they are huge.
They're huge, but the moment to decide the game, I think, will come with the Roshan. Regardless of how huge anyone is. You have the double smoke happening. It's all about the bottom area. It's all about the vision, the portal, the outpost, and getting control. Miro. Oh, Celery. No.
He's going to get caught alone. The rest of the team's going to try and wrap him from the side. Ace sets up with the root, but it's only onto Antares. They've lost Celery. They get the glimpse back.
Oh, Kiyotaka.
They already from the back. Kiyotaka's in, and he's on top of Tofu. Puts the BKB. Tofu's going to get forced down the side. Ace pops the Greaves. He keeps Tofu alive. Down on the low ground, Quinn trying to focus towards Roger. Roger pops the heal of the BKB. He's able to walk away. Ramses caught in the root. BKB's still on the radio, popping up, but he's so low. He pops it so late. Ramses, he doesn't stand a fighting chance this time round as he's out of the fight. The rest of 9Pandas, they've got to run.
They're doing it. Oh my god. Oh, it was really well played. I thought that was going to be an absolute disaster.
I mean, Ramses, he just got killed so quickly. I think quicker than sort of he expected. Ended up BKBing at the very last moments of that engagement.
Kiyotaka.
And Kiyotaka, he's able to Ogre Seal toe him out to the side, but the glimpse is there. He'll go down.
Wow,
that's a huge kills there for Gaimin Gladiators.
Massive, massive comeback.
DD rune as well there. Quinn will grab that, have that ready for the next fight, or the Roche, whatever they wish. That's a pretty hard hit back the way of 9Pandas. They'll feel that one.
Wow, what's the level situation like? So, yeah, you can kind of see before this fight. I think we were talking about a lot less levels on the cores, but I think every core got a couple levels from that on Radiant side. Roger, not going to get found.
He's out of there. I mean, that fight setting up for the next pickups. Duracho's got the full Daedalus. This Roshan should easily be theirs with no Kiyotaka and Ramses in the equation.
I want to say Radiant might have a higher win percentage just because of all this stuff. It seems to always be bottom side of the map. Radiant, you know, getting some vision fight or getting some weird angles. Maybe it's a threat of the outpost that Dire doesn't want to, you know, go so close to it or live in this area that, yeah, I don't know. But again, Radiant does it. Now it's Aegis and Cheese. Ace is also getting bigger and bigger. He is going for Lads, and I wonder if this is going to turn into a Wraith Pact. Could it?
No, nowadays, no, they changed it, right? Am I crazy?
How does it go? I mean, they changed the rate back. But...
It's gone, isn't it?
Oh, they actually removed it. Excuse me. I thought nobody was just... I thought they nerfed it to the ground, so nobody was buying it. So he is just going Vlads for the sake of it, which is good. I mean, it's very good last game.
Let's see... See now, because I mean, the difference now between the two teams is closed massively. Just 2k gold lead now for 9Pandas after pretty much a game where they've held such a massive advantage for the longest of times. But that last fight, those kind of those last two fights, Gaimin Gladiators is doing it with the buybacks the first time round, and then that last one, he's able to do it straight up in a situation where Ramses just gets killed off too quickly. And once they do lose the Bloodseeker, and Kiyotaka sort of revealed his hand with the jump in and the burst, it's not a lot more that 9Pandas can do in the stretched out team fight. So they have to, at all costs, try and protect Ramses, make sure that Bloodseeker does not start the fight dead.
And you also see Miro, he went from having the best bounty hunter core game of his life to probably a rather mediocre one. Not being able to capitalize on these fights, not getting the track kills. Now you see him start to fall off. There's still a lot of fighting power between the Bloodseeker and the Tiny. They're still ahead in gold as a team. I think once you finish this Aghanims and Skadi, you're gonna feel your next power spike, and that's probably fight time if you can find a good scenario or a good area. Aegis gonna last still for 3 more minutes. I think Gaming might look to hit high ground if given the chance. If you can't cut waves or what's it called? Redrag attention somewhere else.
Kiyotaka's eyeing this up. I don't think he'll want to jump though. Gaimin Gladiators, they'll show themselves and look for the tier 2. Kiyotaka, I mean, maybe considering jumping for a support. But yeah, it would be risky. Hasn't quite got the rest of the team ready to connect with him. Best thing he can look to do is cut the creep wave.
Yeah, cut the wave. If the catapult dies here, it means no more push. We're still just counting seconds for the Aegis. Oh, the catapult didn't die. They glyphed
Still
for it.
there.
Yeah.
Push on a bit more.
I like this play.
2 minutes to poke with the Aegis.
Yeah, no glyph, no glyph. So if you don't have anyone killing off the Wisdom Rune Revenge, Kiyotaka is gonna get one. Okay, yeah, no high ground push. Aegis 2 more minutes. I think we're gonna see the next power spike being hit without any fight being forced. So as good if you're a 9Pandas fan. If I was Gaimin Gladiators, I would really try to force something still in the next 2 minutes. Somehow catch them, use the Underlord ulti, close the map in on them, or maybe even hit the high ground. But hitting the high ground, I think, is really hard. There's a rupture.
Go for Duracho, but
they're trying to toss him back in.
It's the Aegis target as well. It's not really a way you can start the fight here on the defense.
Well, I think it works if you toss him back into the base, because respawning there with Aegis is usually certain death anyway, if Bloodseeker doesn't have to use his. So I like the idea, but the execution obviously faulted. Yeah, it's rupture cooldown, 40 more seconds.
I mean, they're stepping out at the base, 9Pandas, maybe seeing if they can still find a chance to go whilst Gaimin Gladiators have relaxed a bit and split up.
Split up, but are you ever really split up when you have Underlord?
That's
true.
The thing. All he's got to do is lay down that Fiend's Gate and sort of bridge the distance between them. And bump into each other here. Kiyotaka getting focused by Ace and Quinn. He's got a fair bit of backup. Kiyotaka, see if there's enough to get him out of there. He's already falling down to half HP. He may feel forced to put the BKB. He does, but he's already down to half health.
It was so late.
They're just going to continue to push on and chase him out. The physical damage, it'll be done. Kiyotaka, he's gone. And Quinn, he's seeing if he can set up for more. He's in with a slight change, closes the gap onto Antares, and Antares will fall. And with the Fiend's Gate, Gaimin Gladiators, they close the gap onto Ramses. He has to BKB and run. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're chasing onwards. They're up to the high ground. They're on top of Ramses. Ramses trying to stand his ground, but he's surrounded by Gaimin Gladiators. There's no hope for him here, as Ramses also to fall. Gaimin Gladiators now take the lead.
Well played. Wow. Gaimin Gladiators did some really cool kiting there. I think the Tiny had a moment where he could have clicked BKB before the glimpse connects. But yeah, he was kind of holding on to it for a very long time.
And now the tip's going back the way of Ramses. Now the tables have turned since that early game. We saw 9Pandas go so heavily focused on Quinn. But it's ended up here at a point where Quinn and the lads are definitely in the favorable spot, taking away another set of racks as they move towards the top.
Oh, that's some cosmic irony. I think the game might be over here. The push is so strong.
They're without buyback, 1,700 gold short on Ramses, 1,500 gold short on Kiyotaka. 9Pandas, they've got to try and hold this 3 versus 5.
They still have cheese. Quinn is so fat, he almost has his Ags. I think they're going to go for it here.
Now 1 tier 4 gone. Gaimin Gladiators a step closer to So close to closing this one up. They get the trap here on towards Miro. They just push in super aggressive. They know there's nothing to be done here from 9Pandas as Miro's gone. The attacker's going to be back in play to say Roger tries to frontline with the BKB, but he immediately gets cut down by the slight. Anger there from Roger. As this game, it must have felt like it just fell apart so quickly for 9Pandas as the Ancient is exposed. The tips continue to come out the way of Ramses as they know now there's no buyback from him. And 9Pandas, they'll tap out. GG is called. And Gaimin Gladiators will take this game 1 after what was, as we saw in the stats, I believe out of the 120 games it said since TI 2022, there's only been 2 times where Quinn has died 3 times in the first 8 minutes of the game. This was another one of them, but this one, they were able to turn around and get the win. And what do you sort of do after this, you 9Pandas? You must have felt at the start that you had this perfect strat. You were just going to kill Quinn over and over again, hit him hard with the tips, but no, it didn't work. They weren't able to hold the lead. Gaimin Gladiators, they turn it around and take this game.
Dota is a mental game. What can I say? It really is. I don't know if they got ahead of themselves or they felt overconfident, but they definitely didn't stick to what was working for them with the rupture and the toss. I mean, it worked for them quite many times, but then these other fights with the double BKB and the one where Ramses waits with his BKB, Tiny waits with his BKB. Yeah, I'm not sure, but for sure they were in control. They were the ones looking to win the game, and they just couldn't close it out. I applaud Gaimin Gladiators for the mental fortitude, and this comeback, I didn't foresee it coming. I think it was an impossible situation, but nothing's impossible, I guess.
Yeah, we see a pretty incredible swing in that game in terms of lead. I think it got up to about a sort of a 15k lead or so in that mid-game for 9Pandas. But Gaimin Gladiators, indeed, it is, as you say, sort of in Quinn's old name, keep it cool, calm, and collected. No matter the focus and the way that 9Pandas tried their best to tilt him, it did not work. Gaimin Gladiators will take this game 1.
The tips, the comeback, and the counter tips this game had it all. Gaimin Gladiators take the first game against 9Pandas in the upper bracket finals. I'm joined by Sheep, PPD, and Gork, and this was a great start to this series. We're of course going to have 1 and hopefully 2 more games of this. We had a lot of fighting in this, Gork. That's exactly what we wanted to see.
I love to see it. I mean, Quinn's voice line there at the end, through anger lies failure. I think they tried to get into his head, they ganked him. There was actually tips when they were up like 17k or something on 9Pandas, and karma struck them right back. Discipline, I would call this discipline, but not only was it like a throw of 9Pandas, I'll give credit to the draft. I think once it gets to a certain point, Gaimin just have better heroes, and they're gonna take the game. And you saw how fast it ended. I had to run to stage here because I didn't expect the GG this fast. I'm out of breath.
Yeah, it did end quite rapidly after after this fight that we just saw. Ooh, credit to Gaimin Gladiators for holding on strong in face of, well, what seemed to be a bit of an overpowering laning stage by 9Pandas.
They held on. Yeah, you could see them going around like this whole map, like Ember or Quinn farming around like the edges of the map, like trying to get that BKB. I remember when he got it, he TP'd back, and like they were finally able to start taking these proper fights. Because before that, yeah, you're just getting super controlled every single fight. They did this run at you strat. They executed it perfectly at the beginning. But yeah, you have to respect these timings from Gaimin, and I don't think 9Pandas really did.
Yeah, there came a turning point, Peter.
For sure. I think 9Pandas, a lot of momentum early on. As you mentioned, once that BKB came online, Gaimin Gladiators felt like they were equipped to take these fights, and they fought well because they're a good team. I think 9Pandas got a little too overconfident. They were splitting up in fights. They weren't focusing the same targets, and they ended up kind of wasting their early BKBs that they had the advantage on with that Tiny and Bloodseeker, and Gaimin Gladiators just never gave up, able to swing it back.
Swing it back. When we talk about Gaimin Gladiators, we almost always talk about, at least at one point, about Quinn, because he has been such a dominating presence in that mid lane. And we have to therefore highlight the matchup between him and Kiyotaka. The difference maker wasn't necessarily the mid-diff, if as people say it, but it was mostly coming from the support angles, Peter.
Yes, early on, Skyrath had a fantastic game. Ended up being almost like a solo kill on the Rubik, and then rotated to deny the bottom water rune from Quinn. So we've seen that a couple times when that mid hero is unable to refill his bottle. That matchup can really go the other way. And Tiny got off to a fantastic start, and they were killing Quinn all the time. They were tipping him. I mean, I'd love to see it, and love to see it kind of bite them back in the end. It's the series is heating up.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, the interaction obviously didn't look like it was planned, and Taras definitely was a little bit confused as to why he wasn't in the base using his teleport, but instead in the middle of the team fight using that teleport. But it was a great moment for 9Pandas still, Sheep.
It was. I think 9Pandas played fantastically. I mean, again, like he talked about, it was a solo kill mid, right? He just like popped off. He got like, what, 9-minute blink dagger or something? He was owning super goddamn hard. I was actually curious about you guys' opinion on Ench's item build because he went the Orchid Rush, which was a bit greedy, perhaps?
I think it solved kind of their lack of stuns. I think the idea was just against the Ember to have some sort of more ways to kill him and tip it, you know?
Yeah, but then like he gets a BKB, and then it felt like it fell off a little bit. I wasn't sure how to feel about Ench.
It's definitely a little bit of an odd item choice. And speaking of odd item choices, what I talked about before the panel as well, I'm missing an Aghanim on this Bloodseeker. I know it sounds crazy. It's a pretty weird eggs, but it does instantly dispel all refraction charges once he went on Tia. But I don't know, that's one of those weird interactions, you know, in the patch that maybe not everybody abuses right now. I would
Maybe you have to have
it,
experienced it before you can actually use it proper.
Yeah.
Either way, we've been having a great time here watching that first game, and I'm sure everybody in the audience did as well. Isn't that right, Slacks?
That is correct. Well, actually, I should just ask the audience. Guys, do we have a good time watching that game? Fantastic. And in fact, I found some people taking some notes. Gentlemen, you're part of a Dota team, and you're here watching, correct?
Yep, absolutely correct. We didn't make it to the finals, but maybe next major.
Yeah. What tier are you guys? Like 4 or 5?
Tier?
Yeah, you know, like tier 1, tier 2?
I would say tier 69.
That's high. A lot of big fans. Now, what's the name of this?
No pants, no problem.
No pants, no problems. And right now, they're going to prove it by take it. No, I'm just kidding. Any suggestions? No, I don't want to say take your pants off. No, some guy just joined your team. That's hype. Gentlemen, what did you think of that last game? Any advice out there to the pro players listening right now from No Pants, No Problem?
Well, it went as expected from us.
Damn.
I can't add anything.
Thank you so much for coming. It's great that you got your way in here, sir.
You're always gonna stick to your plans, so if you pick those heroes, you have to execute them perfectly.
Great. And Bacon, one word.
Yeah, what do we say? It's GG. It's GG from the start to finish.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much. No pants, no problem. And actually, I hear that Tsunami has another fan. Tsunami, who do you got? You got somebody?
Yeah, I see you're talking to some veterans who have been to a great many events, but I found someone. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, hi, my name is Alicia. This is my first esports tournament. I've never been to a tournament before, and I'm enjoying myself very much.
What were your expectations coming into an event like this? Are you expecting this many people to be all interested in the one same thing of Dota 2?
Honestly, I had no clue what was going to happen, so I didn't even know what to expect. Of course, I watched a lot of tournaments, but it's so different when you're also behind the scenes and you can see everyone running around. Today I was running around and I just saw Blitz running right next to me, so this is really awesome.
Yeah, he's got something stressful planned, I'm sure, after this series. What is, for you, what would be the most special thing that could happen at this event?
Liquid winning.
That would be pretty good. But I think I got something that might be a little bit better than that.
This year, we met 8 years ago in a pub, and we started feeding together. And I want to keep feeding with you for the rest of my life. Do you want to marry me?
Can you feel the love? You met 8 years ago in Dota, my friend, and now you're going full circle. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That's it for us for right now, but we still got a lot of Dota to get through. Stick around, everyone. Game number 2 of Gaimin Gladiators versus 9Pandas after the break.
keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who was the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'ma keep.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. big problems, a goddamn man. Oh, hold your fire.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The upper bracket finals continues. We are in for game number 2 between Gaimin Gladiators and 9Pandas. 9Pandas had a fantastic start in game number 1, but they were not able to hold their advantage, and Gaimin Gladiators struck back hard. Now they are the ones that have gone undefeated through an upper bracket all the way, taking the championship at the previous major in Lima. Can they do that again? And that would require them to take another game here. And then, of course, do the same thing in the grand finals tomorrow. I'm joined by Sheep, Gorg, and PPD, and we are going to break down the draft that will be appearing on our screens momentarily. A lot of things are decided in the draft, so I look forward to hearing some adaptations, Gorg, that you would love to see this one.
I'll say that I was kind of wrong about my first assessment of last draft, because I thought GG had that game. But honestly, it was 9Pandas to lose, and I am surprised GG was mentally strong to keep it, despite all the tips, despite everything. They kept it cool, calm, and collected, and they pulled through. So we'll see. I'm expecting maybe we'll see a first phase TB now.
Do you feel like the tips came out a little too early for 9Pandas?
You can't tip too early. This is a mistake I've made. You just look like a fool when you lose. And wonder if this is gonna have an emotional impact on the side of 9Pandas. It might, that maybe they feel like a little bit bad about everything now. Hopefully that doesn't come to play now and they've reset in this short break they've had.
Yeah. I just really liked what Gaimin did with all of the items they bought on everyone to make it so that their TA just wouldn't end up dying. Because it felt like this bounty offlane, whilst it was really cool and it worked super well early, at a certain point his damage falls off completely because he is an aura bot and it's, you know, you're not really doing that much. Yeah. So they even went for like Vlad's, which I think OG have also been playing with quite often. So I really just like seeing that. They had like the crest, the boots, the auras, the greaves, the crimsons, the pipes, the Vlads, the pavis, everything, like literally everything. At some point it was just too much for Pandas to go into, so.
They did really collect it all. I mean, I'm wondering if this bounty could have maybe gone for some a little bit greedier build. When you're winning, it's kind of nice to have like something like an Aghanim and put on even more pressure.
Yeah.
It could have been an option instead of trying to match them with auras.
That's why I was a bit like on the edge, because I was like, oh, she went for Orchid, but it means that bounty has to go like hardcore on the auras.
I really think they just misplayed those fights. They were they were kind of focusing the TA, and he was just eating up all the damage with their fraction, and then the supports from 9Pandas were getting picked off by Ember and Underlord, and when it came, Bloodseeker and Tiny were kind of all-inning with their BKBs trying to kill TA, and they weren't able to take her down.
Yeah.
If people are curious how we ended up with Gaimin Gladiators on Radiant 2 games in a row, they had priority this game. They actually prioritized getting Radiant. And instead of then choosing first pick, 9Pandas went for the unconventional, lately anyway, the second pick.
They want to shake things up a little bit, I think. After you win game 1, PPD, you have experience in this, you kind of want to keep the same as much as possible. So Gaimin think Radiant is what's important. And since 9Pandas prioritized first pick last time, maybe they were hoping they would do it again, because it did work out for them.
It did kind of work for them. Things were going well, but I agree, like, you lose a game, you kind of want to shake it off. Let's use our other strategy that we prepared in case we were second pick and see if we have a better go at it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're picking the same hero, so maybe their strategy will be similar.
They left through bounty, which is interesting. They don't prioritize this hero. Didn't feel that pressured by it, even though he had a pretty stellar performance last game in the start, especially. Both you and I talked, Peter, that TA would do pretty well on him in lane, against him in lane, but bounty shown. I think he did very good there.
Do you want to see it offlane again?
Yeah, I think they're going to keep it open. Right? They have to.
But would you want to see it offlane? Or do you think it's better relegated more to support?
I think it's better relegated to support. I think one of the cool changes to this hero is the stun on the Shadow Walk, obviously, and this is something that you can take advantage of in the early early game, these, every lane feels like they need to have 2 sentries in order to protect themselves, which isn't really possible.
Yeah.
Are we surprised that Keeper of the Light is ignored up until now? It was one of the first phase bans in previous game and in a lot of other games as well.
That is a good point.
I could see Gaimin Gladiators grabbing it right now. Feels like 9Pandas don't like it as much. They prefer these more aggressive ganky supports.
There's the Terrorblade. I was expecting this last series. I think it's an excellent answer in case Bounty is +3 as well. He kind of destroys him in lane. It's just a hero that we've seen 9Pandas run as a lot as well, so it's kind of a deny. I like this pick a lot coming out for Gaimin. Durachu is one mean TB.
They're just getting full comfort, and it feels like every game Gaimin kind of just get their comfort. And there's a lot of supports still in the pool where I don't think they needed to go for that then. And it's like now 9Pandas, do you want to start banning like mid heroes to kind of target Quinn, or do you want to target some of these support heroes like Disruptor and the Ench and all these others? I mean, there's a lot. There's also like the idea of this Lich, right? Obviously 9Pandas get to pick first, but I'm assuming these are their 2 supports. It's like, of really got to defend these heroes.
Yeah, I could see them banning out the Caudal potentially. Maybe they like Bounty Hunter against it. I think they'll probably leave the Ench because they have the Crystal Maiden. Disruptor and the Lich was actually a pretty good suggestion. I think that could pair well. Don't know how much Celery has been playing that hero or favoring it, but they could bust it out. Disruptor, one of the better supports for catching the Bounty Hunter. We saw that multiple times. Bounty Hunter was kind of punished for his over-aggression.
Yeah.
Even though he was unkillable, he was like tanking like 8 tower hits, and then he got glimpsed back into the tower for some more. And even though Gaimin Gladiators was way behind, they were able to get those kills. And he was one of the, I don't think he was the highest net worth hero, but he was higher net worth than most of Gaimin Glad, so that was a bunch of comeback gold for them.
Yeah. Last draft we looked at was a lot of carry heroes banned on both sides, but now that there's a TB, we're seeing a bit of a shift. The supports are being banned. The classic TB counters of Tinker and
is there a third?
Third tier. Well, there used to be Zeus, and Zeus was kind of ruined since they changed his shard. So now TB has one less counter to worry about. There used to be a Pugna back in the day. He used to be picked a lot against TB, but we don't see that much more anymore. I think if I'm 9Pandas right now, I'm looking at the Storm Spirit hero. I think for both teams, this hero a Bulba special, but also it's good on its own. I think I'm surprised I haven't seen either team look at it so far. It's a decent hero against TB as well.
Yeah, I could definitely see either side going for that hero. 9Pandas probably still going to pick up 3 cores.
Seeker banned against the Underlord, so the matchup will change. One thing that we do see this game compared to last, that Underlord's counter are not being banned out on lane. So no Ursa, no Monkey ban. This opens up a lot of options for 9Pandas here.
Are those heroes okay against Terrorblade, you think?
I would say, yeah, both of them actually match up fine against Terrorblade. Monkey King can itemize, for instance, Maelstrom, and TB can die in his ulti. It's a decent carry matchup for him. Obviously not the best one. TB also used to be countered by Drow, but she's also changed a lot lately. Ursa can match up fine against TB, especially you do have, if you get to hit him with 12 overpower hits or 18 later on, he will die.
So do you think then, seeing Underlord and TB, for 9Pandas they have to open with potentially a core. Is it better to pick the carry versus the Underlord, or is it better to pick an offlaner against your TB?
That's a judgment call. I'm not exactly sure. There's also Slark, so they have options, and they could wait for Gaimin to show more of a hand before they pick their carry. I think I would rather pick my offlane first.
10 seconds remaining.
If they pick their offlane first, it would also mean that they cement that Bounty Hunter as support. And perhaps they want to keep that flex potential open, just in case.
Yeah.
Maybe they should just grab Storm.
Yeah.
Before Gaimin Glad decides to pick it up for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely see the Gaimin Glad, so they're just picking up Pugna Storm as a response to whatever Pandas bring out here. They love that stuff.
Should we ever be worried for Gaimin Gladiators? I know they haven't played it in a little bit, but they used to play it a bunch. The IO, obviously still in.
Yeah.
Also good with the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I definitely could like IO. Especially pairing with the Storm, though, and I'm obsessing about this hero.
You're confident in this Terrorblade Bounty Hunter matchup?
Yes, I'm fairly confident. I'm surprised they actually locked this in as an off-lane, the Bounty. Things can go wrong. I mean, last game, honestly, Bounty did very well against TA. Maybe they know something I don't about this patch.
Yeah, I was good commenting on it earlier, but we went to something else. I think it was more so Gaimin Gladiators' decision to put Rubik as that position 5 in the safe lane up against Sky Bounty. He really just wasn't able to have impact, and that kind of ruined TA's early game as well because that matchup went so poorly. So, we kind of thought maybe the TA would have a great time versus Bounty, but he didn't really have much of a support to play with. So yeah, lane kind of went the other way.
I guess like they still have the same sort of theory on 9Pandas of how they want to take their fights as last game. And even though Bloodseeker's gone, you can still complement, like you brought up the Monkey King, you brought up the Ursa. There are all these very broadly carries that are still in the pool that will complement what they did last game. If they can just fix the issues that they had closing out the game, or they threw, then it's going to look a lot better.
This is exactly what Liquid did. Was that earlier today or yesterday? I can't even recall, but they actually had Silencer, Techies, and Storm, and it worked really great because you would have Storm zipping in, finding that initial pick, and if he was ever in trouble, they just boom global. And Techies was kind of the same thing. Techies would follow up on that Storm grab, and then Global Silence would kind of allow Techies to jump in and then run out, and then still be able to fight later on.
There's the Monkey King for the Underlord. I think it's a good monkey pick. Can also mischief dodge the bombs in the lane. Helps a lot against the harass coming out from Techies. I'm assuming Techies is going to play on the Underlord lane. I do like also, speaking about the Silencer Techies synergy here, now that Techies doesn't silence on his, what's it called? I keep calling it
Blast Off.
Blast Off, that's the one. Now that he does Suicide, I didn't want to say it, but now that he only stuns and he doesn't silence, they don't kind of overlap and they synergize a little bit better, I think, these two heroes as supports.
I really enjoy Techies. Yeah, I agree with that.
They gotta ban it, I think. We just saw it. Like they for sure watched those games. They only really have the Skywrath silence. I don't think that's enough to deal with Storm. Storm can just kill Sky first.
Yeah.
Does Quinn play a lot of Storm?
He hasn't played at this event, but I'm sure he has the capability to. His hero pool's actually been pretty small this event. He's played the Pango, the Ember, the Void Spirit, Leshrac, Ricky, which was not good, and Dragonite.
I feel like Ember could kind of achieve the same things. Like he could still jump in and be saved by that global silence. And if it's a hero that he's more comfortable with, you can see they're here discussing it. It's really up to him. Hey man, what do you want to play? And oh, you want to play that? What do you want to ban to protect it?
One thing that could come out a little bit as an X factor for 9Pandas, since they have last pick, and we haven't seen it yet in this event, but Kiyotaka could pick up an Ember mid if they decide to go for one of the spirits, like Ember or Void Spirit.
Well, they removed the Void Spirit.
Ember's left, Storm's left. Gaimin Glads gets first pick out the phase, so will Kiyotaka have to go for something like that Tiny or something a little more unconventional?
I would honestly ban out the Tiny if I'm them right now on Gaimin. Unless they have some idea how to deal with it mid.
Yeah, that would be weird for them to just do the Ember into the Tiny Sky again.
Yeah.
It went so poorly last game. Sort of.
I also think it's like last game when Gaimin were behind, they had really good like playmaking potential with like Disruptor, which I think is a little less on Silencer Techies. So if they pick a hero here out of phase that gets hard countered by 9Pandas and you're expecting this monkey lane to go well as well, they lose 2 lanes, things go similar to last time. I think it's much harder for Gaimin to make plays. Maybe they can just play really defensively and like wait for them to mess up.
Sure.
But they need like a really good mid that can either have a good time or just like be able to make those plays in mid game.
Yeah, Gaming was able to stay in the game partially because Ace had such a good game on the Underlord.
He did.
That may not be the case this game.
Yeah, this time they have a way better carry matchup on the safe lane.
Yeah.
But they're gonna ban the 2 melee spirits. I'm thinking they're never gonna run this monkey safe lane.
Ooh,
they stole it.
They stole it.
Quinn Tiny.
Has he played it yet this event?
Not this event.
I don't think so.
Okay.
So what lanes well against a Tiny?
Like Death Prophet?
Death Prophet used to be. Now there's no percentage damage on her Siphon. I doubt we're gonna see that one.
Do you play Kunkka?
Bad against TB. Kunkka?
You could play Necrophos maybe.
Any of the
gotta get an
classics
initiator, I think. Somebody's got to start the fights for 9Pandas. They need somebody to set up for the Sky Ult. I really don't think that they should go like semi-carry, mostly damage, wave clear hero.
There's also Bat Rider. I don't love it. It is a hero Kiyotaka plays.
Oh no, Invoker. All right. Well, we saw this hero earlier. It did not do well for BZM in a couple different games. I don't love it, but the crowd loves Invoker. I love Invoker. Let's give him a chance. Is it viable? What do you think?
I think It's viable, sure. I've seen so many different builds on Invoker, especially since the Meteor Hammer change. Everyone does their own thing. I'm not really sure what kind of direction he wants to go with it, but I hope he goes for some early aggression with that track and abuses it, and doesn't play too slow at least. Maybe a Witchblade, and it can definitely be viable. Good hero against TB later on, has control.
I've just heard from like Fog complain about Invoker for like the entire event because like all the stun durations got changed, so like your combos just hit much worse. Like you don't have the damage on the Meteor anymore that he used to. They took that away, so his potential to like kill you and have that hex timing is much worse. Like the hero in general just looks despaired. I don't know.
So why pick it here? What's good about it?
That's the one thing I wanted to mention. That this time I don't think they're running into the same problem they did last game with like a worse late game, mid to late game kind of lineup. This time I think 9Pandas can match up. I think Invoker, Monkey do match up well against their cores at least later on.
Oh, I hope that's the case because I think we'd all want a third game to this best-of-3 series. But let's see if 9Pandas can do it, or maybe Gaimin Gladiators will secure their spot in the grand finals. We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Notail.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 just about to be ready here after this draft with Gaimin Gladiators versus 9Pandas. We're getting some Invoker coming through. Some of the teams have dabbled with, but very sort of mixed success. Do you think this was sort of the missing piece to the puzzle that 9Pandas needed this game of their draft?
I'm really excited to see like how the meta is developing. We can see kind of bans and scenarios that I think even the teams don't predict. You have a lot of mid heroes banned. I don't know if this would have been the go-to counter pick for Kiyotaka, or if you would have chosen what was left in the pool, but so many things were banned. I still think the name of the game is early game versus Gaimin Gladiators, and I'm wondering how this Bounty Hunter is going to match up versus TB on lane. I think it can go really well if you get the early Vanguard, but if you don't, and certain things happen on the lane, I think the TB can stay there and even stop the Bounty Hunter from entering. So, yeah, slightly concerned always versus a Gaimin Gladiator team. I think teams need to be looking at how to get into these lanes and how to make sure the game starts to snowball. But for sure, they have a much better mid to late game matchup versus Radiant lineup than they did last game.
And how sort of easy do you think it's going to be mentality-wise to sort of recover from the way that first game went down, right? 9Pandas, they came in as confident as ever, throwing out their tips, and then that whole sort of comeback that Gaimin Gladiators was able to pull off and sort of put 9Pandas back in their place. Coming into a game 2 after that, do you think these guys are pros, they'll be able to reset, or does a bit of that game 1 sort of sit at the back of your mind?
I think Ramses has seen most, I don't know if he's seen it all, but he has seen a lot. So if this gets to him, if this is what was the tilting factor, I'd be very surprised. I really don't think it's the case. It could be for 9Pandas that you have other players.
30 seconds.
This is Kiyotaka's first major?
I think so, right, yeah.
Right? Yeah, I don't know if this will get to...
Well, it used to be Depressed Kid, right? So I know back then he was, but regardless, still a very fresh talent.
Yeah. So if you're dealing with people already having nerves and you experience a game like this, of course something might happen to the state of your mental state. But yeah, that's why Dota is hard. That's why we call it a mental game. Things like this happen, and you can also take it to your advantage. Quinn could be affected as well from what happened in previous game.
Sure, that start, as we saw in the stats, one of the roughest he's had in a long time. But it didn't matter. A very well-made comeback into the action. I mean, do you like the fact that we're seeing Quinn on the Tiny? I think the panel says something that we haven't seen him on this event so far.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, is this, again, some sort of like mental game against what happened last time? He's like, you know what, I'll play the Tiny this time. I'll show you how it's done. Does that play into it, or do you think they were seriously just considering the Tiny anyway? This is a hero that has sort of reasons to play in this meta, even though we're not seeing it be super popular.
Oh, and if you're thinking it, you don't have to say it. Of course, they're thinking the same things. That's how it works. I don't think it's a major factor.
No,
it shouldn't be. If you know what you're doing.
Oh no! He's walking into this one, Ramses. They were ready and waiting on the high ground.
Are they ready with the tips?
I think they're going to be able to get it. If they can give it to Quinn, that will really add to it. And he does. Quinn.
Oh no!
First blood here as he takes down Ramses. And they'll play it classy, of course, Gaimin Gladiators. They saw what happened when 9Pandas started throwing out the tips early game last time. This time, they're not falling into the trap themselves. They'll just take the first blood, they'll walk away and get to their lanes.
Okay, I like this approach. Again, if you're thinking it, you don't have to say it. I'm sure Ramses was ready to get tipped, but the fact that he didn't might actually make him overthink or make him think something else. So
I think so.
Another first blood.
This is indeed the way you hit them the hardest. Don't give them what they expect.
There's another first blood before the creeps meet. I always think this affects greatly, but especially if you're talking about the mid hero. Like, what is this? We already have a bottle on Tiny, which means he's going to get the boots a lot quicker, which could lead into other things. This time he's playing against Evoker, who doesn't care about the bottle, and he's also Exort, so he can go for the Rune Denies. But yeah, that was a very ideal way to start the game for Gaimin Gladiators. Very, very ideal.
I mean, we'll see overall if 9Pandas can sort of get that solid lead as they did last time. They were able to build up quite an advantage in that early game. And a similar sort of setup, right? This time, again, Mirror on the offlane bounty. You've got the backup of the Sky. I mean, were you sort of impressed by this duo last time in the early game? And do you think this is also another game where these two heroes and two players can perform and impact the early game pretty heavily?
Well, I think the Bounty Hunter has potential to snowball more versus a TA just because you can get to the Vanguard point easier, whereas you have meta on TB, which I think makes the Vanguard timing just potentially come a few lanes later. But at the same time, the Bounty Hunter is not playing versus Disruptor, and I think Disruptor was a really annoying factor. Oh, bottom lane.
See if they can do it here with the Metamorphosis. A couple more hits, one more. They can't quite get in range, and Taurus will survive.
Yeah, there we go. There we have it. I don't know if the Bounty Hunter will get to the next wave here. But they're like these small differences. I think the Disruptor is also quite a big thing. Yarrow, what is this?
He's stepping up. I mean, they're going to try and go for the kill, and they're going to get it. What? I mean, that was a close call to make, right? I mean, you felt it yourself. It was like, are they really going to get away with this? And they did. I mean, Miro, he does stick around and get caught by the curse.
-2.
Is he going to die? The Ring of Health regen, and he's got a Tango as well. He's going to be put in the Side Strike. It's there as well for Kiyotaka. As Miro and Antares, they're playing it hot here on the bottom lane. Not only setting up kills for themselves, taking out the Ratio, but setting up kills for their Invoker in the mid.
And look at the lane pulling. Look at the lane. Oh my god, it's such an ideal scenario. If the Bounty Hunter could force the TB to put these creeps into tower, he can't. This is some high-level stuff. I mean, both teams, this would not have happened a couple of years ago, but now teams are so good at the game. Yeah, it's a lot about the lane position. You see how they get away with a bigger creep wave. You don't have time to talk about this top lane.
Boundless strikes there. They're able to take out Ace. They might be able to get Tofu as well. Now, Ramses, he'll pull back. The wave's coming in. Doesn't want to waste time or HP chasing down the techies. Again, 9Pandas, as in game one, getting these kills in these lanes.
There's so many things I wish I could say, but I just don't have the time in these games. There's so much stuff going on every time. This Bounty Hunter, I don't know if it's like a Bounty Hunter effect or if it's this Gaimin Gladiator early game effect, or maybe this is just the meta of Dota that you have to play like this, but yeah, constant brawling. I wonder when the first teleport will be taken, or Twin Gate. And if we're going to see something similar to last game in that regard. Top lane.
Going to try for Tofu. Antares making the move to join the forces up top to go towards the techies. Tofu, he's going to be taken out here. This final burst of damage will be enough to claim his life. Same time down bottom, Gaimin Gladiators try to strike on Miro whilst he's alone, but a bit too tough to take out. I see in the mid, Quinn is going to go for Kiyotaka, but the Cold Snap's back up and the Forge Spirits are out. Sunstrike's going to be there as well. Quinn is going to get hit by it. It's not quite enough to take that straight away.
Wow.
Last right click, not enough to claim, and Quinn will survive, but both mids really battling to as close as they can get to their death as possible in this mid matchup.
I don't know what's going on, but I think Roche is drunk.
But what's it doing?
It's just running at the Twin Gate.
Oh.
I've never seen this. Skyrat tried to take it and he suddenly got bashed. And he stopped and stared at him for a second. He was like, what is this?
Oh, is it? They've already spotted what Antares saw it?
Yeah, he walked up to take the teleport to bottom. He got the bash, like from when you walk into him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't think I've seen it before.
Okay.
Salary getting really low bottom.
Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be any way that they can sort of free him up from this.
But now the Vanguard is finished. I'm again very curious to how much Janata is affecting the Terror lane. Because it's level 2 right now, so the cooldown's 7 and you only steal 20, but it's the level 3 and 4 that really matter.
Oh yeah, there he is.
There he is. He's a walking man. He's putting a show on for us. I wonder if something will happen in minute 5 if he just goes back to the pit and the bug gets fixed.
That could happen, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. It would be such a sad surprise if you're TPing top from bottom and you get bashed. Cancel your salve or something.
He's well and truly stuck there.
Mid lane. He's going to get tossed back. Quinn doesn't get it.
I can't get it.
He
might get it now.
Well. Yeah, Celery. Ooh.
Not gonna be able to with the creeps around him as well.
Very nice ward from Antares. I think the tree has been cut. Oh, no, you just saw a tree respawn. You had like perfect vision over mid before. Yeah, we've seen this Monkey King versus Underlord a few times, and I talked about it last time I was on the panel, or last time I was casting as well.
Quinn.
Mid lane.
This time around with the backup of
Silencer.
It's still not enough. Kiyotaka's going to be able to turn. Meanwhile, Ace does kill off Ramses. We'll watch the action here in the mid as Celery gets caught by the Frostbite. 9Pandas, they find the kill in return. But top lane, Ramses was punished whilst on his own, as both Ace and Tofu able to blow him up.
Ooh, bottom lane. This TP doesn't enjoy what's happening. This Vanguard Bounty Hunter is just too much to deal with. Lane.
See if they can try again for Quinn. Oh! The tree's actually able to bring Kiyotaka down. With a Verify, hold on. He's going down. They will get him. But Quinn, against the three of them, he takes down Kiyotaka solo.
Yeah, it's a level 5 Invoker dying, a level 6 Tiny dying, actually level 7 Tiny dying. There's a lot of like mechanics going on with the XP changing hands, but long story short, I think everybody got a lot of XP, so everybody's a winner except Invoker. But yeah, we've been talking about this Monkey versus Underlord before. Quite often, offlane meta is just get the Vanguard as soon as you can, but versus some matchups, it makes more sense to change it up, and you see Underlord going for mana boost instead of Vanguard, which is also what we saw 9Pandas do when they had the Pugna. Was it 9Pandas? Maybe it was someone else. Oh, it was Aster. Sorry, Aster had the Pugna Underlord, and he also got mana boost versus Monkey.
We'll see how well, how long Ramses is able to stay in the lane against that amount of heavy spam.
Yeah, I mean, if Underlord is left alone, he's also very vulnerable with this build. Like, he dies to any CM rotation, like right now, if he gets on top of him. Oh.
Yeah,
yes, it's close, it's close. Yeah, they're gonna get vision of him now. He's gonna die.
Up. And it should be enough for sort of the CM to swing around, Roger. It's the setup.
Stun, get the slow. Oof.
There's Ace. He's going to be right under the Sunstrike. Kiyotaka picks up the kill globally. Down bottom, they'll go for Miro. So Gaimin Gladiators not missing out on finding some action themselves in these early plays.
Yeah, it's a trade. I'm still curious to see this 2.7k gold on TB. He was left alone versus Bounty Hunter for a while. I wonder how much is like the Janata and how much is also missed last hits. Because it does feel, I'll say, even more painful for this TB to be in this position if he's left alone again. And Ace, also another, like, he dies so easy. He dies to Monkey plus any support. I don't think the Sunstrike is necessarily needed if you get a good jump. Yeah, here we go.
For Ace again.
Misses it.
Almost Spring won't connect. Still though, this time,
Quinn is coming top.
They've got to bring in the backup. They can't allow Ace to die like this. And indeed, just with the TPs, they'll hold off on them. And I think actually in the mid, Quinn's probably got put to a stop by a cold snap. Tofu will try and capitalize this on this and turn around aggressively onto Kiyotaka, but Roger's in. Frostbite there to hold back Quinn, but the illusion rune's available. Quinn pops it and he can look to push on for more. Tofu will die, but Quinn's in with the avalanche toss on towards Roger. One final punch to bring him down. Quinn still finding the trade. 1-for-1 between the supports. See if Celery and Quinn can chase for more. Antares, he's going to get hit pretty hard by the tree. The curse is there. Celery, a +2 for him. Up to 6 stolen in already.
All right. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's not the most I've seen on a silencer, but it's always good to get these int steals going, especially versus some heroes. I mean, you're reducing the damage of Sky every time you steal. Small stuff adds up. Top lane, Ace is looking to pull the wave. He misses half of it. Well, not what he hoped for. Bottom lane, Bounty Hunter is now laning against no one for now. Deracho opting to, just take the neutrals over the lane creeps. Goes back as it pushes in.
They want to try and go for Kiyotaka in the mid, but Kiyotaka's playing it safe. Keeps a distance here. Knows there's a high chance the Quinn's looking to get the touch with the avalanche. Roger's now available with the backup. Unlikely the Gaimin Gladiators will get this mirror. Also heading over and he'll spot them out. And Tofu's also going to see him with the ward setup they have, and Fiendskate's coming in. Gaimin Gladiators, they want to try and force this fight. They'll turn straight towards Miro, take him out. Tofu's able to get the jump over towards Roger. Miro will tick out to the damage of Celery. More in for him. As Gaimin Gladiators more than happy to take fights wherever. Kiyotaka's going to stop Ace from being able to step straight back into the Fiend's Gate as he lays down with a cold snap and pushes him back with the Forge Spirit.
The Watcher gets lit. Roger gets the ward.
They might get him.
Win. Yeah.
He's going to hold back, doesn't want to quite dive.
In the top rune? Yeah, nice. Nice rune deny.
No progress from Roshan. Another daytime is hit, but he still struggles to make it through that twin gate.
Oh my god, he's still here. This is going to be interesting later in the game. I don't know. There's not a Roche in this game then. Or maybe somebody has to go stun him.
Yeah, that's the thing I wonder. Maybe some sort of interaction. If they hit him, maybe that does something. Well, we'll see. I'm sure they'll try it eventually, especially if this game goes late. Somebody's going to try and unstuck the Roshan.
Yep. I don't know what to call it, but maybe it's just a feature of the game. Roshan, 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 Roshan,
He
Roshan,
needs that encouragement. He's trying ever so hard. He just can't quite make it up that final step.
Oh no!
They're going to go onto key attacker, but the TP's coming in. Quinn and Tofu, they'll have to back off Celery. Go ahead and get the 3-man curse. Maybe there's a chance for a turnaround. Tofu considering jumping in, but he won't go for it. Doesn't want to try for the fight in that mid lane. Top lane, Ramses still with a hot farm as Maelstrom. He's closing in on it.
This bounty hunter is feeling super awkward in this game. He hasn't really found a place. He hasn't really found the pressure point. Rotating mid when he died, I think made him feel really weird about what's happening in the game. He felt like he had to help mid, or he wasn't pressuring bottom at all. But now he's back bottom. Oh, what's this?
Oh my goodness! Look at that. The setup there. The Sunstrike's coming. Oh, he's gone. He couldn't quite get the Sunder off in time.
What? Did he cancel the animation? I didn't even understand what happened. I thought he had it.
We've got to get the slow-mo replay on that one. Could he have got it off?
I think so. To me, it was like he canceled the animation, but maybe it was just like a 0.0 second thing.
So close. I mean, I'll tell you what, this has been a pretty hot game so far from Key Attacker with his Sunstrikes.
Yeah, on point. He didn't miss anything, yeah. Oh my God.
I tell you what, Sunstrike's back up. Miro could set up on this.
This bounty hunter just went from sad to happy. Yeah, very happy.
Too far into the tier 2. In fact, Tofu, turn around, drop the mines out.
Oh, where are they going?
Coming in, they want to kill Miro. Backup's headed in, Ace. He'll turn up, they'll take Miro down, catch him in the route. And now see if they can get Roger as well. They get the catch, damage comes through from Duracho with the Metamorphosis. Gaimin Gladiators make sure that 9Pandas will be pushed straight back out of the jungle.
Yeah. I don't know how to feel for 9Pandas. I'm actually feeling worried for the bounty hunter. Running man, top lane.
Nice. Boundless strike, Sunstrike, Key Attacker. This man's making the moves. I feel it's been a long time since we're sort of 12 minutes in and this amount of Sunstrikes
bottom lane. We're not done yet.
Push. He's caught by the Ancient Seal. The Mystic Flare taking him out. Derecho, this time he can get the Sunder off. They turn, they take out Antares. If Roger's able to survive that last hit from the illusion, it's enough to claim. And this time, Duracho stands strong, getting the double. They won't quite get the connection on Miro. So Miro will be back underneath the tower. But still, this time, the big point being that Duracho does not die, gets a couple of kills, and can continue to hold his spot now at the top of the net worth, just ahead of Ramses. We'll see again there.
What's going on? What was that global for?
I think that Celly was trying to sort of put a stop to the Mystic Flare, but it already came out.
Excuse me, I thought it happened in the game. It was the replay I heard in my ear.
No.
Oh, okay.
He hasn't got a refresher quite yet.
No. Yeah, I'm looking cool down. 80 seconds, okay.
Replay, yeah.
Okay, Quinn TPs, they're grouping up for a smoke. And Kyutaka looks to be the target. If he shows his face mid.
I think maybe he likes it there. He's at less risk of getting killed.
Yeah.
Where it goes back to one of his pits. They're not proven to be the safest part. He hasn't had a high success rate surviving in those.
Oh man, Kiyotaka, he smells something. I think 9Pandas, they got a really good read of the game. I mean, to be fair, Gaimin Gladiators has been mid quite a few times. Celery trying to sneak behind the tower to get a ward. They see the Invoker. They're starting to move in. Quinn shows himself mid. It's a tough position to be in. I don't know how to approach this mid tower. They might just give up on it, but they feel really bad because they're getting no trade for it. No damage on the tower bottom. Nobody's even farming the top wave. Ramses is probably at the safest camp in all the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel a bit off about it, but at the same time, I guess it's not the biggest loss. What I'm worried what will happen is the impact in the later fights. This bounty hunter can't really contribute too much compared to the Underlord. And it puts a lot of pressure on this Monkey and Invoker to do something against the Radiant lineup, like to do a lot of the heavy lifting, damage-wise, stun-wise, setup-wise.
So they can get with this smoke, Gaimin Gladiators. Looks like
9Pandas
are aware.
Roger, you are so dead.
And he certainly looks it. Quinn, he'll take it solo.
Oh, I didn't get the end. What a shame. So bottom tower looks to be the next target. They have meta. 9Pandas, they're gonna go for the trade on top. Yeah, Ace, you are in trouble, bro.
I should be able to get him. This is still at that point where he hasn't quite got the pipe out. TPs are coming in quick though, and now they've got to pull back.
He was not in trouble.
No, they won't be able to commit for him.
Prank.
And in fact, he's got the full mech done on top of the Vanguard now, so not an easy target to go for. Well, tease around with Tofu, but again, they do not want to step up to the high ground with the fact that Ace is ready to set things up. And the Duracho, he's also moved to this top half of the map. Duracho's ready to push.
There's the tracks. They should know that 9Pandas is set up here. If they're forcing this, that means they want the fight. They're ready for the fight. 9Pandas looks like they're not. They're not. They're just giving it up. But no trade again.
The question is, have Gaimin Gladiators seen what Roche is doing then? Have they?
No, I don't think they have any knowledge. I don't know if 9Pandas had the same discussion or like had the same thoughts that we had. Like maybe it'll fix itself. I don't think anyone went back there to check.
Tofu.
Oh, stay home. So this is really awkward because Techies wants to take over this.
Well,
I don't know how to feel about this. Maybe it will be a Roche-less game. Who knows?
I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's well and truly stuck.
Well, nobody stunned him yet, I think. I think that's the only fix.
That's true. That might work.
Yeah.
Maybe if they come and hit him with an avalanche, we'll see if Quinn tries that later.
But strange mechanic is Techies can't really mine up the twin gate on the dire side for now. But maybe later in the game again.
See bottom Miro. Scouting out the Ratio. I mean, him and Taris and the Sunstrike from Kiyotaka, that might be able to do it.
Oh, they found him.
Let's see if they can do it in the combo. Here's the setup. There it is. The global silence. It came up almost instantly. I mean, fantastic preparation there and reaction from Celery. And it's going to be enough to keep Duracho safe. They turn and they'll be able to take down Miro by the looks of it. He's speedy. Actually, maybe he's too speedy. He's getting out of it with the phase boots. And in fact, okay, Miro will at least be able to run away. But great reactions there from Celery to make sure that the combo wasn't in play. And I believe...
Oh, but we're not done. We're not done.
The Sunstrike coming in.
Oh, the dust, it doesn't hit. Oh.
Let's see if they can... no, yeah, they're out there.
Oh, run. Okay. Are we just looking at Roche? Bottom lane, they're looking. Both teams are looking, I think. Quinn, use one of his... Use the whole combo right now. He's vulnerable if they manage to close the gap. But there's a sentry on the wave. He knows. So that's the blink back. Celery gets some spells out.
Celery's been very good with his positioning, sort of just keeping his cores covered. And as we saw, knowing when to pop that global and make sure that even Duracho, when he's farming out alone, will consistently be kept safe. Now it's going to be even easier for Duracho to counterplay with a man to complete.
I mean, that's a MVP support, right? He's just looking at you farm, even though there's like the smallest chance of you getting jumped, ready to save you. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're laughing and clapping now, but once one team is ready to do Roche, I don't know what to think for them. It's a really strong ward from Radiant that they have right here. It's expiring in, I can't tell if it's 43 seconds or a minute 40.
Yeah, 40, yeah. Oh!
Okay,
That's a dead CM.
Yeah, well, that's all you get for that ward, I hope. If you're a 9Panda player, they should know. Still no tier 1 fallen for Gaimin Gladiators. I don't know if this is one of the few games where no tier 1 has fallen for Team in 19, but it feels rather uncommon to not get trades these days. And not to take these tier 1s with Vanguards. But yeah, I think the map is feeling a little bit small for 9Pandas. A little bit smaller than they wish, even though it's such a big map these days. Answers.
Set up on him. They're in with the Omni Summon. He's still get the BKB off in time. Tries to turn with the Boundless Strike. A look towards Quinn, and now he's going to attempt to leap forward. No, okay, there's no further backup here for 9Pandas, so Ramses will play on the retreat. As BKB forced out from him. Maybe Gaimin Gladiators can find a chance to strike again whilst on cooldown. I mean, 13 to 11, 2k lead. I mean, who do you sort of feel with their lineups is happier with this opening to the game?
At this point in the game, you're pretty happy being Gaimin Gladiators, I want to say. There's, of course, chances for Invoker Monkey to do all the heavy lifting later and to do, incredible, magical team fights. But just having this Underlord with these auras and you compare him to this Bounty Hunter, I mean, it's also just a skill set. Like, I feel this Bounty Hunter skills aren't going to do anything for the team fight, whereas Underlord's going to be able to have a really big impact. So I think it might come down to that. Later this game goes, unless Bounty Hunter finds, these track kills and these fights right now, I think the hero isn't going to find his place.
Miro. He's going to be able to spot this out. They're going to know that Quinn's looking for this aggressive play top.
Oh, this could be good if you're 9Panda fan.
He's tanky though, especially with this shield rune.
Shield rune. This is one of the best heroes to get it on.
Yeah, it was
massive strength, massive HP.
Absolutely, pretty much what a 1200 shield that you get.
Oh dear lord.
That pick up. We'll now start to inspire. And still, even now, you know, with the haste rune in the bottle, if you go on Quinn, he's going to be out of there. There's no way you're blowing him up in a combo. And if they ever get vision on you, Quinn, he's going to be able to make the move first. They're going to try, actually, with the 4 of them. They've got a lot of heroes here. See if they can do it. He's going to be forced to the side out of the Mystic Flare. Phoenix Gate's going to get laid down. 9Pandas, they have to think twice about committing for this fight. As Gaimin Gladiators will respond, and they're ready to take the 5-on-5.
Wow, I'm surprised the global was being held on to. I want to say Celery, you know, was on top of things there. But maybe he's just not the retro, or like, you know, he's not the position 1. That's why he's not worth the instant global.
So he was like, you don't need it. Maybe he was calling for his brothers like, dude, you're fine.
Yeah,
you're
obviously
fine.
it would have been a wasted global, so good call. Ace still living around the bottom tier 1 area. It's 21 minutes in, and he still has the safe lane tier 1 tower. That's not common.
Let's see if 9Pandas want to try and make a move down it. I've got the 4 of them setting up. You know, Ramses, very ready to go with this BKB Maelstrom.
Skadi is going to be really big timing. Also the Crimson. They managed to finish these tanking items on all their heroes, BKB and Tiny. I think the Roche becomes really easy. But I say Roche, I don't know if we'll have it. Oh, okay.
No, he's on key attacker in the mid, but able to hold his own. A tough target to kill himself. He's tanky now with the BKB, the drums. Going for the Blink Shiva's Guard next on the build.
Oh, mid lane.
See if they can take him out. He's got the BKB, might need to press it. Here it is. He's able to put the BKB, turn, and in fact, set up on a Quinn. The Global Silence comes out, stopping further spells coming out from now from Kiyotaka. Miro, he's still pushing it on towards Quinn. Gets a Shuriken out. It's not enough to take down Quinn, but the Mystic Flare will finish off Tofu.
Oh!
Quinn, he's going to go back in, get the toss back. Gets Miro right underneath the tower. The pit's there as well to control him. Diracho in on top of him. The curse as well, out onto Miro. Oh. He's stepping up and he's stepping away. The shield's going to be there, and he'll be saved.
Oh, I was going to say Ace almost always at the right time at the right place, but this time the pit wasn't enough. It feels like every time the Underlord gets involved, they have just enough to threaten and kill. I think this pit is super value with the Tiny and with the techies.
I see big damage output increase now that the Mjolnir is done. We'll see once again this replay in the mid, that attempt to go, but not a part of the map, even at 22 minutes in, just due to the fact that they're still yet to be able to take this tier 1 down. An area that Gaimin Gladiators are more than happy to set up and try and find kills in return. You've got to be careful if you're 9Pandas and you poke at them at this point.
Well, we're entering the Roche territory. As soon as Skadi gets finished, I think Gladiators wants to do Roche. And I really think 9Pandas wants to contest it. I don't think they're necessarily fully ready to do the Roche yet. Plus they're dire, so they would want nighttime, I guess. I don't know what nighttime, daytime means anymore.
I mean, they're going to hopefully check the pit.
Checking Roche, and
maybe it's freed up, but he's still on the other side of the twin gate. Let's see if they can free him.
Oh, this game is so weird now. It's officially super weird.
I think they're saying that they don't want to go through the twin gate. They're like, well, is there any point to? Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, plus you're playing against techies. Normally this would be mined up and stuff, but in this game... Roshan! Alright, we're all cheering for Roche. There can be no winners this game.
I mean, this game could end up being one of the games where he's at the best of the KDA. You know, it's going to be 0 if they can't free him from this, if they can't kill him. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sort of seeing this, but I don't know if you can free him.
You might be able to hit him, because you have to still hit him from Roche Pit,
You have to hit him from Roche Pit.
Oh, if you get like a Dragon Lance from TV and you stand at the edge of the pit.
They're going to try and free him. Oh.
Oh.
There you go, Ace!
Freedom!
He saved him! He saved him here, drops down the pit.
But why did they do this?
Root kind of frees him up. We'll see now. We'll see if this has messed up his cycle, right? Because in 10 seconds, is he going to go up there? Or does he think he's just sort of set up for a 5 minutes sort of period down it?
If you're Gaimin Gladiators, you are thinking you're thinking that the game is fixed. It's fixed, but let's see. Can he go through it?
Oh, can he go through it this time?
Okay,
he can.
He is going
He's figured it out. Roche, he's back to his old self. And all things are good in the world. Over he goes towards the pit. We'll get spotted out by Kiyotaka. He'll now be able to spread the news to his team that Roshan is back to his usual activities. Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to be going for him. We'll see if they can get her in time, as they are set up on the bottom half of things, but they're not really that close to the twin gates. So likely, the Gaimin Gladiators, they will be able to take out this Roche. So a good job there that Ace was able to free him. And unfortunately for Roche, an end to his survival at 25 minutes in.
Yeah, well, that's new. That is new. I wonder who you give the Aegis to, if you give it to Tiny. It just looks like no, because he's backing away. I mean, you do have the Skadi on the TV, so I would say you're pretty...
Oh! He's done it!
Oh, he did it!
He's done it! The steal there on the kill!
What? How do you time this?
I mean, this lad, he keeps hitting the Sunstrikes. Doesn't matter if it's a hero, doesn't matter if it's a Roshan, Kiyotaka, he's been on point every single time, No-Tail.
Wow, impressive. That's I don't know if that's just a gut feeling instinct thing or if he knew something we didn't know, but nice.
Nice,
I mean, these things matter. These things definitely do matter. Yeah. And it was only the first Roshan, so there's no cheese to work with. And you're dealing with the Wukong plus a lot of this long-range spam on TP that I do think cuts through you. I don't think the pipe is enough, and you don't have additional heal on your team, so a straight-up push when all the 9Panda heroes are alive, I don't think it's super realistic. They're probably going to look to force something with a smoke and the Underlord ulti. As we can see, they're smoking towards the bottom area. Miro might be on the receiving end, or might defuse the bomb.
Oh, 9Pandas are getting a bit low here in this effort. Roger! He'll be fine. I mean, it was the same time Gaimin Gladiators was starting to sweep over. They might find Kiyotaka relatively low. They'll see him at half health, but he's able to get out with the blink before the curse comes in from Celery. He's back and he's safe underneath the tier 2. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, the creeps coming in. They can look to try and take this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think they'll take every outer tower, like every outer base tower, and I don't think 9Pandas will look to fight it. The question is, can 9Pandas get their own tier 1 tower?
Let's have a look. I mean, yeah, as you said, Ramsey's probably going to wait until that next item's finished up before he turns up for the fight. And also likely that they probably want to do their best to avoid this.
Okay, here we go. They are going to go for it. I mean, it's a very good play. It might not mean that they're fully committed to getting the racks here.
Okay. Let's see how
much
much
mid lane.
I mean, in the mid, Quinn is a bit separate from the rest of the team. He's going to have to press it. He'll get forced to the side. He's trying to keep his cool, but he gets caught by the tornado. Sunstrike coming in. He'll bring Quinn down low, but not quite enough to kill him. Backups here. Duracho pushes forward the Metamorphosis, but he's not quite able to finish up Roger Ramses. Boundless Strike down on towards Duracho. Duracho disarmed as well, as they won't be able to get in and fight as aggressively as maybe they would have hoped with this Metamorphosis for now. They'll look for the quick reset. Fiend's Gate here as they go on their way back towards base.
Oh, what a...
towards the mountain. They'll fuel up.
Quinn needs some healing.
Yep, get those pickups. Full solar crest.
Look at this.
Celery. They're trying to prep him for the return. The balance strike down on the 2 of the 9Pandas. They're more than happy to take this fight. As Rams... Get the Sunder off. They couldn't quite kill him even the once. Duracho is going to be perfectly fine.
Oh my God, Ramses, what have you done?
Now, they've got to run. Because Gaimin Gladiators, they're stepping up towards the base. Duracho's looking up towards the tier 3.
No.
They're going to be able to take out Kiyotaka here, as he couldn't quite get back to the safety of his base.
What have you done, Ramses? What's going on with today? Everybody's holding their BKB forever. I thought Quinn was also, living life on the edge there by not pressing the BKB, and he kept getting gone on, and then getting back into the portal. You get the double bounders into the Wukong.
That was a great start.
I thought that was it.
Yeah,
but Ramses didn't click the BKB. He gets the Sunder off on the Monkey King, and Quinn, no BKB.
Oh, let's see what they can get here. Antares, they'll get another, and Quinn, he's out and he's alive. They can push in and take down Roger as well.
Oh no.
3 dead on 9Pandas. Gaimin Gladiators, they can keep this push going. Ramses and Mira, they're watching from the trees, but with just the 2 of them, and the Age is still on Duracho, they're not going to want to mess around. They're probably just going to have to watch and let these go. Fortification is there. Kiyotaka's going to be up in a few seconds.
Yeah, I don't know what to do to save this Rax. I don't think they have the time to save it unless the Invokers poke.
They're going to try and set things up onto Ace.
I mean, they're leaving him behind.
See if they can do it. They get the Wukong's command down. Ace is going to get caught by the Boundless.
Oh, the 4 staffs.
He's already saved. Gets out of the range of the ultimate. They're ready to start throwing spells back in. In fact, Duracho is considering getting in on this. He's going to have Sunder back soon to go again. BKB now done for Duracho as well. Super strong. The Sunstrike down onto Quinn. They're bringing him low, but at this time he will put the BKB in an effort to escape. Quinn survives, gets back to the safety of the rest of the team.
Both teams are playing really well. I would say, like, individual moments. There are, of course, these mishaps, and it's really hard to account for, but Quinn, I think, has done so much for the team already. Tofu with the 4 staffs, and then, yeah, of course, Kiyotaka, you can...
Ramses!
Oh,
he's pushing out on his own. He has got BKB. If he feels threatened, they know he's up there on this tree. In fact, the creeps went up to it, but they won't spend any further time looking. Ramses, He's out and away. We'll be able to get back to the base if he wishes with the TP scroll. It is available. Dratcho just straight with the BKB. He's ready to go. Immediate Metro and BKB. He really wants to take this Rax, Dratcho. Quinn in the side jump. Oh, no. Key attacker. He already had the BKB off. They turn the Frostbite off on a Quinn. Miro tries to push forward. The Crimson Guards pop. Miro still trying to beat into them, but Tofu jumps in, closes the gap on a key attacker. Miro is getting taken down by the damage of the illusions, falling incredibly low, but Ramses turns Balance Strike onto Tofu. Sunstrike as well. They take a Tofu down into 1 for 2. Buyback comes into play from Roger.
There's no BKB on Radiant lineup.
Quinn, he's going to get him with another jump. Gets over to Ramses. BKB down in the amount. Ramses is gone. Out for 70 seconds and no buyback available on Ramses. As Dratcho takes the Rags, takes another kill as Roger's out of the game as well without buyback. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, they can push for so much more here. They get the catch on Antares. Another one to be found. Miro also out of luck as triple kill for Dratcho, triple kill for Ace. They're running out of buybacks here, No-Tail.
Wow. Impressive. Dratcho really manning up here. He's playing the TB, I would say, he's feeling the game. He's playing the TB as aggressive as he can, pushing things to the limit. I thought for a moment it was looking really sketchy, like no BKBs on the heroes, but yeah, with the Ramses' death right away without getting the Wukong. And the Wukongs, they look like they could have been so good, both of the last two that he used, but just ended up not being it, and now not getting the chance to cast the third one before the two sides go down. The game is looking really hard now for 9Pandas. I don't see...
The attacker. He's going to jump in to try and stop Quinn's TP. It will succeed in that, but with Dratcho around, this is still no fight that 9Pandas can just walk into. Quinn, He's in with the jump, gets the avalanche up with the Ancient Seals there from Antares, so Quinn, he'll get the kill. And Antares, he's now out, no buyback. Key attacker tries to push him back with the Deafening Blast. Dratcho moves forward with the BKB, jump forward, Tofu, they get it onto Roger. Roger's gone. Wukong's commands there from Ramses, but him and Key attacker alone, they do not have the damage required to get these kills. Sunstrike will connect. Tofu goes down. It's something, but unlikely to be enough as Gaimin Gladiators continue to beat forward onto the tier 4s. They'll back off for now. Respect the fact that the cores are back in play for 9Pandas, but if Gaimin Gladiators want to, they could just fight straight back into this. Dratcho's super strong. 20 seconds until he has meta back up. They can settle for the tier 2 in the mid. Gaimin Gladiators as they'll swing over towards this mid lane, get that third and final set of creep waves pushed up towards the base. They're trying to set something up in 9Pandas, but 20 seconds without Antares, they really need the full lineup available if they hope to kill anyone right now.
I think there's only one hope. It's Rapier and Monkey. I think he's going Nullfire, but I don't think he's going to cut it. I think you're going to need some insane couple of fights here, and I think the only way is really the Rapier. But yeah, you're not going to be given the chance. It's going to be now or never.
I mean, their push is just so strong right now, Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to jump here. Quinn, he's up on the high ground. He's managed to find the catch onto Roger. If this is there, we'll give some safety here for Roger, and it's enough to land and walk away. Quinn did commit with the BKB for that attempt. BKB on cooldown now for Quinn. Dratcho is still standing strong, though. Pushes in onto the high ground, ready to take another tier 3 tower.
Wukong is now ready with BKB.
Miro, scouting things out with the track. Can they really start a fight here, 9Pandas? They've got to do something, otherwise they're going to lose to some mega creeps coming out pretty soon if Dratcho keeps pushing on like this. Miro caught in the pit. He's gone. No buyback. Ramses is going to try and commit to start the fight. Gets the jump. Finds the two supports here with the Boundless Strike. BKB and the Wukong's command pressed as they'll take out Celery. But Dratcho and Ace are able to step out to the side. Dratcho turns back towards the Monkey King. Ramses, he's going down. Quinn's in with the toss. Quinn takes Ramses out. Again, no buyback guard available on him. Key attacker's trying his best, taking out the two supports, but with 3 dead again, no chance at 9Pandas defending here. It's Gaimin Gladiators. They can look to take the final set of racks.
They're playing really well. They're playing in a very controlling fashion. I really got to give a big shout out to Tofu and the 4-step usage.
Key attacker. He's really doing his best to try and hold it on his own here, and Tyrus will turn up to help out. He'll manage to survive, throwing out whatever spell he has left. But it's not enough. They don't care now. Gaimin Gladiators, they're too far ahead. Dratcho pretty much untouchable now on his Terrorblade. Miro tries to poke him back, but they know they can't turn it. GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators with a fantastic game 2. And one that they really lost the grip on this one quite early, 9Pandas. Gaimin Gladiators, they were able to rally up around Dratcho and just a really solid sort of call to end the game, whether it was Dratcho's or the team around him. They knew when to push it. They knew at this point there was nothing that 9Pandas could do to stop them from closing the game up, No-Tail.
Yeah, no, I think the Monkey and Walker scaling into late game is kind of an illusion. When you have Ace on this Underlord versus this Bounty Hunter, I just don't think you have what it takes. If the game goes the way it went, I think there must be a lesson to be learned here. I don't know if you're supposed to look people in the eye in the elevator or if you really just keep your head down. But for now, I think you keep your head down.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it'll be knocked down to the lower bracket. Maybe 9Pandas will be able to make the run and see if we get that sort of meet up again here between Ramses and Quinn. But as for today, Quinn's standing tall, standing strong, and the attitude, it was the way to play right. This game too, they get the first blood, they're not dropping any tips. They're focusing on the gameplay. It pays off here for Gaimin Gladiators. As ladies and gentlemen, Gaimin Gladiators with this 2-0 will be moving straight to the grand finals.
No, sorry.
Indeed, they do. Gaimin Gladiators straight to the grand finals once again. An extra $25,000, an extra 50 DPC points, and an extra grand finals appearance. And the last two they were in went very well for them, might I add. Gaimin Gladiators, great performance here. 9Pandas, they fought hard though, especially after losing Ramses at the start of that game. Still able to make this game very even for a long time. Eventually did fall down to the lower bracket, so they will have another shot. They will make it to the final day. I'm joined by Sheep, Gorg, and PPD. PPD, this game was something else, a little bit more straightforward than game number one.
Yes, Gaimin Glads look like their dominant former selves. This series, or this game, was nowhere near as close as the previous. Really solid draft and just team play by Gaimin Glads throughout the entire time.
All I saw was Step Roche, I'm stuck. And we were watching what happened. I mean, Ace came in with his big pit and he got him out of there. I think they might have had a chance to, I guess we'll talk more about this a bit later, but yeah, they might have had a chance to do something if they got that Roche on the Radiant side for the Pandas.
They might have. We did see them try once and then wonder where the Roche was, but when you're up against the techies going through portal, Sheep, that's scary.
It's scary. I couldn't tell. Could they not go through the portal while it was stuck?
No, I think they could. I think they were scared.
Okay, that's unfortunate, because I know that Gaimin found the Roche earlier in the game, like when they took Roche on, and 9Pandas moved and played bot and then went to like look to take it, and then they just like, there's nothing in this pit. I don't know, maybe they should have paused on it. I don't know. How do you deal with that? The Roche is not where it's meant to be.
I don't know how you deal with that. As a player, I wonder how they dealt with that. Let's hear it from Celery.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, Celery from Gaimin Gladiators. Holy moly, what a series. Now, before we get into the games in general, I did want to just talk a little bit about your competition here. 9Pandas kind of went through a fantastic job. I'm going to go down the lowers now. What do you think about this team? I mean, very creative. Were you guys very prepared for the series? Because it sure seemed like you were.
I felt like we were prepared, but it was a lot harder than I thought. This bounty hunter, he messed us up in this first game. It was very hard.
Absolutely. Well, it seemed like you did find a way to make it work there in game one. What was that big turnaround point in your opinion? How did you guys save that one?
I think once we hit the BKB on TA, it was a big moment. It was a weird game. I'm just running around. I can't go anywhere. I die. So I just buy my medallion, my drums. I hope we win some fights. We won some fights.
You certainly did. Now, if you thought game one was a weird game, let's talk about game two. That was wild. Any thoughts on our boy step-sister Roshan getting stuck? What's going on there?
Yeah, not sure. It was pretty weird. My team kept talking about it. Anto said, oh, maybe we can force him out. I was like, be careful, guys. They're going to gank us now. So, but we got him out.
Yeah, you got him out.
We got him out.
I mean, what's more rewarding? Moving on in the tournament or saving Roshan from that perilous position?
Moving on feels better.
Okay, all right, no problem. So now, congratulations, by the way. You are running straight to the grand finals. I have to ask the standard question here. Do you think you're going to be having a rematch, or who do you think might be joining you in your best opinion?
Yeah, I think it might be a rematch. 9Pandas looking really strong, but EG would also be fun. EG is a great team.
Well, it seems like you guys can beat anyone that's coming your way, so we'll see if they're prepared for you this time. Thank you so much, Celery. An incredible series, and we'll be seeing these boys in the grand finals. Give it up one more time for Gaimin Gladiators! Thank you very much.
It is good to see them back in the grand finals. They 100% deserved it. And you get the crowd favorite, the home crowd favorite, Tofu still playing, and the neighbor favorite, a little bit biased from me, the Dutch player as well there with Celery. Gotta root for my fellow countrymen a little bit there. 9Pandas, though, we are definitely going to see more of them because they did play very well, Gord.
I mean, one thing I wanted to address, I don't know why Tofu is a favorite here, because I looked at his Wikipedia page, and he's actually a former League of Legends pro. And on top of that, Tofu stands for the one fluffy unicorn.
Yes, it does.
A very questionable character. Nah, I like him. He's great. He's great. What did you ask me?
No, that's fine. I mean, the one fluffy unicorn, I have heard the same story.
Yeah.
A lot of people were wondering if when he told people that, if it was made up on the spot.
Yeah.
And we never have the answer. We don't know the full answer to it.
It was like a whole story about like being at like a theme park or a carnival or something.
Yes.
It was, you know, I'm like, what the hell? There's no way. I mean, it's a good name in the end, so.
It's a good name. It's brought him a lot of fame here as well on the main stage. We're going to see more of Gaimin Gladiators in the grand finals tomorrow. Who are they going to play? We don't know yet. We also don't know yet who 9Pandas is going to play, but that will be decided later today. Before that, though, we have got something special planned.
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king. Just wait.
to them. Racks, house by the lake, bought that. Ops to the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit them with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star, brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got them so high, so addicted, telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind, creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goal, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
Scream out. I see you turn around. Scream out. You shine the brightest now. There's no doubt. This current's changing, changing. Still above. There's danger waiting, waiting, scream out. I see you turn around. Scream out. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. Still above. Danger waiting, waiting. Danger waiting, waiting. Danger waiting, waiting. Danger waiting.
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick. Find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken